Oh, uh, hello, chat. This is okay. Uh, yeah. Okay, that's not very helpful. So, how do I put this? This here is a laptop. It is a laptop that I got as a gift after graduation, a graduation gift. But I literally haven't opened it. Like I've opened it once, one time, which was in Qatar. But I didn't open it again because I was going to sell it. Because you see, the issue is, I have this laptop here, right? This right here, this is a laptop I'm using to record, obviously, and this one is an Asus VivoBook with a GPU. I mean, it's still pretty bad, like MX 350, um, but it's functional enough. I mean, I can't really do like video editing on it anymore, but I can do like image editing, like Photoshop stuff like that, and like game engine like stuff like Unity 2017. That's good. But then they got this one, and this is a Lenovo ThinkPad. I know they're all the rage. Sorry, this is really close. Uh, I know that's all the rage among computer scientists for some reason. I think because it's like very modular, maybe, and like easier like to have support for. But anyway, issue is it has an integrated graphics card, and the CPU is also quite old. So like not old as in like dysfunctional, but old as in like the specs are worse than my VivoBook. So I've continued to use my VivoBook, but the thing is, not using a laptop degrades its quality anyway. It's kind of like a car. Like you should use your laptop, or else it's just kind of degrading quality regardless. So will I sell this? I don't know, but I should definitely use it in the meantime. Now, again, this was a graduation gift. I'm now approaching my graduation for university year one, so it's been a while. I've been a bit of a naughty boy, but yeah, I don't know. I've just kind of like been putting off like really using it. Now, this does have Windows 11, yeah, installed. But I want to use this as an excuse, an opportunity to get Linux installed. Because what will happen is this laptop I have here, my VivoBook that I'm using to record, it's better specs, but the battery is so shit. And I could replace the battery, but I don't really want to, honestly, at this point. Like it's on its last legs. It was broken on arrival. I just want to get a new laptop, like straight up. So I can't be bothered to replace this battery for this one. So instead, what I'll do is I'll keep using this one at home, but then use my Lenovo ThinkPad in my lectures because I'll have better battery life. And plus, okay, first let me just close this because my lighting is abysmal. I'm not sure that even helps, but check this out. Okay, let me like get a better angle. Um, God, this is just great, isn't it? Ah, okay, hold on, chat. Hold on, chat. Hold on, chat. Stay still. Stay still. Stop. Stop moving. Stop moving. Why is it rotating by itself? Stop. Oh my God. Uh, that'll do, I guess. So check this out. So this is the computer. Oh my God, bro. I need more desk space. Oh God. Next year, I am living somewhere that has better desk space, so there is that at least. But here's a laptop, and I'll look at this. I'm gonna break it. I'm gonna break it. Psych. That's right. It's foldable. So that's good, right? Because it means that I can use it. Look at that. I can use it like a tablet. Because I believe it is also touchscreen. I think. Um, I mean, I assume it is. Otherwise, that's a bit strange. If it's not, then fuck. No, but it's fine. So that's obviously good for note taking, which might be cool. So I'll look into that as well. Because like I do like the idea of having a tablet, but it's just that because tablets are so much less flexible than like laptops, I don't get the point. So a laptop tablet, now that is a good idea. So yeah. Um, Let me just look up real quick. Why do people like ThinkPads? Also, I guess because I have spec information here. This is ThinkPad X13 Yoga Gen 1 Magnesium Chassis. So to give some perspective on that, So this is the ThinkPad X13. And for the record, I think and Anis's VivoBook is also a fairly popular choice among like light gamers slash programmers. Like I've definitely seen a few, but the issue is when I got mine in Qatar, the fan was broken on arrival. I've now had it replaced, thank God. I've the trackpad was broken on arrival as well. Some of my keys just don't work properly. Like I should have returned it like day one, but I didn't, so that's my fault. So damn you, Qatar. Um, yeah, the ThinkPad is a business laptop, so not so great for gaming. So obviously I can't use it for gaming. I mean, I don't game anyway, but it's more just for game development. That's my issue. And also because game development uses GPU, you know what else uses GPUs? Photoshop or its related stuff. In my case, I use Affinity now, and video editing. So anyway, a garaged stylus? What? Where? Is there a stylus in this? Garage stylus. There's no way, bro. There's a stylus in this picture. 10-point touchscreen because it is touchscreen. I mean, if it's a stylus, that's actually kind of sick. But I'm wondering then if I get Linux on it, will it maintain its same functionalities? Because then maybe what I'll do is I'll get Linux on this. I mean, on my VivoBook, and then leave this one with Windows. For the record, the only reason I really want Windows at this point, because is I guess Affinity, right? I think Affinity is not on Linux yet. Okay, well, I mean, you can use Wine, so that's okay. Like Photoshop, no. Premiere Pro, no. But I don't use those anymore anyway, so that's okay. Some games won't run, but that's generally okay. For game editing, I know Unity's on Linux, right? Yep, Unity is on Linux, so that should be okay. Um, Unreal Engine, probably? It is, yeah. So that's fine. Obsidian is on Linux. Vivaldi should be on Linux. Claude is a web app. So yeah, I mean, it should be okay for Linux apps. Let's watch this video because I'm actually curious what this bad boy
So
has.
the build quality is fantastic as you would expect from.
Okay, that was just skip the entire thing apparently. Why do
Respect for
programmers
ThinkPad, these things are built tough. They used to
love
actually take you through,
ThinkPads?
pass through 12 military tests.
Military tests, so they're tough apparently. Sure. Legendary durable keyboards, nice. Linux. Okay, no, yeah. So they do have good Linux compatibility. That's what I read. So I should get Linux on it because when I got this, by the way, it was Windows 10, and I had the option to upgrade to Windows 11. I did upgrade it for reasons that I cannot explain, but yeah, two external monitors. Okay, well, I mean, it depends on the ThinkPad, obviously.
For this. And
So let's
get
have a look.
everyone, Be Asian Dad here. How you guys doing? Hope you
Do you say Big Asian Dad or Bijan Tech? Mac versus Windows is not close. Dude, Mac sucks. Why are we
get
complaining?
everyone, Be Asian Dad here. How you guys doing? Hope you guys doing very well and
I'm very
feeling healthy
confused.
and safe in your
MSI and Ryzen in the back. Woo! Oh, by the way, if I do get a new laptop, I want it to be an MSI with Ryzen AMD CPU GPU.
part of the world. Over here, doing all right. Starting to heat up a little bit because we're starting to get close to our summer. We probably can see a little bit of our sweat here, but we'll survive.
Summer. Oh, right, because it's Australia. Yeah, it's December. Oh my
It.
god.
Anyway, today we're going to do the in-depth review of this Lenovo ThinkPad X13 Yoga. It's a 13-inch business class
Okay,
laptop, and being a Yoga, it means it's a 2-in-1, so it can actually convert to its tablet.
smooth.
So you pretty much just flip the screen around, and then this also has a nice little party trick. Is on the bottom here is
Fucking where? Guys, chat. Hey, wait. Am I tripping? Okay, there's like a hatch here. Okay, hold on. There's a hatch here, but I can't like. Did you see that? Right? I assume it's there, but how do I get it out? Okay, let me open it first. then bend it backwards. Okay. And then, where is it? I'm so cooked right now. On God, bro. Where is it? I just saw it. Okay, so it's at the bottom, like here. Right? Is that stylus or not? I don't like pull this out and then I realize I just broke the damn thing. Let's watch the video again.
And then this also has a nice little party trick is on the
So it's on the bottom left of this. What the hell? Yeah, yeah, it's there. So that's it, but I don't know how to eject it. I assume the video will show you how as well, but oh yeah, here we go. Got it. Let's go. Because how did I not know about this? It comes with a stylus, bruv. Okay, that's sick. Oh my god, and I think it's magnetic tip too. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Look at this. Okay, well, you can't really see it properly, but I'll try my best. If you look at my screen and like look at where I'm with my pen, that white dot that's like very hard to see, but like you can kind of see it. That white dot is not the pen. That's the screen reacting to the pen. So that's cool. I mean, it's cool. It proves it works. What the fuck? How did I not know that, bro? I should have like watched this video way before, man. For the record, I think the one who got this was primarily my uncle, great uncle. So shout out my uncle. Um, yes. I've been so lazy on this, bro. But you know what? We're finally making use of it. Right.
bottom here is also the garage pen.
It's my
So
micro
you can
case,
actually
yeah.
pretty much
Okay.
pull it out and then take your notes or do some drawings.
Now, I don't usually like drawing notes anyway, but maybe that can change. I don't know. Maybe I'm just not locked in yet. But either way, quite useful. Definitely for reading. I think reading would be cool on this thing though.
And pop it back in. So it's not magnetic, it's actually
And I assume it has
into
good
the
battery life.
laptop itself, so you won't lose it. I love that feature there. Now we're going to
Yeah.
actually to look into the temperatures as well as the fan noise of this laptop, and
Okay.
we'll look at its features as well, and also look at, of course, its performance. Now we'll
Shout out Bijan Tech, by the way. So you got ports, configurations, the keyboard. Okay, I'm invested now. Admittedly, for a long time, I didn't care so much about hardware specs when it came to computers. Like I was always a software guy, but especially as of recent, I've definitely become more interested in the hardware side of things. Maybe one day I'll build my own PC. Although to be honest, I'm a laptop boy, you know. I like my laptops. If I get a PC, like it's stuck in my home, you know. I don't like that. I like taking stuff out and being outside. So PC, maybe I'll just never get one. What I do want though is one of these things. Dude, these are sick. Yeah, these things, bro. It's like basically like in a briefcase, and it's just a portable PC. And like besides looking sick, I assume they're also quite powerful. Yeah, like this. Like this. This is a good example. That's. I mean, tell me that this isn't like if someone pulled up to your lecture hall and pulled this out, assuming it's not too loud, that's just so fire. Like this, like goddamn. I mean, I don't know what the keyboard is, but just it's crazy, bro. It's awesome. You know, you go on holiday. I guess you'd be worried about on a plane, but you know, if we make this a norm, I'm just saying, bro. I'm just saying. Okay.
be putting timestamps along this video, so you can actually
Yes.
skip to the sections that you might
Thank
be
you,
interested
goat.
to you to hopefully help you out. Let's have a look at the ports. Starting on the left.
Yeah. So I'm seeing power button on the side. Obviously he has his own thing there, so I'll just kind of
Inside of
watch
the
along, I
computer, we've
guess.
got two Thunderbolt ports. That's
Yeah. So we got right. So yeah. So right now I'm charging through the side there through one of the Thunderbolt ports. The other one is for just normal USB-C. Good to know. Um, what's that next to it?
USB-C port, and that is
Ethernet?
3.2 Gen 2.
No.
You can use any of these two ports to charge the computer.
Really? Okay, let's try that. Yeah, both work. I don't know why I would need to, but always good to check, always good to
And
have a
then
backup.
after that is the side doctor connect port, which is
Ethernet,
for
Ethernet. Okay.
Lenovo docks, and you can get the
I don't have Ethernet set up because I don't have my own Wi-Fi set up, right? I'm in student accommodation, but I do wonder about getting that set up. It would be kind of cool to have blazing fast internet. I mean, then again, I don't play games, but if you like host a server or something, maybe.
optional Ethernet adapter for Lenovo, which will actually plug into this special port as well. And then after that is a USB 3.2.
USB. So the first thing I will always check on a laptop is how many USB ports are there. My Lenovo has, I mean, my Asus VivoBook. Um, it has 3 USB ports. So right now I'm using 2 of them for my camera and thingy. Right, you can see there. I got my microphone and my camera plugged in. The camera that I'm holding right now, right? And then luckily my mouse, shout out Logitech by the way, best mouse in the world, bro. Logi know what they're doing. This is Bluetooth. It's wireless and it doesn't require a USB to plug in, so that's great. So I'm actually only like usually I only ever use 2 ports out of 3, but sometimes if I want to plug in my USBs for like external storage, maybe I'm watching something I've downloaded, or if I'm accessing like game files, then I will do that. Use my third port. But this has 2 ports, which is good enough. And if I want to add more, I can of course get a USB ports extender. Obviously that's like external stuff. I'm not a huge fan of getting external accessories, but for stuff like USBs at home, like whatever, like it's fine. Um, in fact, I could probably get that for like actually. I'm also using a converter for my microphone. Um, as you can see down there, I have the actual microphone here, and then I have a converter for that one, just because the ports are different, right? So usually that would go through the microphone hole. In my case, I only have a headphones hole, so I can't do that, unfortunately. Um, but yeah, just a thought there. All right.
To Gen 1 port, which is Type A, and it does
Can you
support Power
charge?
Share as well. And
Oh,
then the
damn.
headphone jack, and then the
Power share.
optional
Okay, it's different.
smart
Yeah, power jack for
card.
headphones. It's a power jack, headphone jack, smart card reader. Cool. So I don't have. He has one in. I don't. But I wonder what is a smart card? Like a credit card? Okay. I can steal people's information.
Reader.
That's a
Looking on
joke.
the right hand side of the computer, starting on the right, we've got the security lock slot, and then a
How does that work? Like I see those on some computers, but I don't know how it actually what it actually
HDMI
does. Security lock slot. Jesus Christ, my voice is cracked. Not SLT. Physically telegraph to a fixed object, deterring theft in public spaces. Oh, okay, I see. So like literally just for like keeping something locked in place. Um, that's cool, I guess. Mostly for like selling stuff, like on display. I don't know when I would use that in like a public space. I just wouldn't leave my laptop unattended anyway. But that's cool.
port, which is version 1.
Yep. Thank God, by the way. So okay, so 2 things I check actually are how many USB ports are there, and is there HDMI port? For some reason, computers. Well, I say for some reason, the answer is Apple. They just remove HDMI ports, even though people still use HDMI for their monitors, for TVs, and everything. So not having HDMI ports sucks. My mom and my brother both have MacBooks. Cancer, bro. It's actually cancerous. But having a HDMI port is awesome. So I'm glad to see that this one does. Yeah, very cool.
0.4B, and then a 3.2 Gen 1 Type A port, and then a micro SD card reader, and then the power button.
Micro SD cards. I wonder what I could use that for. I was thinking like maybe like my Wii or something, but I think I need a specialized card reader for that.
And then the Garage Lenovo Pro Pen. What
Yeah,
this X13 Yoga can be configured with. Now with the processor wise, it is using the 10th generation Intel Core. Now
yeah,
you can either configure with an i5 or an i7.
yeah. So Intel Core i5 i7, 10th generation. Fairly old. I mean, this video was 5 years ago, so that really gives you an idea of how old this might be. Keep in mind, I got this laptop like 4 years ago. But if I check my performance, you'll see that my CPU here on this computer, this one I got 3 years ago, again in Qatar. Maybe not 4 years ago, actually, right? But this one is i5, which you'd think is worse, right? Oh, i5, i7, because this one is I think this one is i7. I did check the specs on it, but look, this is 10th generation, whereas my one here on this computer here is 11th generation. So it is actually better, which is unfortunate. And then for the GPU, you can see here that I have two GPUs. I have the Intel one, but I also have the GeForce MXC 50. By the way, not powerful, but it gets the job done. This
And they're
one
both 4
is
cores.
integrated
And as for
graphics.
the RAM wise, it can go up to a maximum of 16 gigs of RAM.
16 gigs is pretty good. I actually have slots, so mine goes to 16 gigs anyway. But you'll see. Wait, never mind. At some point, this actually said it had 8 slots, but I guess that was a bug, and now it's fixed itself. Anyway, so I have 16 gigs on this. I swear this used to say 8 slots, but anyway, that's just a bug. I love my VivoBook, bro. It's so functional. It's not, bro. See if I can remember my password here. Okay, good. Hopefully I didn't just leak it. Who cares? Right. So, mm, one of the first things that I did to test this was get ASBR. So here's my ThinkPad. Okay. Back when I used Opera GX, I guess. I don't anymore for the record, but quit Opera. Oh, it's so nice to have a functioning trackpad. Oh, by the way, did I mention? I said my trackpad's broken. What I meant is like the clicking is broken, but also the trackpad itself on this VivoBook is broken as well. But this one will work fine, I'm sure. You also have this red thing in the middle, which I think can be used for that. Anyway, yeah. So this is my Windows 11 on my ThinkPad. Ignore the exposure on the screen. That's just my shitty camera. But you can see there I have Kojo also Batelar installed, and I tested it, and I was like, "Oh, this is really slow." And I was like, "Oh, it's because I don't have a GPU." But that is unfortunate. It's a touchscreen though. Yeah. No. I can't really tell if it's touchscreen. It should be touchscreen, but maybe it's only with the stylus. So if I take the stylus out and try touching, oh yeah. Configure a pen. Dismiss. Okay, yeah. So it's touchscreen with the pen. I can't seem to use my finger though, but that's okay because I'm not. Yeah, that's fine. That's great. So again, like when I first got this, I thought I didn't know it was touchscreen because I didn't know there was a pen. So like I've wasted so much potential by just not using this. Anyway, let's check the specs. The keyboard's a lot smaller. So this is the keyboard, right? Obviously, it's a lot better than this keyboard in terms of like just like the textile, whatever. But it's missing the right D-pad or whatever that's called, which is unfortunate because I use that for alt codes, right? So this one just doesn't have it. And also for some games, like for some fighting games, you want to use those controls. Now, I'm not going to be playing fighting games on this computer anyway because I can't. But just a thought. For some reason, FN lock. Oh, okay. So my FN and controller switched. So it's Control Shift Escape, not FN Shift Escape. Um, yeah. So if I check my specs here, CPU is i7, but 10th generation. So the better of the two, but still, 10th generation. So not too much worse than this one on my VivoBook, but it's still older. And I do have I have 16 gigs of memory of RAM, so that's also good. Using 2 slots, and my GPU is Intel UHD graphics. Now I don't know if I can tinker with this, but it's probably not worth it. To be fair, I'll probably just keep this as a work laptop and then get a new laptop for like beefier tasks, right? Um, okay, yeah, let's go on.
RAM, and that is soldered to the system board. So
Soldered.
you need to select the correct one because you can't upgrade later on once you've got it. As for
Okay, good
storage
to know then,
wise, it has one
because
slot
mine is
of
16.
M.2, so you can actually put the SSD hard drive in there.
Oh, yeah, I have So this computer here, the VivoBook, has 475 gigs. This ThinkPad has the same amount of storage. So it would be cool to upgrade storage, but at the same time, I think I'll just invest in an external USB anyway, so I can transfer data between computers. I do already have pen drives, but I'm just worried that pen drives are quite fragile, so I don't put anything too important on them, just like game
And as
files
for
and
the
movies and
graphics
stuff.
wise, it is using the Intel integrated graphics. As
Yeah.
for display wise, there are 4 options that you can choose from. So 3 of them are the full HD options. Now, first off is the full HD, which is the normal version, which is the one I've got right here. And of course, it has multi-touch, being a touchscreen, of course, so I can actually do the pen support. And this one is rated at 300 nits of brightness. Now, there is also a low power mode version,
Okay.
and that's rated at 400 nits of brightness, and there's
Oh,
also
hold
a
on. It's bright. Like, it's like bright, bright. Interesting. Um, I mean, again, you can't see my screen, my ThinkPad right now, but actually, I don't know. The brightness looks the same,
privacy guard screen
essentially.
version. Now, what the privacy guard screen is basically limiting the viewing angle to pretty much the user, so you don't have prying eyes on the left and right.
Really? Oh, is it a choice? Okay. I can see my screen perfectly from an angle, and I'm sure you can too, right? Um, but I don't really care about that anyway. I do wonder if I go to my settings, can I change my display settings? That could be PC. Ooh. Um, System, display, HDR. I do not know enough about like stuff. My scale is 125%. Can I go 100? And I need to sign out to custom scale. Where uh, advanced display settings, bit depth 8 bits. Do I have 2 displays? No, I have one. Okay, I have one display. Resolution 1080p. I can change the orientation, right? Landscape, portrait. Very cool, very cool. I can also do so it seems like there's a rotation lock by default, or maybe that's just because I've tried, or maybe that's just because I've tried to change my scale. Yeah, okay, whatever. Either way, I want to get Linux on this, so I won't tinker too much with the customizations.
Right side of the screen, so it's when you're more working on sensitive data. Now that one is rated at 500 nits of brightness, so that's pretty bright there. And there is a UHD version of this one here, and this is 400 nits of brightness.
God
All the
damn,
displays
4K.
have a glossy finish to the screen, and that's because it needs
Yeah,
to
mine's
actually
not
take the
4K.
impact of the pen. And the
I do
X13 yellow.
wonder. I do wonder if mine's OLED. Although I'm almost trying to test it other than I'm not sure how to test that other than just to get like a black image. But
Does come with the latest Wi-Fi 6 and Bluetooth 5.1 for your connectivity.
I
As
hope
for the
so.
webcam, there are two options. They're
Oh
both
yeah, webcam.
720p webcams, and this one I've got the normal one, which actually has a privacy guard here, and it's just
Let me actually check my webcam as well. Because my camera on this computer on the VivoBook is really bad. Let's camera access your precise location. No? Okay. So yeah, the webcam's not great. But I think it's still better than my Asus. That's the webcam. See if I can get this around. Right. Not terrible. Hold on. Yeah. I mean, you can't tell anyway, but that is it. Um, Good enough for like calls and stuff. Camera settings, system settings, maybe. Yeah, I can't change the quality settings, but what I can do is change like the brightness and stuff. Eh, more contrast. Oh, goddamn. Sharpness, saturation. Yeah. Okay.
might have a little flick of the switch and you will actually see a physical shutter go over the webcam, and you also see a nice little red dot just to indicate that it is currently being covered and it's also disabled as well, so you won't have prying eyes or when it accidentally turns on. Now the other, you
How
also
do I do
see a
that?
nice little red, and this one I've got the normal one, which actually has a privacy
Oh, I see it at the top. Yeah, so I can just click that and it blocks the camera. Cool.
guard here, and it's just made of a little flick of the switch and you will actually see a physical shutter go over the webcam, and you also see a nice little red dot just to indicate that it is currently being covered and it's also disabled as well, so you won't have prying eyes or when it accidentally turns on. Now the other second version is the IR version, and again is a 720p webcam. As for the keyboard, it houses the good famous ThinkPad keyboard, which I really do love.
Why do people love this one so much? Already it has different keys, page up, page down are next to the arrow keys. I mean,
It's
we'll see if we
got
zooms in
good
here.
key travel and good tactile feel
Tactile feel. I agree.
to each individual key, as well as a very nice smooth texture on each individual key as well. And there's good spacing between each keys, and you find
I don't know if it's smooth. It's more. It's like it feels grippy, which is good. Yeah, my VivoBook's a lot more smooth. Although that might just be because like it's worn
you'll
out.
just enjoy typing on this keyboard. Now, the only fault I can find about the ThinkPad keyboard,
I make a lot of typo. The camera's moving. I make a lot of typos on this computer. Um, my VivoBook, my Asus. I'll just call it from now on. Um, Mostly because the keyboard's bugged as hell. But like, I do wonder because like it's very wide, right? Like I can spread out my two hands across my keyboard, whereas I can't even go close to that on the ThinkPad. I don't know.
now this is if you're new to the ThinkPad range, is the famous function key and the control key are flipped around.
Yeah, they're flipped around, so that's why I mentioned a bit earlier. You also have a print screen button next to the right control, which is interesting. And if I press it, it does indeed open the screenshot thing. The power button is not on the keyboard. Um, yeah. There's FN lock, but that's whatever. Caps lock, I'd like to customize, just be the escape button for like Vim stuff, but whatever. Oh, I do have a negation key because it's an English UK keyboard. Oh, okay. It's a UK keyboard. Cool. I don't know which I prefer between UK and US. All I would say is that a UK keyboard is low-key better for programming, just like weirdly enough, because it's like maintained with the symbols that have been used for programming, whereas I feel like the US one might be a bit more commercially focused. Yeah, cool.
Now you actually can change that in BIOS or also in the
Actually, the biggest thing is that I have the pound sign on my keyboard. There is no pound sign on my US keyboard, so that's huge because like I have to like using alt code every time I want to type the pound sign. It's hell, bro. It's hell. Um, I also got the dollar and euro sign, so I can also do euros. Very useful. But most importantly, I have the negation symbol.
Windows software under Lenovo keyboard settings. So you can swap that around if you want to get used to the normal way of doing things, or you can just get used to having the function key on the very bottom left hand corner. Now in 2020, they have actually included the video conferencing.
I almost never use the function call button. I mean the function button. I almost wish it was on the right side of the keyboard. So I don't know how this will affect me. Especially like if you're playing games where like control to crouch, like your pinky coming down to the control button, like cruel, whatever. I mean, again, I don't play games, but hypothetically speaking, um, these buttons are also a bit whack on the top.
Buttons
Like we've got a mute button and volume, fair enough. They've got like a note, like a microphone block button. Um, which I guess like privacy, brightness buttons, display button for like screen sharing, which is this one, F7. F8 is like a block internet. Yeah, like turn off internet. Wait, I can insert a SIM? Like a car? That's interesting. Car, what? Like a phone? Bro, that's crazy. Can I make calls on this shit? But yeah, so there's like airplane mode, which is also kind of cool. Cool, what? Normal. F9 is a messaging button. Just opens my notifications. And then I have the two call buttons, right? I don't have anything set up for that. So maybe I can replace those. I don't know. And then I have my star button F12, which does nothing. Don't know what it's used for.
that's up there, which is in the F9 to F11, and therefore video conferencing. The F12 key is something that you can actually just customize to anything
Okay,
you desire. And
cool. So in comparison to my other keyboard here, the VivoBook, Asus VivoBook has keyboard light, whereas for keyboard light, I need to use FN on a spacebar, which is fine, I guess. I can disable my trackpad, which is very useful for my Asus, whereas I don't seem to have that option here, at least not as a easy key by default. Screen share, I can lock my screen with one button. That's also very useful. I might actually map my F12 to that, just to like lock my screen immediately. Or maybe this like some kind of keyboard shortcut I can do instead, which is fine. Disable camera, but that's physical here. Screenshot, which is at the bottom of my keyboard instead. Then F12 opens the Asus Help Center. Every time I mispress that key is so annoying because I never want to use the Asus Help Center. So yeah, that's the thing. Otherwise, yeah,
the keyboard does have backlight. Now, to actually activate the backlight is pretty much function
exactly.
spacebar, and there are three settings to it. So off, mid, and also high for light, and they should do pretty well. Locate
Yeah, the Asus has three brightness modes. Not including off, but I only ever use one of them, so it's
in the
fine.
middle of the keyboard is the track point, or what I would
Yeah,
call
what
the
is
G
this?
spot because of where it's located. Now, I don't really use it myself, but I do know
The
a
G
fair
spot.
number of people who still do actually use the track point. And
Yeah, why is it there? People go crazy for this thing, but like genuinely, what does it do? Just it's like an alternative mousepad,
and
trackpad.
underneath the spacebar is the three buttons that support the track point for the mouse clicks. And as for the track
What? Wait, so is it like an optional way, like a yeah, like a different way to just use a mouse? Okay.
trackpad. It's got a bit of a nice smooth feel to it. It's a bit of a matte feel to
It
that
does.
as well. And it's
Yeah,
got a
it's
nice
very Mac.
decent size to it. It's not overly large, but it's actually a decent size to it. And of course it is hinged at the
Soft click.
top. So yeah, most of the mechanical part of where the press down is near the bottom. At the top, it's pretty much just
Hopefully it's
flat. You
quite
won't be able to do
strong.
that. Now it does support multi-gestures, so it can actually do a lot of the gestures that Windows have. Now
Very good.
on the right hand side of the trackpad is the optional fingerprint reader. One of the
Cool.
features I do like to bring your attention to, which is something I personally do like, is having the power button located on the right hand side of the computer rather than where the keyboard side is.
Yeah.
And the reason for that is when this computer is in tablet mode, you can actually turn this computer on and off, or even wake the computer on, because most of the time the keyboard side is disabled for when it's in tablet mode. The other thing that's really nice while the power button is on the right hand side is when this computer has its lid closed and you've actually got it docked into a docking station or plug into a docking adapter, something like this, where it actually does have more USB ports as well as display ports, so it can actually run external screens. But something like this, which is a little more on the cheaper side, they actually don't have a power button, so you can't really mirror the power button, and that's where this really is very useful feature, where you can actually turn the computer on or wake the computer up from the side rather than have to open this lid up just to turn it on, then close the lid back down. So I do like having the power button on the right hand side there.
I'm just thinking I can use this to watch TV shows in handheld mode. I don't know if that's good though, but like probably better than like using a laptop to watch a movie, right? Like I mean, I do a TV like right there, but um, I don't know. It's a taste, I guess.
There are two speakers located on the bottom front of the X13 Yoga, and when I tested out the maximum volume of the speakers, it managed to measure in at 81.8 decibels.
My speakers for my Asus are really bad, like really quiet. So I do wonder how this compares. I mean, I don't care anyway because I pretty much always use headphones anyway. But
So it's not overly loud, but it'll be enough for you to actually do your video conferencing as well as presenting in a cafe. Now, as for the sound quality of the speakers, I'll probably say it's pretty average. It does have a little bit of bass, which did surprise me there. So there is some sort of bass there, but as for the sound quality there, it's pretty average. You've got the mids and the highs pretty
again,
average.
I
They
use
are
headphones.
balanced.
So
And as for the acoustics, it's pretty much straightforward, and that's pretty much it. It's not really mind-blowing sounds coming out of the speakers there, but they'll do you fine. The X13 comes with a 65-watt power adapter, and it is
I really hope this part
charging
here
through
is like strong because I've had to replace my charger recently for my VivoBook because the charger just broke, which sucks.
its USB-C port.
Twice.
Now it also comes with a 50-watt-hour battery, and it does support rapid charge. And what that means is you can charge the battery from 0 to 80% in 1 hour's time. And
Cool.
well, I did perform the battery life test for this X13 Yoga, and with my battery life test, I do actually do a consistent load for the processor, RAM, and hard drive. And I actually put the actual screen brightness to 100% for the first two tests. So when I tested out the battery life in the best performance mode, it managed to get 1 hour and 35 minutes. And
Bro, if I use these settings on my Asus right now, granted the battery's like deteriorated over time, but like it would last like 10 minutes. Like no joke. It's unusable.
in better performance mode, it managed to get 1 hour and 45 minutes. Then I dropped the processing load to 50% and also the screen brightness to 50%. And
Mm, I guess this is like roughly what I do for my lectures. Obviously with Wi-Fi on, I would lower my screen brightness anyway. Um, just like as like an instinctual conservation of battery. And then like I wouldn't be doing anything that intensive. Like I'd have Obsidian. It's Obsidian for note taking, my browser for Google searching, and Claude maybe for questions. But that's about it. So
and in better battery life mode, it managed to get 3 hours.
3 hours. Yeah, I mean that's great. Like my longest lectures would be like 2 hours. Um, again, this laptop, my Asus, I can stretch it to like 80 minutes maybe before it dies. But yeah, I mean like 3 hours is plenty. Also, My Asus is also bugged, so it doesn't realize when it's on low battery. Like it will drop to like 40% and then just die without any warning. So I also look forward to having a laptop that even if it does run low on battery, like it tells me, So like I have time to like plug it in or at least like save what I'm doing. My Asus just dies like that. Like I'm using it 40%. Oh, okay. It freezes. What's going on? Dead. That's awesome.
minutes. And in battery saving mode, it did
Oh,
manage to get 5 hours and
okay. Well, I mean, obviously, I would use battery saver mode in this case. So yeah, 5 hours is so good. Oh my
13
god.
minutes. Now, I
Hopefully,
also tested
it
this computer
maintains
in what
that
I call media mode. So
health.
pretty much it's connected to Wi-Fi with the screen brightness and the speaker's volume at 50%. And I pretty much was just streaming YouTube the whole entire time, and it
Nine
managed to get
hours.
9 hours and 13 minutes. So it's actually decent
Let's
for
go.
an average use. The weight of the Lenovo ThinkPad X13
If that's
Yoga
decent, then
is
this is shit. Like the Asus is shit.
1.25 kilos.
I don't care about
When I
weight, but
tested out the temperatures
it's
and
obviously very
fan
light.
noise of X13 Yoga, when I put this computer on load, I found most of the heat was located near the center of the keyboard, specifically where the Y and H key is. And that's unsurprising because that's where the processor sits underneath that area of the keyboard. And the
Okay.
other area that I find that heats up a little bit is where the F12 and home key is. And that's unsurprising because that's where the exhaust sits, which is basically blowing out the rear.
Fair
When I
enough.
tested that, the measurements
I do
for
wonder
the
about the fan
temperature,
noise.
my ambient temperature was low, which is
Like these are kind of meaningless to me, but it's good that these aren't too hot. Cause like obviously my hands will be here, so like I don't like burn myself. That's cool.
average use, which is tasks like office productivity work, streaming videos. I really wouldn't advise putting this computer while it's on load on your lap. Then again, I won't.
Yeah. Despite the name, I almost never use a laptop as a laptop. And when I do, I use one of these things. I don't know how visible that is. It's a laptop top. So that's really important for not burning your legs off. And also like the computer cannot like also can get some heat away.
Won't really advise any computer to be put on your lap while it's on load. Usually these
No.
days, a lot of laptops are becoming quite hot underneath.
Yeah.
I also measured this computer while it's in tablet mode with 100%
I wonder if that affects your fertility or is that a myth? Do laptops affect fertility? They can. Okay, I'm a female. Hmm. Shit. Alright then. Do not put your laptop down there.
load, and on the display
I don't know how loud 33 decibels is, but
side, it measured in the hottest area was 41 degrees Celsius. And as for the fan noise, it actually dropped a lot to about 33 decibels. So it's
I mean, again, I used to have a broken fan and it was so loud. I mean, fun fact, the fan in question is on my wall. Yeah, this thing was broken and when it spun, like the entire lecture just like was turn around because it's like a dying like you get like the jet engine memes, right? Mine was like a dying. It was like a vintage car starting up, but like just that sound the entire time. It was horrific. I don't mind the jet engine because like at least like the jet engine is like a like background noise. But mine was like anyway. Anyway, I doubt it can get much worse than that. So
actually gone a lot quiet. And also on the keyboard side, while this is in tablet mode, it measured at a hottest area of 49 degrees Celsius. And
oh,
of course,
Fahrenheit.
the
Sorry.
fan noise was
Okay,
still at
was like
33
120 degrees
decibels. As you can
Celsius.
see, while it's in tablet
No,
mode, it actually slows down the fan quite a lot. So it's actually not that loud.
that's cool.
Let's have a look at the stability performance of
Don't
the
care about the
processor as
noise
well
anyway,
as
but
if there is any
it's
thermal
just in like
throttling.
in like
Now
lecture
this
hall specifically.
X13 Yoga is configured with an i5 10 310.
So mine is stronger than this. Yep,
U
not to
processor
flex or
with the
anything.
base clock speed of laptop. And this is not specifically to this one here,
So it's a
but this one
concern.
also shares this design problem with the thermals, and that is where the exhaust vents are located. It is located on the top right hand corner, and this is more because when I am a right-hander, this is a problem that I have. So I'm just going to grab the pen out here so you can actually demonstrate this. If I'm just trying to try and take some notes, I would normally put my hand up right here just to give it support, and I'll actually lay the tablet on my forearm, left forearm that is.
I guess. I mean, I'd never hold my notepad like that. I put it down on a desk, but fair
Okay,
play.
because I'm a right-hander.
So is this like right hand propaganda then? Or like left hand propaganda? That's crazy.
And when I grip it, you can straight away see how I'm gripping this.
Yeah.
Is that's where the
Covers the fans.
exhaust vent
Oh, that's
sits.
fine.
So very sturdy still though. That's which comes to another area I'm just going to talk about is actually its build quality. So the build quality is fantastic as you would expect for ThinkPad. These things are built tough. These actually take through, passes through 12 military tests for this, and of
What does
course
that
there is
mean?
quite a bit of
Military
spill
tests.
resistance for
So,
liquid, but don't try and still put liquid through it. It still is a computer.
okay, that's good.
So,
Well,
but it
good to
does
know.
can survive a little bit of a spill there, and of course the build construction is fantastic all the way around. You've got a nice sort of
Fine.
smooth
Will it
feel to it.
survive?
It does grab a bit of fingerprints, unfortunately, I've got to say. And as for
That's
the
all right.
hinge, they are metal.
I'm concerned with a touchscreen about fingerprints actually. Um, I mean, I wouldn't use my finger. I'd use a pen, but like I'm constantly like rubbing my screen on my Asus because it gets really like dusty and stuff. Um, I need like a reliable way to just clean my screen because it really irks me having smudge marks over my screen.
Which is
Same
they're
same for my
actually
phone
really good
actually,
metal. I've got to
my
say
iPhone.
that. So I don't think they're going to have so much of a hinge problem there at all. And these things can pretty much take quite a bit of a beating there. So I've got to say. So and that's the same for the keyboard. Let me just bring up the keyboard.
Can we not abuse a computer? This is making me uncomfortable. So the ultimate Linux laptop. Interesting. So let me add this to my Obsidian notes. That's right, chat. We're actually using Obsidian. Whoa, let's go. Lenovo ThinkPads are great for Linux. Topics. Computers, I guess. Linux. Yeah. I mean, that's kind of it. Oh, what did I just do? Did I just close it? Did I delete it? No. Okay. I don't know why, but maybe we'll watch this video and see. Second hand for $400. Oh shit. Okay, so this was a year ago, and he got it for $400. So if I were to ever sell this, I'd probably want to sell it for like 300 and pounds, maybe sort of £400. Um, yeah. I mean, if I sold it, it'd be to get a new laptop. But at that point, I guess it makes more sense to sell the VivoBook. Although I don't know who would buy this because it's so shit. I'm being honest. Like I'd have to basically mislead someone into buying it, and that's just a bit mean. So I'd rather not to. I'd rather not do that. Um, done with Adobe. Holy moly! You know it's serious when a tech review channel is abandoning Adobe. I'm actually curious about this video. I might watch it later. Aura Crown? Lenovo Yoga Pro Aura. All right, bro. Now, again, I'm not particularly enthralled by ThinkPads. I don't know why it's so good for Linux, but let's find out, chat. Let us find out. In fact, this guy seems to do a lot of ThinkPad related videos, or at least like those are like fairly popular. Uh, what? Okay, so ThinkPad Linux, and this guy uses an old ThinkPad, by the way. Wait, Xforts? What? Why is Xfort? Why is Xforts doing a? Huh? For those who don't know, X-Force is a JoJo YouTuber. Guys, I'm telling you guys, the JoJo verse is crazy, bro. We got programmers, we got Linux users, like we got everything, bro. We got everything. That's crazy. And these are quite recent too. Like I know the trend's quite useful. Recent, sorry. Again, I don't know why it's so popular, but let's watch the video and see. Uh,
This is the ultimate Linux playground, a
why? Okay, wait, oh yeah,
framework
that's framework. I've heard about a framework. I don't really care for it though. But maybe I just don't know.
laptop 13 built from the ground up for Linux. And I love it. I could swap out the SSD within 5 minutes and just jump into another distro. But when I posted a video about it,
When you're inside your ThinkPad, take the time to replace your old thermal paste. Okay. Switch the FN and right control keys via BIOS. Okay. That's cool actually. I'd probably do that. Question is though, like, why is it like that by default? Like, who uses the FN key like at all? Besides like go like full screen maybe on a Windows.
many of you said the ThinkPad is the ultimate Linux laptop and repairable and upgradable too. Just get one of those and you'll be happy.
Upgradable?
So was my framework just overkill for what I was using it for? Are ThinkPads truly the ultimate repairable?
Let's see.
So I was recently in
Oh damn! I mean, like, what the hell, bro? Extra forts. I didn't know this channel existed. What does he do? Okay, so like he like barely uploads. He did a JoJo speedrun. Well, a JoJo's, the PS2 game. Just sick. X Forts, my goat. JoJo content and Arch Linux content, like, just marry me already. Okay, let's start with this video just to find out why ThinkPads are so popular in the first place. This is an interesting take. Honestly, I wish more gaming laptops were more straightforward like ThinkPads. I don't need RGBs to be super thin or fancy cases, just matte black, a fat power brick, and a solid build. Now, I actually do like the RGBs, personally, but only if like it can sync. Like, there's this cool thing like with Terraria, for instance. Well, I think the latest update, like 1.5, I think they did keyboard RGB support. So you can have if you're in the ice biome, your keyboard turns blue. That's the only case I would like RGBs. Otherwise, it is just there fluff and kind of distracting. So I don't know why people like thin gaming laptops. Like, don't you want to feel like you have a big beefy machine? Like having it super thin is just weird and surely that also compromises on um its power, right? Um. And if it's thinner, it might be lighter, but I don't care. Fancy cases. The case is good so it doesn't break. I'll say that much. Matte black, bit boring. Fat power brink. I don't know what that means, but I assume that means like just thick. Solid build, yeah. Every like this comment gets, I'll buy one ThinkPad. Okay, let's see.
Oh, the matte black exterior, the tasteful thickness.
Why do people like matte black so much? I don't care for it.
Oh, the matte black exterior.
Give me like a camo laptop.
The tasteful.
What is that? That's an old one. Jesus. I mean, I see this design goes way back, hence the G spot. Like, I don't know why else it would be there in the first place, unless it was like an old relic that's been continued for ThinkPad lovers. This one looks quite old, yeah. The old Windows key,
Thickness.
Windows 7.
And is that a nipple? They
Great
just
question.
don't make laptops like this anymore.
The ThinkPad, one of the most iconic laptops of all time. But on the internet, it's gained a cult following like no other laptop. There's memes about ThinkPads. There's forums dedicated to talking about ThinkPads. There's collectors of ThinkPads. You've probably seen your favorite tech YouTuber raving about how much they love ThinkPads. The online community around ThinkPads is huge. But how did ThinkPads become so popular online?
And these are cool because like they're thick. I don't know. So like, but like maybe they're like deceivingly thick, like not that powerful. Like I want like a beefy laptop, but like that's also powerful, like proper GPU and whatnot.
Line. What's all the hype about? And are they really that good?
Ooh, my screen size is quite small actually. I forgot to say that. Like my VivoBook is a much bigger screen, which can be useful for programming because it means I can have more text on the screen. So I will just mention that.
In this video, we're going to go over how ThinkPads went from a simple business laptop to an online cult. Now, we can't talk about the current users of ThinkPads without talking about the original
Dude, I love this. This is so pure. And then we got this shit. Uh, dude, I want to get Arch so bad though. Honestly, I want to get Arch. I want to get all these stickers. You know, these Linux stickers. You know, I need these stock. Bro, I need these leggings. I need these leggings. Bro. I need these leggings. Oh my
market
god,
for
bro.
them. ThinkPads were originally manufactured by IBM, the company that popularized the entire idea of having
I wonder that's why my uncle got this one because he used to work at
a
IBM.
personal computer.
Great
The
uncle.
laptops they made were high quality, innovative, and their designs won award after award. Even before ThinkPads developed their legendary status on the internet, they already had a cult following in the business world. For a long time, if you were serious about using your laptop for business,
It's like a
you used a
DS.
ThinkPad. It
It's
was just
literally
part
like a
of the
DS.
business uniform, along with the BlackBerry, of course.
Oh
Yup,
god.
it's business in time. And it wasn't for no reason that ThinkPads were popular with businesses.
CD port, bro. Bring back the CD port, bro.
First off, they were practically
Oh
indestructible.
my
They could really take a
god,
beating. Now, if you use a MacBook off, they
guys, what the fuck am I looking at right now? I mean, it's promising.
were practically indestructible. They could really take a beating.
I mean, I would love. I would like. One of my greatest fears is my bedroom catching fire. Um, if I can guarantee that my laptop will survive the fire, we're chill,
Now,
man.
if you use a MacBook, you might want to avert your eyes from the screen. But you could drop these things. ThinkPads would have roll cages
What?
protecting the important components inside.
Oh, that's so sick. And it's like, look at the insides too. I do hope it's modular. I mean, I don't know why I would switch, but like just like tinker with it would be kind of fun. Again, I miss the CD jack, DVD jack, but I do have one of my own. I do also have a Blu-ray reader, but it's broken on arrival. I guess I had bad luck. I was refunded though, so I can fix it someday.
You could spill a glass of water on the keyboard. There's a
What
tray
the
under the
hell?
keyboard with drain holes going out the bottom, whereas other computers would just have the
This is a
motherboard
joke.
underneath with little to no protection. They're dust
That's not
resistant,
real.
they're
There's
heat
no way.
resistant, they're space resistant. That's right, they've even been to space. Basically, they're pretty
That's
sturdy.
so hot.
They were designed to withstand the rigors of business travel, and it needed to be able to take some bumps along the way.
Yeah.
And they succeeded. That's not
So that's what. So this is travel. That's good because I definitely envision myself in the future doing a lot of business
the
travel.
only part of the design that business customers liked. They were also just great to work on. The keyboard was better than anything else at the time. And then there's the iconic design that hasn't changed for decades. With other companies, the laptop design usually goes
Oh, it's crazy to think how much these look like DS. Like I'm sorry, like I said like so many times, but a DS is actually a mini laptop if you think about it. Man, bruh. Honestly, like the MacBook peaked like here. You know what I'm saying? And then like here, like it got a bit weird. Like here, it was okay. And then the 2006 MacBook Pro. Maybe I'm biased because that's literally when I was born, but like this was peak. Like this is good, but like look at how much like wider it is. You know, you got the big ass screen. It's so peak. Is it heavy? Not even that much. Like I used it as like a kid in school, so like, it's not that heavy. Like yeah, it's big, but like, are you a weakling, bro? And then yeah, and then it's just downhill from there, bro. 17-inch. Oh, it's smaller. I love smaller laptops because like I've squeezed my eyes. This actually this one's kind of hot as well. And then the Air came, and somehow the MacBook Air became like the norm. Uh, yeah,
through major
it's
changes
tragic.
every few years. And if you like your old laptop, you might not be able to get the same laptop again when it's time to upgrade in a few years.
Mm.
But the ThinkPad has made a deliberate effort to keep the design the same. David Hill, who
But
served
they
as the
removed
design chief for
the disc
ThinkPads
jack.
for over 20 years, was told in 1995 that it was time to change the design up after 3 years of the same thing. But he was not changing the
Why?
design. He said, of all the problems we have, this isn't one of them. And
Exactly.
he said, if the design ain't broke, don't fix it.
Creatives begging for jobs,
And it
bro.
looks like he got his wish all the way up until present day. That's why you
Sick.
still have the same black brick that you did 30 years ago. You
Dude, shout out Black Bricks. Like,
still have the little nub in the middle of
okay, look, the G Sport is a bit strange. Why would I use this? Like, it's nice as like a distraction, but I genuinely don't know why I would use that.
the keyboard. It's been there for decades. Some might think it's unnecessary when we now have much better trackpads, but that's part of what makes a ThinkPad a ThinkPad.
Can I like remap it to something else? I don't know what, but like just something.
Yep, people loved it. So ThinkPads have always been popular in the corporate world, and they're
Okay.
still popular to this day. But how did they cross over to be the preferred laptop of computer nerds everywhere? So ThinkPads
Genuinely.
were always meant to be business class laptops, and they were never really marketed to consumers.
No.
These business class laptops at the time were
$17.99? Bro, these were expensive back in the day. This is pre-inflation.
not cheap. But after the
No.
lease is up, companies were replacing them with something else and selling them on the used market for cheap. That's when savvy consumers started to notice how good these laptops were as well. Even laptops that were 5 years old, or even older, were still in good condition. Now, in the 2010s, consumer grade laptops were starting to slim down. The thick, bulky Windows laptops were no longer in. Slim, stylish MacBooks were now paving the way for laptops everywhere. Apple, of course, made massive
Bro.
profits by making
Why would you want this? Like, it's slanted as well. Like, it's all sexy. It just looks weird. You know, give me my brick back.
laptops look
Give me
sexy.
my rectangle.
And
You
with
know
the
what
internet really becoming part of mainstream life, computers weren't just for businesses or nerds anymore. They were
I'm saying? Dude, this is so ugly. Like, even when I was growing up, like, Windows laptops just looked so much better than the modern, like, MacBook Air. Now, I will say, the MacBook Pro was always just mwah, mwah. But, like, this is just ugly as hell. And, like, look at how, like, why are the borders so thick as well, bruh? Like, where's the screen at, bruh?
for everyone. But computer enthusiasts
That's okay. This is, I mean, it's thin as hell, but I appreciate the keyboard here and like the big screen. I will say
were
that
getting
much.
fed up with Apple's design
Like this, but thicker. Like look at like this is nice, but where are the ports?
decisions. Sure, the MacBooks looked great,
No,
but design is about more than aesthetics. Apple started removing ports on their laptops.
ridiculous.
They started soldering all of the components onto the motherboard.
I mean, MacBooks were never meant to be, you know, modular anyway. But yeah, I do remember actually. So for some reason, I've had like 3 MacBook Pros in my lifetime. Not like exclusively bought for me, but just like handed down. One of them was broken, like the bottom just wasn't working anymore, like the bottom casing, so it kept falling off basically. So I would get a good peek at the underlying components, and yeah, it was hot. But I can't remember if that was pre-soldering or not.
Before, if you wanted to upgrade the RAM or the CPU or the storage space,
Yeah.
you could just open up your computer and replace it, just like you would a desktop computer.
Nowadays, that is just that is unthinkable for a
But now
MacBook.
other companies were starting to follow in Apple's footsteps, and laptops were getting less upgradable and repairable.
It's weird because I thought Lenovo had a bad reputation for modularity. No, that's not true. The issue was in Qatar specifically, it's hard to find Lenovo parts. That's what my friend told me. But otherwise, I think it's okay, actually okay.
Now, if your laptop slowed down, instead of adding more RAM, you just threw it away and bought a new one.
Yeah.
Now, laptop manufacturers can make
Tragedy.
more money than ever. So, old ThinkPads started to be used in a way to
I
fight
hate
back
the tech
against
industry,
the direction
bro.
that laptops were headed in. Sure, they were old, but they were
Honestly, like take this ThinkPad, make it like double thick, like add more USB ports, and like you have just sold me. You know
still
what I'm saying?
upgradable. If you like to tinker with computers, you would love using a ThinkPad.
What the hell? What is going on? I don't love to tinker because I was afraid I'm gonna break something. But like if I can tinker safely, honestly, this could be a good entry point for me. For like computer hardware stuff.
and people would replace everything on these laptops. Here's one example of someone who replaced the CPU, the RAM, the storage, the battery, the heatsink and fan, and the Wi-Fi card. That's how extensible these things were. They were used as a big middle finger to companies like Apple that didn't allow you any control over your own device. You weren't supposed to open up your Apple device yourself. You were supposed to take it to the Genius Bar where they would tell you to purchase a new $2,000 machine. The best part is, old ThinkPads are dirt cheap.
$7 ThinkPad. You know, I'm starting to see why people collect
To
these.
this day, you can still get a decent ThinkPad for as little as $150. And if you want to spend more money, just buy more parts and install them yourself. It'll still end
If
up
you
being
want to.
cheaper than a new laptop.
True.
Now, laptops that are years old start to slow down,
Oh
especially if they're
my
running Windows.
God.
After 5 years of use, a
Amen.
Windows laptop is usually on death's door.
And that's why we use Arch Linux.
But if you know how to install Linux, that's just the beginning. Linux is known for being much less bloated than Windows, especially modern Windows like Windows 11. It loves to eat your RAM.
It does.
But you can install a minimal distribution of
Actually, so I am planning to get Linux, just for the record. But I was wondering whether I should get like Mint, which is like the easy one, or if I should go for something like Arch, which is like the big daddy one. I think I'll go from Arch. There's also a third option, but I think Fedora, or maybe I'm wrong, but like there's like some third option that's like even more complex than Arch. But I think it's too much. It's like that was like set up your own drivers and stuff like that. Like that's, I don't know.
Linux on your laptop with only 4 gigabytes of RAM and still have it work fine. ThinkPads have always had
Bro, I remember when computers had these like flashing thingies. That's crazy. That's like the stuff you see on like Wi-Fi routers.
excellent Linux compatibility. A lot of laptops are difficult to run Linux on, with some features not being compatible.
I look, you miss
You
them.
might have issues with the
Nostalgia.
Wi-Fi card or the audio. But running Linux on ThinkPads is almost always a painless process. So
Okay.
it was basically a perfect
Why?
storm for
Whoa.
power users around the world.
That's me.
Old ThinkPads were essentially the counterculture
The Virgin MacBook. Becky has one and openly hates on it. Generic modern design, expensive to service, and overpriced. Got rid of I/O ports. Proprietary OS. Built on free. Yeah, it was free and open source software. Well, is that true? Was Unix false? I was talking about that one. Breaks down easily. Check out. Okay, to be fair, MacBooks don't really break down easily. I'm not sure that's true. But it's like when they do break down, you're kind of screwed. Check out my new iOS app. #learn to code. That's what my friend does because he uses Swift. Like, bruh, why is that bad? So used by soy devs. The Chad ThinkPad. Think Chad. Bro, I can't. Iconic red dots. Fuck the red dot, dude. Super affordable. Has all the I/O ports. It does. Base keyboard. Sure. The people's laptop. Stacy secretly wants one. Using space. Durable and built to. I actually wonder what they use for the Artemis 2. If they use like laptops there. Excellent Linux. Why is it so compatible though? I don't understand. What
to
makes it
everything
compatible?
that was wrong with modern laptops. And of course,
What makes the ThinkPad so Linux compatible? Like, is it actually Linux compatible, or is it like Linux philosophy compatible? You know what I mean? Like, it's in line with what Linux users want, as opposed to the actual operating system. So let me just move this up a way as well, so a bit more space. ThinkPads are exceptionally Linux compatible due to Lenovo's use of standardized Linux-friendly hardware. Okay, so the Lenovo ThinkPad uses Linux-friendly hardware that makes it an exceptional choice for setting up Linux. Its design also aligns with Linux user philosophy, as they are modular, long-lasting, and durable. I mean, same shit there. Modular and durable. Yeah. Cool.
People started to notice. I don't really know where the meme started, but if you were on 4chan's technology board in the 2010s, and even now, you can't avoid ThinkPads. ThinkPads started
Why does 4chan use the G, by the way? I never understood that. Like Reddit is R because r/Reddit, right? Reddit slash. But like why is it G?
to be the
Why does I got this. Why does 4chan use G slash? It's Japanese. Of course it is. Gijutsu, the Japanese word for technology. I mean, why am I not surprised?
laptop if you wanted to be cool in tech enthusiast spaces.
I love this image.
Like how Apple products
Why is there a USB there? What the hell? We're being robbed. Oh wait, wrong one. Being
are
robbed?
a status symbol, ThinkPads started to become their own sort of status symbol online. If you bought a ThinkPad, you didn't just use it. You would show it off on 4chan or Reddit or the enthusiast forum on ThinkPads.com.
Since when?
And the coolest people didn't just own one ThinkPad. You owned several. You upgraded your old ones. And you
I mean, if they're durable, maybe you could use a ThinkPad as like a server. Kind of
even
cool.
bought the ThinkPad docking station.
Bro, can I get a ThinkPad? Please. I need this. Bro, I need this so bad. Okay, that's not a docking station. Universal USB-C. I mean, I guess same thing, but this one might have like a special heatsink as well. Although I guess this is more like what's the word? More like versatile. I remain versatile. Let's have a look. It's on CEX for £28. I could buy this today. Shit. Oh, it's official too. Like, what's on it? USB, headphone jack. Like, why do I need this? Okay, this is the Amazon one. I mean, these are not comparable, bro. Unless it's on like the other side, but I don't know how to check that. Yeah, okay, it must be. So it comes with HDMI. Okay. I mean, the main thing is just more USB ports, honestly. But it's kind of cool, isn't it? So if I just for ThinkPad, by the way, £88. That's so cheap. I mean, this one's quite old, but 515. But what was this goofy? 450, 205. Okay. Okay. Cool. Any accessories like how much is a USB, by the way? No, like hard drive, like external hard drive. 58, 65. Not bad. 2 TB. Okay, just thinking.
to make it even more powerful. And don't forget the NeoFetch so you can show everyone how cool you are for installing Arch Linux.
What's a NeoFetch, bro? Okay.
You would show it off online, get recommendations on everyone how cool you are for installing Arch Linux. You would
That's actually I've actually never seen this before, but I also don't like hang around those kind of things. Oh, I don't use 4chan, but that's sick. Having a fucking ThinkPad in the background. I might actually start doing that once I set this up, just like troll.
show it off online, get recommendations on how to upgrade yours.
God damn. It's just I just love this, bro. I just love looking at it while
Post
I'm on a
buying
board.
guide so
Really cheap, spill-proof keyboard. I mean, you should be spilling stuff anyway. T-series. No. Do not buy ThinkPads with BIOS locked passwords. I'd be surprised if this one
other
is.
people could get their own ThinkPad. Thanks to the meme, People started purchasing ThinkPads having no idea about the history of ThinkPads.
I just hope that this can get Linux, because otherwise this is gonna be very sad. Oh,
They were just a cool tool that people
There's a
used
light on the
online.
back.
You would start to hear about people who fell for the meme or bought a ThinkPad after seeing so many posts about it online. It became almost a counterculture status symbol, the anti-MacBook. Compared to the other laptops at
Yeah.
the time, it looked like a brick and weighed double what modern laptops weighed.
It's
You
changed a
could
lot
take
now.
it to a Starbucks to work and make females everywhere drop their soy milk lattes. What is
Right.
that? It's so unshowy, it's become a way for nerds to show off. Since the brand gained such a legendary status for making business laptops, it still carries over some of its identity for being a
I like it, but it's just so small. You know, like for me, like a laptop is like everything. You know, like I want it to feel like the powerful tool it is. You know.
real man's laptop for getting real work done. It's not a Facebook machine for middle-aged white women.
Okay, I feel like I'm not
It's
getting
not a
any
MacBook
information
that-
anymore.
And yes, I fell for the meme too. But the RAM is soldered in. If I want to upgrade the RAM, I have to buy a completely new laptop.
Yeah,
So ThinkPads have lost some of their magic.
yeah.
Sure, they're probably still
Definitely not. I wouldn't think the ThinkPad's the best for Linux, or like best for whatever, but it seems like it's up there. So let's have a look at this video then.
In the market for a laptop, which is an area of, so I was recently in the market for a laptop, which is an area of tech I haven't really paid attention to for about a decade. Still rocking my 2015 MacBook
Holy
Retina.
moly. Guys, tell me this MacBook isn't the best MacBook ever created.
although sparingly as it's from the Steingate era and looks almost as bad as that
I mean, yeah, the screen's a bit.
favorite pair of underwear you just can't let go of, and crashes more than a panda trying to do literally anything. And I've also been getting this itch to get away from my current office environment, especially with summer coming up. It's getting very hot, and I love my powerhouse of a desktop, the Ryzen CPU Dragon Princess 4070 Super.
Yeah, I don't see the hype in PCs, I'm not gonna lie. Like desktop PCs, I know they're powerful and all, but like these setups are just like 90% GPU anyway. Eh.
But none of that is really necessary to accomplish my most important task, which is writing scripts for the main YouTube channel. Of course, with videos, there's also
Yeah.
the voiceover, video editing, and thumbnails, but those are never tasks I find myself procrastinating,
So he uses Premiere.
or even things I would want to do on a laptop.
Photoshop.
Rather, it's always the writing that bottlenecks production and is the hardest thing to focus on,
Yeah. Yes. So laptop for portable writing.
which is made even more difficult with Discord, Steam emulators, Photoshop, just all of this shit installed on one system.
Yeah. It clogs you up. ASPR, what? Next to Kingdom Hearts. Next to Metal Gear Rising Revengeance. What? Standing
When
here.
really all I need is
Obsidian?
Obsidian and a photo viewer.
He uses Obsidian too, bro. X-Forts might just be gigabase, guys.
90% of the time, if I'm not using one of those tools, I'm just not writing anything. And I've tried all the tricks
Hold on, do I have Discord open? Because like I like you want to share this. I like you gotta share this in the Discord. Like I said, this is sick. In the JoJo Morning Discord.
web blockers, focus modes, different users for work and gaming, Pomodoro timers, and while those have been useful, sometimes my monkey brain is just too powerful to abide by the restrictions. And I'm a big believer that environment influences behavior. So having one area in PC
Yeah. Nice wallpaper. Is that a DJ?
where I do my writing, gaming, socializing, casual streaming, relaxing, watching,
Bro, my guy is decked out. Like what the hell?
and I'm a big believer that environment influences behavior. So having one area
Is this what it takes to be a JoJo YouTuber, guys?
in PC where I do my writing, gaming, socializing, casual streaming, relaxing, watching movies, just doesn't work out too well for my productivity or even just mental health. So I started my search for a simple productivity laptop, specifically something that physically takes me away from my desktop during the day and provides a more focused and limited environment for actually getting stuff done. At first I looked into buzzwords I've heard over the years, ZenBooks, Chromebooks, Surface Books, which led me down this product research rabbit hole, only to learn that a modern laptop is apparently the most expensive piece of shit you can buy, and with a budget of around $500, it wasn't looking good. But eventually I found a light at the end of this
Chat, I need £1,000. Donate now.
portable computing rectum. ThinkPads, a community of people still using these decade-old computers that have stood the test of time, because they're durable, modular, still using
Look,
these decade-old computers.
my only criticism is just they look so skinny. Like, they're not wide, you know? Like, this is wide. This is wide. This is wide. This is, like, almost square? 4x3 type looking. If actually, I mean, it might just be 4x3. Which, to be fair, is good for programming. But, like, it's not taller than this one is. So, I disagree. Actually, no, I lied. In programming, horizontal space is more important than vertical space. Because you don't want to, like, have your lines going off the screen. Then again, it's good to limit how... Yeah, I don't know. Whatever.
Computers that have stood the test of time, because they're
I
durable,
guess 4x3 is
modular,
better.
easy to repair, and have great Linux capability, offering an alternative to Windows 11, which in its current state is more bloated than my favorite computer games. And all of these factors really appealed to me. It was a
Spy
laptop that
party.
was practical and only cost $180 for a good condition used model on eBay.
Seriously?
That's on the high end. So I ended up going with the T480 model, which I saw recommended the most, often referred to as the last great ThinkPad, before Lenovo started soldering RAM to the motherboards and just kind of lost the plot. But
Yeah, so my one is sorted, but oh well.
ultimately what sold me on this model was
It's fine.
that it had everything I needed. An i7 CPU, wasn't too chonky like the IBM era, although those are still pretty badass machines, and had plenty of upgrade options to improve and maintain its performance. So having built more than a handful of computers, I thought this thing was just incredible. You can easily swap out most of its components, and if anything dies, you're literally 7 Phillips head screws away from accessing the problem. And then of course you have actual ports, like a full-size HDMI, Ethernet, USB-A,
Yes.
and an SD card reader. It's
I don't
amazing.
have
So I picked up
the
the laptop
some of
itself for
those.
$200 after shipping and taxes on eBay. And after it arrived and inspecting it, making sure everything worked, I then got a 1TB NVMe drive, 32GB of RAM, and a dual pipe cooler made for the GPU model, and of course the
Huh?
on eBay. And after it arrived and inspecting it, making sure everything worked, I then got a 1TB NVMe drive,
1 terabyte. Yeah, maybe I should update my storage.
32GB of RAM, and a
32 gigs of RAM? Like, I'm trying to think, like, what I would even need that for.
dual
don't know.
pipe cooler made for the
Okay.
GPU model, and of course the Mr.
GPU.
Clean Magic Erasers for
Bro, give me those.
161, which puts us at 361 all in, and I'll probably end up selling the original RAM, SSD,
Mr. Clean.
heatsink. They all work, I just have no use for them. Maybe like $10 each, so closer to 330,
Okay.
which left me around $150 under budget. So getting into the upgrades now, super easy installation, and look at the inside of this bottom plate. It looks like someone was eating Korean barbecue off this thing, although it's probably just some discoloration from heat, I hope. And sorry for the bad camera angles. If you want a more detailed guide and a better look at the board for these upgrades, I will leave some links in the description to videos that I found helpful during the process and just sort of followed along with. So the RAM and SSD are in. Now all that's left is the dual pipe cooler. And I also got some 1/8 inch foam tape to cover the GPU contact, and that was included in the 161 for the upgrades. Just something safe to avoid making direct contact with the empty socket on the motherboard. Important for not destroying the machine. I used some towels and isopropyl alcohol to clean away the original thermal paste and also remove the paste that came pre-applied to the new cooler, as it was making contact with the bubble wrap it came shipped in, and I have no idea how long it's been applied there, so I just used my own paste that I knew was good and just a dot on each contact, and then carefully attach the cooler and tighten down the screws in a star pattern to ensure even contact. Close everything back up, and we're good to go. So after these upgrades, I am really satisfied with its performance, but I'm still playing things by ear, seeing how everything holds up, and I'm considering a better
this one has the
display,
power button
new
on the
batteries, and a
keyboard.
fast trackpad. Although none of that is super necessary right now, but I love that those are options you get with an older ThinkPad. And a tip for anyone considering doing similar upgrades to a T480, you don't need to buy the fastest and most expensive memory on the market, as this is a going on 8-year-old laptop, so the connections and motherboard have limitations. With the max RAM speed being 2400 MHz, anything higher than this will be downclocked, I believe, and for the read and write speeds of your SSD, 8-year-old laptop, so the connections and motherboard have limitations. With the max RAM speed being 2400 MHz, anything higher than this will be downclocked, I believe. And for the read and write speeds of your SSD, I don't know the exact number, but you're not going to be getting those Gen 4 7000 MBs per second. I think the sweet spot for this machine is around 1800, so just stick with the Gen 3 NVMe and you'll be good. So now it's finally time to install an OS, and going into this project, I wasn't even seriously considering Linux, although it's a pretty hard topic to avoid when researching ThinkPads. It's like the cult within the cults. But when I was initially inspecting the T480 just to make sure it worked, it booted into a Windows 11 installer, and I knew I was going to replace this original drive anyways, so I did the setup to test things out. But after about 30 seconds of running a fresh Windows install, I knew this just wasn't an option, as basic functions ran like complete shit and I was getting a pop-up every 5 seconds about a OneDrive, Copilot, or some other nonsense. And I know you can debloat Windows to its bare bones, that's basically how I run my main desktop, but for this hardware, and just out of curiosity, it made sense to try Linux. And I'm not sure if it's just that phenomenon of once you start driving a car, you start seeing your car everywhere, but it definitely seems like Linux is riding a wave right now. Windows is shooting itself in the foot, the PewDiePie video was pretty good, and now half of my YouTube recommended is Linux and ThinkPad.
This video was 10 months ago.
So I started out watching a ton of Linux content, what it is, how to install, what are the different distros, how to use the terminal, all that good stuff, and I started to see the pros and cons pretty clearly and why Linux is good but not mainstream, especially after using it for myself. As in nearly every why you should switch to Linux video, they always say it's the freedom over your PC. And while that is true, what that freedom means to the average PC user is that now everything you do is going to be more tedious and complicated or just not work. But I guess that's the price of freedom and open source, which is essentially what the Linux freedom means, at least to my understanding. Allowing you to view and change whatever you want in the source code of your system and open source programs, granted you understand how to do that, which is why the Linux community is so rooted in programming and used for all of the important computing. You can just make what you want, but that also makes it pretty intimidating.
Sniper rifle? Hello? Facebook, NASA, no surprise there, SpaceX, Google, Spotify, Twitter, Wikipedia, Intel, Amazon, battleships. things that run Windows. The Windows computer. The Windows phone.
Intimidating for the curious bystanders that are kind of fed up with Windows and want an alternative. They want a taste of that freedom, although just don't feel smart enough to use Linux or to control a terminal. But I hope to show you through my experience.
I mean, I think, obviously, there's a fear, can I even set up Linux properly? Would it be too hard? But, obviously, I do have programming experience, so hopefully it's not too difficult.
You don't need to understand all of it, or even a little, to use Linux and to find some sort of value out of it. So step one is choosing a distro. I like to think of these as different UIs, or even difficulties for different kinds of users, but all being distributions of Linux. I know that's not exactly what they are, but bear with me here. Some of them give you a complete desktop environment with drivers and an app store, and others just give you a terminal and say, figure it out yourself.
Drivers? Why would I not want drivers? Aren't drivers what you use to, connect to your keyboard and stuff? What are drivers? Printers, miners, graphics cards. Hardware may not function. I would like a functional keyboard, if you're sharing.
Yourself, or more accurately would be build it yourself. It's like the difference between playing with an action figure and Bionicles. With the action figure, you can have fun, you can pose it, you might be able to duct tape something to it to customize a little bit.
I love how
paint the
X-Force is also a
decals.
JoJo YouTuber.
But then you have the Bionicle kid that combined 15 Bionicles from home and spent a lot of time making this thing and had to understand the basics of engineering, but he made something really cool that was uniquely his own. So in an effort to keep things simple, I consulted the choosing a Linux distro flowchart and quickly landed on Mint and Ubuntu.
What Linux distro flowchart? For newbies, version 2. Opinionated list, more harmful to new users. Okay, how do I know which one is good? I mean, this is Reddit. Maybe it's better to use 4chan one. I hate it. Okay. Is this not the one that literally he was using just now? Maybe. Let's have a look then. So in theory, so hardest to use, easiest to use, most unstable, most stable. So I like stable. I love how none of them are stable except for SteamOS. Okay, stable in what way though? Because like I do actually want stable. So how is it, this isn't a flowchart, is it? I can barely read it. That's so awesome. SteamOS is not yet released for general use. What's this then? Easiest to use, hardest to use. So hardest to use and the most unstable is Gen 2. Arch Linux is also highly unstable. Why would you use an unstable computer? Like how are we measuring stability here? Hardest to use. Like what? Like obviously I want to use the most. Like obviously I want easiest to use and most stable. Like why wouldn't I? Like clearly there's a different definition here. Okay, whatever. Okay. What do you need? I want to use. Okay, so daily use. Don't care about anonymous. Give publishers. Yes. User visually impaired. Pro. Live mode. Okay, that's fine. How would you rate your proficiency? Wait, what are these stars? Remove importance. Okay. Yeah, the daily use is important. How often would you rate your proficiency as a computer? Any help from others to fix problems on a computer? Yeah, I can troubleshoot them by myself. How do you rate your Linux knowledge? I have like no knowledge about Linux. How many settings you wish to tweak yourself during installation? I do want to do as much as I can. My own settings, I can configure as much. Preferably with graphics stuff, but actually no, I don't really care about that. How much computer hardware is? Yeah, support 64-bit should be fine. Um, what? Either of these? I am able. Oh, I am. Sorry. I thought I said I'm unable. Um, I don't really care. I mean, like again, like I grew up using Mac, and I was always attracted by Windows. I do like I'll say I prefer Windows, but like I've only now ever used Windows 11, and it's Mac-ified. So no, I do actually prefer Windows user interface. I prefer free to use, obviously. I'd rather choose my own programs. Yeah. I'm fine with non-free licenses as long as my system works. Um, yeah, let's say so. Online services to improve the user experience, like what? I don't want this. If I connect to the internet, I want it to be like when I choose to connect to the internet. Like said, like I mean, like send information. Um, yeah, I prefer terminal commands. Following answers are excluding this answer. I've little knowledge about Linux. What? What? Following answers are excluding this answer. Okay. So saying that it doesn't matter that I don't know anything about Linux. Okay, cool. Yeah, I don't want it on App Store, to be honest. I prefer to just install it locally. Because like an App Store gives you like the illusion of like this is where you manage applications, but really it's just installed to your computer. I like to know where my apps are being installed to and where the data for those apps are being kept. Not just for like reverse engineering process. Well, not just for like the ease of removing them and whatever, but also just so I can like break them down. Um, Faster updates. I prefer stable updates. Okay, Linux Mint. Oh, God. I thought it would say that. Okay, it installs range by default, but it has a cinnamon desktop environment. Yeah, I've seen that. User has to select the software to use. Okay. Actually, okay, game publishers supported, suitable for beginners. Yeah, although there's others. Let's go. Let's see, I guess. OpenSUSE. Same thing. May require additional configuration for gaming. Usage requires less compute knowledge than answered. Okay. I mean, I don't care. Like, I guess if it's easy, that's not a bad thing. But it's just control I care about. Like, nowhere here did it really talk about control. Zorin, Debian. I forgot about Debian actually. Debian, Rocky Linux, Elementary OS, Kubuntu, Lubuntu, Arch, Gentoo. For Arch, not so good for beginners. Really, Arch isn't well. Okay, additional configuration for gaming. Red Hat Enterprise. It's not free. Okay, it's gonna be like a massive list, so I don't really know if this has helped at all.
Although there is a lot more to choose from than just those, and when learning about distros, you'll
I'm gonna use
inevitably
Arch
come
because
across
that's what
Arch.
everyone uses.
This is the Bionicle distro, the one for the Chads, the elites, the PewDiePies that earn the bragging rights.
What is that Bionicle distro? Oh, so I feel like I've seen this before. Part of the video. Uh, well, no, Linux, bro. Did I spell it right? Okay, I think he just means Bionicle. Lego construction toys. Okay,
Of using it.
elite knowledge, I guess.
And when learning about distros, you'll inevitably come across Arch. This is the
Arch?
Bionicle distro, the
Is Arch the best distro? 0 upvotes, great. Arch installs only what you need and nothing you don't need. That's cool.
one for the Chads, the elites, the PewDiePies that earn the bragging rights of using it. And while I see the appeal of something like Arch and the satisfaction that would come from building your distro from the ground up, I didn't buy this ThinkPad to learn Arch or to spend my summer compiling and making the perfect rice. That's what the Arch bros call desktop customization. I don't know why, but some of them do look pretty dope. But my goal in all of this was to have a simple...
Yeah, is it not like a ricing subreddit? I think I'm subscribed. Subscribed. Oh my god, I think I'm on it. Request to drop post. Okay, I thought I joined. Oh well. ThinkPad, by the way. Okay, this one's very old. What's like the actual one? Like Arch Rice subreddit? Unix porn. Maybe that's it. Linux Brazil, but why? I think it's this one. Yeah, because I'm in it. Yeah, this one. Um, Bro, like if I can have a UI this smooth that isn't slow as hell like Windows is. I mean, it's definitely overkill, but like, it's so nice. Eh, cool. Cool. Actually, Emacs. Boo. Ow. Now this is real programming. Damn, son. Give me the top of all time. Emacs UI. Look, this looks like cool hacker stuff. Like, this is just so useless. I don't get the appeal. For a bad apple. What music player is that? And like the way that sorry, can I get a good quality of this? Okay. Like the way that slits a view. Okay, well, like, damn, damn. This is sick. Yeah, that's awesome, bro. Minecraft. Anyway,
Machine dedicated for writing, and knowing myself and how easily I fall for procrastination porn, I feel like even
yeah, I'm definitely a big guy. Like I would well, don't know about procrastination, but I definitely fall into the rabbit hole of customization. But like, this is the one time that I deserve to, you know.
experimenting with distro writing would introduce a whole rabbit hole of distractions on the writing machine. I could easily see myself sitting down to
Okay,
get work done.
to be fair, he does want that.
Oh, let me just adjust my color scheme. My taskbar is uneven. Let me change my NeoFetch icon, animate it. We're just constantly trying to fix issues that aren't a priority. So avoiding that, I began testing out Mint and Ubuntu on a virtual machine, just trying them out. And right off the bat, neither of them felt great. I understood the potential, but didn't know how to use it. So I spent maybe a day or so watching
This
terminal
VM.
tutorials, how to navigate good to know commands, although I started to realize I didn't understand the practical uses for a lot of this stuff. So instead of trying to learn everything all at once and prepare myself, I think you just gotta jump into it and not stress about what you don't know, and take it one step at a time and try to use the system as you would normally, and when you encounter a problem or question, then go search for that specific issue. And over time, you'll build up this experience and start to be able to solve problems on your own, as it's more likely you'll remember a command or navigation that helped you solve a real problem and not just something you heard 28 minutes into a beginner Linux tutorial, more of a project learning approach. But after testing out the basic distros, they just weren't doing it for me, so I dove a little deeper into my options and came across Cosmic OS, a very clean, modern looking distro based on Pop OS, which is based on Ubuntu and uses the GNOME desktop environment. But I guess
I've
the
heard of
Pop
Pop,
devs were
yeah.
like, nah, we want to make our own desktop, so they ditched GNOME and are developing Cosmic,
Yep.
which is currently in alpha, but from my experience has been extremely stable. But again, still in alpha, so occasionally there is an issue that is clearly a bug, or just some things don't work yet, like passing audio through HDMI, which is something I learned as Cosmic was the main distro I ended up installing on the ThinkPad, because it was just the most appealing to me and came built in with features made more accessible, like how Arch users are always showing off their super clean Hyperland tiling systems. Cosmic comes with tiling baked right into it, and for the week I've been using it, it's great, and even has tile stacking. Sure, it may not be as fast, pretty, or mint.
I'm not a big tiling guy. I prefer to just use like multiple desktops. So I mean, obviously, you can see on my Windows, I have multiple desktops here. Like this one I usually use for like recording and Discord and messaging. This one I have for like my browser, note taking, AI. And then this is I have for programming. I'd open a terminal here, and then that's where I do it. And then between those, I just alt tab between stuff. So typically, I prefer to have two windows per desktop, so I can just quickly alt tab between them, and that's fine. Um, Ideal would be having hotkeys to switch to specific windows. That's the best case scenario, but you can't do that on Windows, at least not easily. But I know you can do that on Linux, so that is actually one good reason I want to switch, because then like I don't need to rely on switching desktops, or at least I can switch desktops but have hotkeys for the different desktops. Also, like I can't disable this freaking scroll animation for switching desktops. Like I just can't do that. I can't disable that on Windows without also disabling browser animations. Like it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous, bro.
Minimal as Hyperland, but good enough for me and works out of the box, even if that makes me a normie. So the first thing I did in Cosmic was explore the system and optimize the UI, as I don't like the panel at the top and dock.
To be fair, I mean, if I look at my programming projects, let's terminal here. Let's say I guess like a recent example would be good. Like let's take this xfbin rslib, right? Like usually I mean, it's quite small for you guys because of the recording quality, whatever, but I would typically do something like this. Is that a good example? Not really. Let me pull up a C++ project. Okay. NUCC. Which one? I was looking at one recently. Oh yeah, I found it. CLI calculator CVP. Put main here. Let's go parse token. Okay, like this, right? Like notice how my horizontal space doesn't really go past this line, and like really it shouldn't anyway. Like I should set myself like a limit of how far I should go. So I could have a split screen here. Can I, yeah, like this basically. Yeah, extend that please. I just love Windows, bruh. I don't. So I could go for like, okay, how do I? Is it like a better way to format my thing right now? That there, that there. Okay, and then change the thing here. Like so, I could do this because I don't think it goes past this, right? So then I have my terminal here. I don't know why. I mean, yeah, I should probably just do this anyway right now because like then I can do because like usually I have two different tabs open, so one for and then I control tab between them. Yeah, I guess that's a thought. Um,
At the bottom, a bit too Mac OS for me.
like that's like the only thing I'd really use tiling for anyway, just to have like the terminal there for running the code, and then the left one for writing the code. Otherwise, why? Like I wouldn't do it for my browser. For Obsidian, I would just open Obsidian. Like I never like need the thing open. Maybe if I'm like annotating like porting like like PDF notes maybe, but like even then I prefer just to tab. I mean Windows switch. So I
And
don't
I
know.
just like one taskbar, which wasn't an obvious option, and sent me down this completely unnecessary rabbit hole of trying to install dash to dock GNOME extension, messing up my display managers and OBS, getting kicked out of Cosmic, then needing to get back in. But I eventually came across this VTuber tutorial who showed that you can actually very simply combine the dash and dock in the Cosmic settings. It's just a little hidden, took like 15 seconds, and was exactly what I was looking for. I was then
Bro.
able to install most of the programs I needed through the Cosmic Store, which seemed really simple, almost too simple. So I tried to get more in depth with the system by performing tasks I knew how to do with Windows, again more of a project learning approach. For example, creating a boot drive, pretty simple process, so I was like, okay, let's try to do the same exact thing on Linux. And that's when I began to learn that any simple task on Windows is going to be about 45 to an hour task on Linux, at least when starting out. And now I was getting into the terminal commands, program installs, snap packs, flat packs, troubleshooting, realizing the snap pack install is kinda broken and sucks with errors and daemon issues, so uninstalling the snap and then doing it another way that actually worked. This specific issue was with Auto CPU Freak, the best alternative to a manual CPU undervolt I could find on Linux,
So
which
much Python.
dynamically controls your CPU's frequency depending on load and power mode, which helps a lot with battery life on a laptop, which apparently is not very good on Linux. And even with CPU Freak installed, my max battery life on Cosmic is about 4 to 5 hours.
Say what? Okay, so it depends on the system. Well, apparently Lenovo works well with Linux, so.
Which is still
But
useful.
he's using Linux.
So after
ThinkPad.
wrestling with the terminal, wiki pages, and tutorials, I finally got the system in a very usable state, where I felt confident doing everything I needed to on it without a Windows dual boot, and even had started incorporating the system into my workflow, with this entire script being written on the ThinkPad, as well as some multitasking like screen recordings, which has felt pretty good, being able to sit on the couch or at a spare desk or even outside to focus on writing, which is also aided by the laptop form factor and Linux UI, where everything is just very keyboard focused, and while the urge to open YouTube and waste time is still there, it's a lot less enticing on this system and with the change of environment. And to make using it as easy and seamless as possible, I added a sync feature to Obsidian using the Git plugin and a repository that auto-syncs my Volt through devices. So whatever I write on the ThinkPad will be there on my desktop, and I'm not even signed into an Obsidian account, and I can have a Linux and Windows computer communicating in real time, updating on either device. That's a very epic plugin, so I'll leave a link to that tutorial in the description. So after trying my hand at Linux and using it to work on projects for over a week now, my first impressions are that it's a pain in the ass, but also kind of a miracle. A free open source platform that can be packaged to fit all kinds of users and can be developed by anyone. And that's pretty incredible. For me, it's been a solid alternative to Windows, especially on older hardware, and allowed me to find a distro that I liked and wanted to use. It just feels like a more isolated experience, which is a good thing. It's just you able to decide how you want to use your system, and has an actual functional search feature. But does that mean I would want to run Linux on my desktop PC for video editing, streaming, and gaming? Fuck no. Just in my peripheral, I've been exposed to all the complications that can arise, and I don't even think Adobe products work on Linux. Meanwhile, Photoshop and Premiere are a main part of my workflow. And I know, bad company, but the neat part is you don't have to pay for them. So specifically Linux fills a niche for me, and I'm glad I tried it out, and if I ever find myself wanting to procrastinate for a while, I may dip into Arch, although I don't really have an interest in coding, so before I get flamed for not fully experiencing Linux, just keep that in mind. So now that I bought a ThinkPad and installed Linux, does this mean I've become the productivity master who will never yield to my ADHD tendencies again? No, definitely not. But when it comes to any form of self-improvement or enforcing a habit, there's a big difference between discipline and realism. And just because you're not living an idyllic lifestyle in the complete protocol of, say, Andrew Huberman or Brian Johnson, doesn't mean you don't have discipline. And that's not to say these talking heads don't have good advice sometimes. Getting enough sleep, eating right, exercising, these are all objectively healthy things that anyone could benefit from. But you'll only ever get value if you're able to recognize some level of individualism and meet your goals halfway. Meaning, it's better to understand yourself and what comes easy, rather than trying to force yourself into practicing habits that feel unnatural, because you heard some guru on the internet say it is. Say you want to do more cardio.
I want to do it because I generally just hate using Windows, so anything to just have a better experience, honestly. Right, so Arch Linux. What was it actually about, bruh? Like, I know PewDiePie used it, but why? Why Arch Linux?
Hey, have you ever wondered why so many people use Arch Linux?
Yes.
I mean, it's literally the second most popular distro on Steam after, well, SteamOS.
In Steam, okay.
The main reason for that is because it sits within the Goldilocks zone. It is simple and minimalistic, but not oversimplified. It follows roll and release model, but nevertheless it's reliable. It is considered to be a lightweight distro, but still provides options to install proprietary drivers in complete desktop environments. Me personally, I switched to Arch 2 years ago and never looked back. Nowadays it's installed on my main production PC and my laptop, and I've never been happier.
Okay. It's always good to see a YouTuber as well support these things, because obviously they need to edit videos. So they probably use some video editing software on Arch. Or they're lying and they use Windows, but oh well. Yeah, so I'm definitely going to use Arch. That much I've decided. Now it's a question of how. How to use Arch. Dude, facial asymmetry isn't a bad thing. There you go. Yeah, also, I can say I use Arch, by the way. Okay, so how do you set up Arch? Whoa. How to install Arch to ThinkPad. The biggest question, the big question. Installing Arch to ThinkPad, download the ISO, flashing it to a USB drive. No! Disabling secure boot. Do I need the USB drive though? Because like I low-key don't have a USB that I can use for that. Boot the USB, use Arch install scripts. I mean, how big is it? Because I can like spare a few gigs. Sorry, a few gigs, a few megabytes. Let me get my USBs real quick then. I think it's dark enough now. I can just open this. Bro, people say that no one told you or told me that the UK would have like pink cotton candy clouds in the sky at sunset. Like, this country's low-key beautiful. Coming from Malaysia, by the way, just saying. Okay, I love the lighting just changes drastically when I move. So I've got these two USBs. These have 128 gigabytes each, but I use them for storing other things. So hopefully I don't need to use those. I have other USBs that I've kind of just collected. So I've got this one, the University of Kent, and University of Missouri. I think my mum got these from random people and they gave them to me. Can't complain. So let's try this one first of all. If it even works anymore, to be fair. I have no idea. Oh, whoops. Let's keep that in its case. It just came off. So, okay. This charge is annoying. It's alright. It's the right port. It's not going in though. Is it upside down? Nope, definitely not. Not going in. Wrong side? Oh yeah, wrong side. How did I get the wrong side in? That's crazy. Oh wait, no, this is the cap. What? Oh, okay. So I just pulled it out of the. Okay, so that's the USB. Okay, so now plug it in. Hopefully there aren't any like classified documents in here. Should probably not leak those just in case. Yeah, my mum works for the FBI. That's a joke. Okay, I've got 3.74 gigs, and it's basically empty. There's like shadows of files here. That's it, and it's low-key crashing my thing. Okay, so yeah, I have this USB that's literally just unused. It has a whopping 3 things, and they're all dead files. Okay, so I could use this then. Right, this has 1.2 million views, so I guess I'll just watch the video rather than whatever. Like obviously I want like credible sources. There's 8 upvotes. Okay. I just
Here
sold
we have
Arch
an Arch
Linux.
Linux system. In fact, this is the exact same installation.
What did PewDiePie start with actually? Like I know he's on Arch now, or at least he was. I don't know if he still is. But like He's not really a programmer, is he? So it'd be interesting if he started with Arch, because like people say, no, don't start with an easier distro, but like, don't tell me what to do. Which Linux distro does PewDiePie use? First of all, he uses Mint. People like Mint, although this is r/Linux Mint. There's people using now. Okay, so he does use Mint. Ah, okay, and he's explored Arch. I understand now. Okay, yeah, that makes more sense. So Mint versus Arch. I mean, I already said I'm gonna use Arch, but I don't know, man. Um, all Linux distros, one setup work the same. Is that true? This guy runs both. Okay, the Arch wiki is very good, apparently. Arch is very simple, sucks to set up, but it teaches you how the system works. Arch is a rolling updates. Okay, so stable means doesn't change. But gaming is improvements and stuff. Fair enough. Arch isn't very friendly, and the community isn't friendly. Okay, I mean, I'm kind of bored though, which is another reason I want to learn Arch for fun. Because again, I am a computer science student. Uh, okay, so this is the Arch Linux wiki, is it? So it's like a guide. It's hosted on GitLab. Cool. God damn. Is the code viewable? Oh, it's a group, right? Um, I mean, I have no idea how a distro is set up. Morten. What am I looking at? Okay, I don't have to navigate that. This is the wiki, installation guide, FAQ, should do then. What is Arch Linux? See the article. Simplicity. Trying to get good text here so it's visible on my screen. No automation features. No GUI system configuration tool. Okay. Done by command line. I mean, GUI is good when it's well designed, though, for obvious reasons. Modernity. Right, so rolling release schedule does not keep using ancient things. Fair enough. Pragmatism, case by case. Okay. Idea like functionality, of course. User centric. Interesting. To fill the needs of those contributing to it. Very interesting. It's versatile. Okay, cool. Why would I not want to use Arch? So I don't have the ability, time, or desire. I do. Require support. Okay, 964. Take a strong stance, which only provides peaceful first defined by GNU. Okay, is it not free? You believe an operating system should configure itself out of the box and include a complete default set of software. Oh, I see. No. I mean, to be fair, I do believe this, which is why I can't really fault people for using Mint or whatever, because like an operating system should just work out the box and suit your needs anyway. What's interesting about Arch is that it's one that you can, like, it's the developer's operating system, right? Which is what I want, because like I want to learn more about how operating systems actually work. So while I would appreciate having an operating system that just works, unlike Windows, um, just out of my own personal interests, I would bypass that just to learn more. Yeah, I'm not happy with my current OS. Arch is the best. Woo! Ego boosting and mind blowing project, which gives proof of Arch's superiority. Let's go. Please be real. 2008. What is this? It's just Arch is the best in like every language ever. Notice a three-space indenting much like that used by other superior beings. I mean, how can I not use Arch after seeing this? Like, come on. C++ before 23. Arch equals plus plus Linux. That's kind of funny. And then in 23, we go standard print line. And we're back to four tab indentation. This is ridiculous, but also kind of amazing. Holy C, hold on. Was that it? Damn. Link for Rust, Loki. Yep. Look at that. Get a great cheeky Haskell, maybe. I'm gonna skip OCaml. Okay. I'm convinced, man. Arch is the best. Okay, so it only supports x64, which is fine. Does Arch follow the Linux Foundation's FHS? No, I don't understand that. I'm a complete Linux beginner. Should I use Arch? Okay, so this is the question. If you're a beginner and wanting to use Arch, you must be willing to invest time into learning a new system and accept that Arch is designed as a do-it-yourself distribution. It is the user who assembles the system. Right. Before asking for help, do your own independent research by searching the web, the forum, and the superb documentation. There's a reason these resources were made available to you in the first place. Well said. Thank you to all of the volunteers. Is Arch designed to be used as a server, a desktop, or a workstation? Right, so it's for a user. Fair enough. Get involved. Yes, sir. I would love to get involved, honestly. I just don't know how yet. Packages, like how do I do like code stuff, you know? Rust bindings. Like let's say what to look like this one, Arch install. It's on GitHub. Oops. Arch install. Lib. Okay. Man, Python just irks me. When will the new release be made available? First half of every month. Okay, so like monthly updates. Is Arch Linux stable? Okay, so you can merge as required, or as wanted, even desired. Sorry, is the word I was looking for. Arch does get lots of press, yeah. Is that an FAQ? Arch needs more developers. I'd love to if I could figure out how. There is a GUI installer. I mean, well, TUI. Yeah, unused RAM is wasted RAM. I can't remember if Windows now does the same, but yeah. Okay, let's just read on.
Will be building.
Right, so this is the video, how to install Arch Linux. That's it.
Here
an
we
hour
have
long,
an Arch
but-
Linux system.
Again, it's got 1.2 million views, so it's
In
got to be pretty
fact,
good.
this is the exact same installation we'll be building in today's video. But isn't Arch Linux notoriously hard to install? Well, in
So they
today's
say.
video, I'm going to be guiding you through the process every step of the way.
Thank you. I'm so out of camera. Oh my god.
Hello and welcome back to Learn Linux TV, the YouTube channel that's all about Linux. In today's video, it's all about Arch Linux because we'll be building our very own installation in today's video. In fact, I'm going to be showing you two methods of installing Arch Linux in this video. In the first section, we'll be going over the Arch install method, and in the second section of this video, I'll show you the manual approach to installing.
I see. So Arch install was that Python thing we just looked at, right?
Arch Linux. The Arch install method is great for those of you that are just starting out, so if you want something quick and easy, well, that's the method that I recommend. For those of you that are more computer science-y types, the manual method is probably the best for you, which I'll show you in the last section of this video. Either way, by the end of this video, you'll have your very own Arch Linux installation. Now, if you're feeling a case of deja vu right now, Yes, I did do a video about installing Arch Linux some time back. However, I like to refresh this video every now and then to keep it current, and since Arch Linux is a rolling distribution, that's especially important. Now, if you
This
already have
was
an
2
Arch
years
Linux
ago.
installation, maybe
Is there another one? I assume this guy's already credible with a million subs and all that. So Raspberry Pi. But where's the search button? Can I search this guy's videos, please? YouTube. How much do I fall into the rabbit hole here? Podcast, courses, playlists, posts. Why is there no search function? Oh, it's there. It's just hidden. Great. Install Arch. I don't know why my YouTube's bugging right now. Okay, this seems to be the most recent one, so let's stick with that. So what's this then? 10 things I wish I learned about Linux. The unused RAM is wasted RAM.
and that is the concept that unused RAM is a
High CPU usage is a good thing.
good thing. And considering the fact that I came up in my career as a system administrator, this is something that I ran into quite often. Now, although I didn't know this at the beginning of my career, now that I've had, a lot of years in system administration, after I was more seasoned, I would have people call me up, clients and things like that, and they would be asking me things like, why is the CPU always at 70%? That doesn't seem right. And what I would do is respond back to them, well, there's no issue. You are paying for the server because you want it to do work. If it's 70% utilized, well, it's doing work. I would be more concerned if the CPU was closer to 0% utilized. That often means that a process died or something that should be running isn't running, because a server that has very low CPU usage, I would argue years later when I was getting into Linux. And the issue was this. I had a server that was complaining that its disk was full. However, when I logged into it and I checked the actual available space on that server, it showed me that there was plenty of space available. So I was like, wait a minute, the alerting system is telling me that the disk is full, but when I look at it, there's, plenty of space available, so what's up with that? At the time, I didn't understand the concept of inodes. Now, it's beyond the scope of this video to go into a deep dive detail about inodes themselves, but basically, you have to keep track of inodes as well.
I learned about inodes. Well, I have learned about inodes in one of my classes, again, uni classes. But what? You just track them manually?
As available space on your hard disks. Now, most of the time, inodes are not a problem. If inodes become a problem, then usually that's evident of a bigger problem. Now, the first time I ran into this, I was actually maintaining an email server, and for some reason, that server stopped sending email. So what I realized actually is that the number of files was astronomical. I mean, I don't even remember how many files there were, but just imagine an email server that a lot of people use, and then all of a sudden, emails are stuck. They're just not leaving the server, so they keep stacking and stacking and stacking. And next thing you know, the server ran out of inodes. And to overly simplify the inode issue here, when you have a storage volume on Linux, you have a certain amount of space available, and that's not unlike any other storage volume. I don't care if you're...
Sorry, let me just write some of this down as well. Unused RAM is wasted RAM.
If you're running Windows, Mac OS, you are already familiar with the fact that your disk can only hold so much data. But when it comes to inodes, the number of files becomes a real issue. So when that happens, you can run a command like df-h, and it'll show you that you have a bunch of space available. But when you go to save a new file, it tells you that you're out of space. And that actually seems like something that, well, conflicts, right? I mean, how can you have a lot of space available and you can't store a single file? Again, inodes. In this case, what you do is you type df-i for inodes, and that'll tell you how many inodes you have available. Most of the time, you'll have well over 99% when it comes to available inodes. Now, the next thing that I want to go over is the fact that there's so many Linux distributions. I thought it was a bad thing when I first started out with Linux. I mean, I didn't even know which distribution to choose, and it made starting all that much harder. So for the longest time, I actually thought that the number of distributions that are available today, I mean, there's well over 100, I thought that was a bad thing. But what I wish I knew and understood at the beginning of my time with Linux is that having a bunch of distributions available is actually a great thing. In fact, it's a superpower. Now, think of it this way. When it comes to Mac OS or Windows, they provide a user experience for you, and you really don't have much of a choice. When it comes to Mac OS, they've designed the file menu, how the windows are, how applications open, and other than maybe changing the color scheme or changing the wallpaper, you really don't have much control over how to customize your desktop. And the same is also true when it comes to Windows. I mean, sure, there's some adjustments like I mentioned, like color schemes and things like that. So it's not like you don't have any options, but you don't really have that many. What if you really didn't like the user interface at all? Well, on Windows and Mac OS, tough luck. You either use the user interface that they provide you with, or just use a different operating system. Now, to be fair, I am aware of the fact that there's, utilities to skin the user experience and things like that, especially with Windows. But in my experience, when you do things like that, something that the provider of the operating system didn't intend for, then, well, things aren't quite as stable and you could actually crash the entire thing. I know because I've actually done it. But when it comes to Linux, it's fully modular. That's why we have so many distributions. So if you don't like the user interface of a Linux distribution, then, well, stop using it and use something else. If you're not a fan of
Yeah, fair
GNOME, or
enough.
maybe you
Competition.
stands for Logical Volume Manager. And it's a really big topic, but it's not all that difficult to learn. I have an entire video on this channel already that'll teach it to you. But what LVM allows you to do is it gives you more control over your storage. It's an abstraction of storage, so to speak. So you could do things like, combine multiple disks together as one volume, and it'll act like one volume. And that's not quite unlike RAID, but don't confuse LVM with RAID because it's not a RAID solution at all. What it is an abstraction on top of your storage that gives you even more features. And one of the biggest things about LVM that I like is that you could resize file systems online. For example, let's say you have a cloud server, and that cloud server has a 100 gigabyte storage volume. But for whatever reason, you need to upgrade that. Maybe 100 gigabytes isn't really enough anymore. You thought it would be enough, but it's really not. Now, what you could do, obviously, is set up a new volume, and you could just rsync all the files over to that volume and do it the manual way. There's nothing wrong with that. But when it comes to LVM, you could resize a storage volume online. That means you could add a new virtual disk to a cloud server, for example, and you could add that to your LVM setup and then expand your available space to include that hard drive as well, allowing you things that you have to learn. Maybe you're thinking, how do I memorize all this stuff? So how exactly do I go through the process of memorizing all these commands? Well, actually, that brings me right to my point. And the thing that I wish I knew at the beginning of my career is that you don't have to memorize Linux commands. In fact, nobody memorizes Linux commands at all. Now, if you've been watching my content for a while, you might actually think that I have all of these commands memorized. I mean, how can I even teach them to you if I didn't? Well, the truth of the matter is, there's going to be some commands that I use basically every single day. So yeah, those commands I absolutely have memorized, but the only reason I have those memorized is because I use them every day. But when it comes to Linux commands, there's just way too many for anybody to memorize. If your goal is to memorize all of them, you are not going to succeed. I mean, sure, you probably could memorize, one or two use cases for each command if you really tried hard, but considering how many options there are, I really don't think it's possible. In fact, sometimes is the fact that, well, certification exists to have a backup distribution. Now, the thing is, what most people will do is settle on one Linux distribution as their tried and true distro that they use on basically everything. And there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, we all have our favorite distribution, but you should always have a plan B. Perhaps your main distribution someday just won't exist. If that day was to come, what are you going to do? If you don't have a plan
If Arch just not exists, I guess my backup is Mint then.
B,
I don't know.
then you're going to be trying to figure out which distribution you want to move to. I'm sure some of you are probably thinking that your distro of choice will never go anywhere. It'll always be there. It's a popular distribution that a bunch of people use, and it's just going to be there forever. However, you'd be surprised. I mean, take CentOS, for example. I'm not going to get on a soapbox as far as whether or not I think their new distribution release cycle is a good thing or a bad thing, but the fact is it did change. Whether you're against it or for it, well, it still changed. It's still a change that actually happened. For some people, moving to CentOS Stream is just not something that some administrators wanted to do. They just didn't feel like that particular type of distribution is something that they can actually be okay with. So in this case, you had CentOS, something that everybody thought would always be the same, would always be there, and then all of a sudden it changed. It's completely different now, and for some people, they like it a lot better, but for others, it's just not something they want to consider using. Now, in that situation, any Linux administrator that has a Plan B distro that. Next, let's talk about Git. When it comes to version control, Git is my favorite version control solution, but technically when it comes to the point that I'm about to make, you could probably insert another version control system in here and it would still be true. But the thing that I wish I knew at the beginning of my Linux career is that, well, Git is not just for software developers. I mean, sure, Git is very popular with software developers and it's probably the primary use case, but when it comes to system administration, especially Linux administration, version control is awesome. It's a great way to keep track of your config files. Just like developers do, you can track changes to those files, revert back to previous versions of those files. So if you have, config files in the etc directory, maybe even your Apache files, for example, you can actually put them in version control, and then if something happens and something stops working, you can simply revert everything back to a known working state. Now, sure, you don't want to include anything secret in any version control repository. For example, don't put your, private keys in there or anything like that. Just be very mindful of that. But as long as you don't make that mistake, I think version control, Git and things like Git are very useful before you back up a server. That may sound obvious, but you'd be surprised. I've actually seen some administrators that have a bunch of years experience actually get
Well, now we know those things. Let's get on.
one you've created from my previous video, then there's nothing new here because we're going to be going through the exact same procedure. It's just that it's going to be updated to be more compatible with the state of Arch Linux today in 2024. Now, before we get started, there's a few quick things that I need to mention. And the first is that I'm leaving it up to you to make sure that your hardware is compatible with Linux before.
Is that a ThinkPad? It looks like a knockoff of a ThinkPad. This is
before
like
you go to
D.
install Arch Linux.
What's going on?
Linux is the most compatible operating system on the planet, but it's not 100%. So definitely make sure your video card, your network card, and so on are supported by Linux before you continue. And one quick way to know if your hardware is supported by Linux is to run a live CD. You could download a Debian, Ubuntu, Fedora, or any other distribution's live CD, and then try out the demo mode or live mode of that distribution before you go to install Arch Linux. You don't have to actually install any of those distros that I just mentioned, but since they offer live media, they're a great way to find out if your hardware is compatible. In addition, we'll be installing Arch Linux as the only operating system on our computer. That does mean we'll be blowing away anything that might be on your hard drive already. So make sure that you have a backup image before we get started. But hold on a minute, what do you actually need in order to get started? Well,
Wait. If I okay, that's Claude. If I install Arch Linux to my ThinkPad, do I also lose the access to Windows 11? I have nothing of value on the Windows right now, but I'm more worried about the licensing. Oh, okay. So it's actually the hardware. Sick. So goodbye Windows.
obviously, the first thing you need is a computer. We're not going to be installing Arch Linux on a potato after all, although if you do manage to do that, then definitely send me an email or something. I need to see what that
I bet
looks
someone
like.
has, but
Also, you'll need a flash drive. The flash drive will be used as installation media for Arch Linux, so
flash
what we'll
drive.
need is an empty flash drive or a flash drive you don't mind wiping to act as that installation media.
Yeah, so I need to wipe
If you
it.
don't
So I can't use my existing other, like my big storage
already
ones.
know how to convert an ISO image into installable media, well, I have a video already on my channel that walks you through the process, and I'll leave a card for that video right about here, somewhere on the screen. I'd also
How to create bootable USB Linux media with USB imager. Okay.
like to take a moment and mention my Ventoy video that I've uploaded sometime back on this channel. You could use Ventoy to set up a multi-boot USB flash drive, which is awesome, and you could use it to multi-boot between different distributions. It's a great way of testing out various Linux distros, so I'll leave a card for that video right about here. Anyway, I'm excited to get started. So what we'll do in the next section is check out the Arch install method, and then in the section after that, I'm going to show you the manual approach. So let's dive in. Here on my laptop, what I'm going to do is show you the process of downloading the ISO image that we'll need for our installation. If you're new to this channel, then, well, I always use real hardware unless otherwise noted. I prefer to use real hardware over virtual machines as I feel it's a more accurate portrayal of Linux, so we will be installing Arch Linux on real hardware, and in fact, this is the exact machine right here we'll be installing Arch Linux onto. Anyway, what we're going to do is navigate to archlinux.org. And here we have the official website.
Yeah.
Now, one thing I want to point out about the official...
So if I skip forward to this part via the manual method.
So let's dive in. Like I mentioned, we'll be installing Arch Linux in this section using the manual method. This is the older method before we had the Arch install method. However, this method gives you more control over your installation.
Okay.
Now, the first thing we'll need, just like last time, is a network connection. So we'll type IP-addr show. We need to find out if we have an IP address. And I do. As you can see, I have an IP address right here, so I'm ready to go. If you don't have an IP address on your side, you will need a network connection, so either connect a cable or connect via wireless.
So is this after I have installed it or
Want to
what?
connect via Wi-Fi, then check the time codes down below, because I did that in an earlier section in this video. Anyway,
Like if I go here, I mean, I'm trying to link my IP at the same time, but like, do I have the command? No,
I'm good to go.
I'm confused. Is this after installing or what?
The manual method. This is the older method before we had the Arch. Anyway, now that we have network connectivity, what we could do is type arch install.
Okay, so I should do the other things first then. Right.
Here on my laptop, what I'm going to do is show you the process of downloading the ISO image that we'll need for our installation. If you're new to this channel, then, well, I always use real hardware unless otherwise noted. I prefer to use real hardware over virtual machines as I feel it's a more accurate portrayal of Linux, so we will be installing Arch Linux on real hardware, and in fact, this is the exact machine right here we'll be installing Arch Linux onto. Anyway, what we're going to do is navigate to archlinux.org.
Okay, archlinux.org. Whoops.
And here we have the official website.
Yeah.
Now, one thing I want to point out about the official Arch Linux website is that you should check out this latest news section every now and then. It's not common, but sometimes manual intervention is required every now and then for updates. And if that is the case, you'll find a story about that here in their blog. It's just something to
Last one was April 7th, so about 3 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago. 3 weeks ago. Okay. Oops, wrong video.
check every now and then, and I recommend subscribing to it via RSS so you could keep up to date. But that's not why we came here, actually. We came here to download Arch Linux, and we could do that by clicking download at the upper right-hand corner of the screen.
Okay.
Once we do, we'll find a bunch of download links here. You can see there's quite a few. And essentially what you're going to do is find the location that is closest to you. That'll help make sure that there's less latency when it comes to the download.
Sure.
So I'll find United States down here on the map, and I'll just click on a random one. But I'm not going to download it because I've already done that.
A random one, so it doesn't matter? Okay, so I did it by a Bitcoin, I guess. Just choose one. Well, I'm in the United Kingdom, so I'll do something like this. They're in alphabetical order. I guess it doesn't matter. They're probably all safe. I'll do Melbourne, because... Ooh. Ooh. Or C48. Or C48K. I don't know. Okay, so go out, get the ISO, that's it.
But the file you're looking for will end in a .iso extension like the one you see right here. The file name will change over time.
But this is a torrent. Right? It said at the start, recommended. Wait, is it just here? Oh, shit, okay. So I just open Qubit torrent. 1.4 gigs, that's good. That'll mean it's gonna fit. So say I just get this then. That'll take a second and then that's it. Right? Okay.
You can see that the file name is based on the date, so this particular ISO image was created on the 1st of January. However, that's okay, because they're always creating new installation media, but you'll just download whatever one is the most current, even if it's different than the one that I'm downloading right now. Once you have it downloaded, what you'll do is use it to create bootable installation media for Arch Linux by writing the ISO image to your flash drive. Again, if you don't already know how to do that, you can check the links down in the description below, because I have videos already on my channel that guide you through the entire process. Anyway, once you have that done, what you'll do is...
Okay, so now to this video. Yep. Forget about any USB boot creation soft besides the Ventoy. Ventoy creates USB drive to dynamic search of ISO, files of USB, supports Linux and Windows both. I mean, he mentioned Ventoy in his video too, but like, do I use Ventoy? Let me go back. What's this finished? I don't know if it's seeding or not. Yeah, it's seeding. That's fine. Right, so as long as I don't delete it, it's fine. How long do I have to do I even seed it for? Like, is it just infinite? A ratio of at least 1, meaning you have uploaded as much data as you've downloaded. Okay. How do I see the ratio? Wasted share ratio there. 0.02. How long does it take? 3 days. God damn. Like, what even is seeding? Like, and I never really understood the idea of seeding. Oh. So like people can like download from me. Oh, so seeders aren't like like a seed once and that's it. Like someone has to be currently seeding for it to work. I see. Interesting. So then for me to reach a high share ratio, it solely depends on people also happening to download it. Okay. I guess I'll just leave it open then for now. So let's go back here because he's talking about Ventoy and stuff.
Now, before we get started, there's a few quick things that I need to mention. And the first is that I'm leaving it up to you to make sure that your hardware is compatible with Linux before you go
Yeah.
supported by Linux before you continue CD, and then thing that might be on your hard drive already. So make sure that you have a backup image before we get started. But hold on a minute, what do you actually need in order to get started? Well, obviously, the first thing you need is a computer. We're not going to be installing Arch Linux on a potato after all, although if you do manage to do that, then definitely send me an email or something. I need to see what that looks like. Also, you'll need a flash drive. The flash drive will be used as installation media for Arch Linux, so what we'll need is an empty flash drive or a flash drive you don't mind wiping to act as that installation media. If you don't already know how to convert an ISO image into installable media, well, I have a video already on my channel that walks you through the process, and I'll leave a card for that video right about here, somewhere on the screen. I'd also like to take a moment and mention my Ventoy video that I've uploaded sometime back on this channel. You could use Ventoy to set up a multi-boot USB flash drive, which is awesome, and you could use it to multi-boot between different distributions.
I see.
It's a great way of testing out various Linux distros, so I'll leave a card for that video.
Okay. I'm not gonna do that just because I'm not right now. I'm not interested in multi-booting because my USBs are probably not big enough anyway. But that is interesting. Okay, so in that case, I'm gonna watch that video then on how to do that and get it set up, and we'll see how far I get today. I need to get some water though. First, stay hydrated. Bro. Okay. My room looky smells like ass, bro. And I don't know what to do about it. Oh well. So let's get this show on the road, eh?
On my channel, I get asked quite a few questions. Some of them get asked over and over again, such as, what is your distribution of choice? What is your favorite desktop environment? Your favorite terminal emulator program? What is the meaning of life? Okay, maybe not that last one, but some questions I do get asked over and over again, but I don't really mind. I'll answer over and over again, but what I like to do whenever I can is create a video to refer people back to when I do get asked a repeat question. And for a long time, I've been using Etcher to answer the question, what is your preferred solution for creating bootable flash drives from Linux ISO images? Now, one of my viewers recently made me aware of the fact that Etcher has been going through a bit of controversy surrounding network traffic that's going on in the background. Now, I haven't actually checked too deeply into that to find out what network traffic it might be and where it's going, but I don't want to take any risks at all. So what I've decided to do is check out a new utility that I'm going to be recommending to everyone going forward whenever someone wants to know how to take a Linux ISO image and create a bootable USB installer with it for installing and checking out Linux. And that search has brought me to USB Imager. It's open source, it's small, it supports Windows, Mac OS, and of course Linux, so it checks all of the boxes for me. So in this video, I'm going to show you guys where to get this utility and how to use it. So let's go ahead and dive right in. So here on the screen, you will see the GitLab page for USB Imager. As I've mentioned earlier in the video, this is an open source utility, and this is the site where you can go to actually view and inspect the source code. As always, I will have a link in the description below to this page right here, so you can go ahead and check it out for yourself. So if we scroll down a bit here, we will see that this tool supports multiple operating systems. For example, the first item is Windows. So for those of you that are on Windows and you want to give Linux a shot, you can use the Windows version of this utility to create a bootable flash drive that you can use to test out Linux. We also have a version for Mac OS 10, soon to be Mac OS 11. We have a generic Linux PC version because, you know, there's a bunch of Linux distributions out there. They can't possibly list them all. So you should be able to download that version for whatever your distribution happens to be. But if you are running one of the distributions on the screen here, such as Ubuntu LTS, Arch, Manjaro, or Raspberry Pi OS, there are versions specifically for those platforms. And scrolling down a bit further, we can see some screenshots for what the utility will look like if you were to
I mean, it looks pretty simple. So USB Imager, hopefully it's that link. That's good. Free trial. What? AI stuff. Can I just like use it for free? Like sign in for free? Why GitLab? What? I forget what GitLab actually is. Oh. Okay. I don't really care about that. Fixed typo. So real. Wow, for the Turkish translation. See, like this is like the open source software that I guess I would contribute to if I ever like knew how, right? It's kind of cool. Uses C. Anyway, so how do I download this? I haven't really used GitLab a whole lot, so I'd go for Windows, I guess. Right.
to run it on your end. The first screenshot shows Windows and then Mac OS, and then a distribution of Linux. We also have some installation instructions on the screen. I will show you how to install this on Ubuntu. I will also show you how to run the generic Linux version as well. And if we scroll down even further, we get a list of features.
I'm using Windows, that's fine.
A comparison chart, and some additional usage instructions right here. I will leave it up to you to go through this document if you'd like to do that, but what I'm going to do is go ahead and get this downloaded so we can give it a shot. So what I'm going to do on my end, I will download this generic Linux version right here, the GTK version.
I have two options, right? I have GDI and GDI WO. Write only. Okay, so I do GTI then. Yep, save. Downloads. Oh, there's ISO. Let's go ahead and extract that with WinRAR. The folder's like down here for some reason. Okay, well, there's the app. Use administration. Hopefully it's not a virus. Please. Okay. Let's plug this in. And what? Do I select a USB or? I don't know.
Specifically,
What? Like wait. Like I hate how Vivaldi does like the downloads thing. Like I'm fine with like an overlay, but like the way it pushes everything to the side is just so annoying. Especially for like YouTube stuff as well, because like it has to reformat. Like it's quite laggy. Like how do I change the setting on God?
and then I will also download the Ubuntu specific version as well. So here we have 3 files. I have the Ubuntu ISO image, which is the standard format for Linux installation media. And then I have 2 versions of the USB Imager utility downloaded here. So what I will do is extract the generic Linux version right here. And if you are running on Windows, for example, the process should be very similar. It will also be a zip file for you Windows users, and inside that zip file will be a folder, and inside that folder will be the utility. I'm going to do that. What I'm going to do instead is just double click on bin. So here we have the USB Imager utility extracted. Now normally on Linux what you would do is just right click on such a binary, go to properties, and then permissions, and ensure the box here that says allow executing file as a program is checked, which it already is. But for some reason when I double click on it, it doesn't actually open. And if I right click and open it here, it doesn't work. So what?
It's weird that executable files on sorry. It's weird that executable files on Linux have no file extension. I never really understood that. Why don't executables on Linux have a file extension? Like I get that you can like auto detect it, but like why? Like file extensions make it just clear what it is, man. It does. It's the executable bit. Windows has it as a convention. A file is a file. The file permissions. I guess so. I guess so.
What you can actually do, just right click the window, open
Like
in
it's
terminal,
just clearer,
and then just
you know?
type a // and then
Like obviously like the computer doesn't need it, but like it's useful for humans when they're reading it.
USB Imager and press enter, and the utility appears as you see here. Now that is the generic Linux version, but it's actually much easier to go ahead and install the deb version if you are running on Ubuntu. Since I am running on Pop! OS, which is based on Ubuntu, I can download the deb version, and if you are running one of the distributions that is on the list, you should be able to simply download that version for your distribution. But what I will do is double click on USB Imager. I'll click on install. I'll type in my super secret password, preferably correctly. And now it's installed. And what's really cool about installing the distribution specific, and next we play applications. So I find that to be an easier way to go because you'll get the icon and it'll be immediately integrated into your distribution. And if I click on it, then as you see here, the USB Imager utility appears on the screen. So to use the utility, the first thing you do is you click on these 3 dots right here, and then a file browser will appear, and then you just find the ISO file that you've downloaded. I have mine right here, and then you click on open. So we've selected the image right here. See if I can make this a little bigger. There we go. And next we plug in a flash drive, and then we should see it on the list if we drop this down. And as soon as I drop that down, it automatically selected my flash drive. It's the only flash drive that I have inserted, so there was no other option.
Almost 4 gigs.
And it probably goes without saying, but you want to make sure that you have backed up everything on your flash drive because this process will erase everything on it. So don't continue unless you are sure there's nothing on your flash drive that you want to keep. Basically, what this tool is going to do is dedicate that flash drive to be a Linux installer for whatever distribution you've downloaded.
Yeah.
And then here we have a verify checkbox that is checked by default. And what that will do is attempt to verify that the process has been completed successfully. And that's very important because if any of the bits were flipped in the process, which is rare, but it does happen, you may experience issues with the Linux distribution when you go to try it. And here we have the right button that'll actually start the process of copying the ISO image onto the flash drive.
Okay.
We also have a read button that I will go through in a minute. But let's go ahead and click on write.
Okay.
And I'll type in my password here.
Imagine needing a password. Oh.
And we can see that the process has already started. It's going by very quickly here, as you can see. So I'm going to give that about a minute to finish, and then I will be right back.
Look, I guess I have a worse writing speed.
So the process is complete. And in my case, the USB flash drive here has been written with the Ubuntu ISO image. So I should be able to use this flash drive to boot another computer into Ubuntu in live mode and even install Ubuntu if I wish. Regardless of the distribution that you are trying, this utility should be useful in allowing you to create bootable media for that distribution. Now, what you can also do is use this utility to back up your flash drive as well. This over at your go.
Okay. So I guess that's it then. Just wait until this finishes its process. Well, in the meantime then, let's keep the video relevant. Let's look at some Linux 101, 100 plus things you need to know about Linux. I apparently started watching this video. I don't know if I finished it. My watch history says no, but it could be lying. I like that. Let's see then.
Statistically, 96% of the humans watching this video are not using Linux. And that's just like really sad because it's a superior free open source operating system, but only has a 4% share of the PC market.
I wonder, imagine if laptops were created that came with like Arch out the box. Or like Mint, you know? Because like, I feel like installing the operating system is the hardest part. Because like most people, like I mean, like back in the day, people did like the Windows ISO disk, like the physical disk, which is why I assume that computers and laptops had disk jockeys, right? Jockeys like disk readers, right? Not for like movies and stuff, but like for readings like software disks. But nowadays we don't have that, so you need to you need to like own a flash drive, which is something that people don't typically have, right? So like it's a surprise that like barely anyone bothers with this kind of stuff.
Luckily though, 96% of the non-human bots watching this video are using Linux because it is the dominant OS on the server. If you're a programmer or developer, you need to know Linux. That's where your code will eventually run and fail, and if you can't SSH into a Linux terminal and fix it, you are screwed. In today's video, you'll learn everything you need to know about Linux by looking at 101 essential concepts over the next 10 minutes. If you survive until the end, you should magically grow a neckbeard and be able to technobabble like an Arch user. Before one can understand Linux though, one must recognize what came before it, Unix, an operating system developed at AT&T Bell Labs in the 70s. Its development led to a standardization called POSIX, or Portable Operating System Interface, to ensure that different systems would be compatible with each other. Its influence remains strong today, with Mac OS, Android, FreeBSD, and most Linux distros being POSIX compliant. In 1987, an OS called Minix for academic use was developed, but redistribution of its code was restricted. This inspired a Finnish computer science student named Linus Torvalds to develop Linux in 1991. Importantly, it's free open source software licensed under GPL 2.0. And by free, I mean free as in freedom. It's free to distribute, modify, and make money off of. Now, what I'm referring to as Linux is in fact not an operating system, but rather an operating system kernel. It's written in...
I thought you were going to say is in fact GNU plus
in the
Linux.
C programming language and is the black magic that sits between your software application. What
Oh.
I'm referring to as Linux is in fact not an operating system, but rather an operating system kernel. It's written in the C programming language.
So I don't know enough about operating systems in general to know what like a kernel is by definition. I'm studying this in my course right now, but I really need to like revise. A kernel though. Okay, it's interesting.
And is the black magic that sits between your software applications and
Oh wait, so like Linux isn't the operating system, it's a kernel. And then the operating system is like Arch, Mint, right? Like Mint OS, Arch OS. Like those are the operating systems. Whereas the Linux is like the kernel, like the back end
the
almost.
hardware. When you hit the power button on your computer, the bootloader, which is usually grub, will load the Linux kernel into random access memory. From there, it detects hardware and starts the init system, which is typically a tool called systemd, although alternatives do exist. Once initialized, the kernel will start up applications in user space, which will typically bring the user to a login screen. As the user starts doing stuff, the kernel has a lot of responsibility. It allocates and deallocates memory for processes, and can even create virtual memory to use more memory than is physically available by tapping into your hard drive.
Yeah.
Speaking of the hard drive, the kernel also provides a virtual file system to interact with files on different systems. The fourth
What does virtual mean? Like I feel like virtual is like thrown around a lot in computer science. Like the meaning is a bit ambiguous. Like virtual in the case of virtual memory means like writing to disk to kind of like expand the RAM, right? The RAM. Um, Virtual functions in like C++ are like functions that are like interface like they're an interface and like I don't
extended
know.
file system is the most common default on Linux, but it's not the only option. The kernel also
Okay.
interacts with all these peripheral devices via drivers. Pretty cool,
Yeah.
but you can't just walk up and mess around with the kernel. And that's because it's surrounded by the CPU's protection ring. At ring 0, we have the kernel with the highest level of privilege, while
I learned
most of
this in
us
class,
normies
yeah.
in user space live
My
in ring
lecture.
3 with the lowest level of privilege. But often, you'll want to do something that requires access to the kernel, like write a file to the file system. And that's
Zoolander.
where system calls come in. In this C code here, you'll notice that I'm making a syscall to write, which will transition from ring 3 to ring 0 to output some text to the console. However, write itself is not a system call. It's actually a wrapper provided by glibc, which is the GNU standard library for C, and provides all kinds of wrappers for making system calls that can do almost anything on your OS. But wait a minute, what is GNU? It's pronounced GNU, and it's a project that predates the Linux kernel itself and was started all the way back in 1983 by Richard Stallman. It provides all the core utilities for Linux, which are all the software utilities that make the kernel useful to humans. The best way to start exploring these core libs is to open up the terminal.
Yeah, is GNU centered around Linux? Because like I know like GNU existed before Linux, but like they were looking for an operating system, and then they saw like the Linux and were like, oh sick, Torvalds, you wanna help us with that? But like was the project initially like always designed to be around on a kernel?
Which is a graphical user interface that allows you to send
I mean, I guess
commands
it'd have
via
to
the
be, right?
shell.
Because the
Now, they
kernel's
call
very
this thing a
central.
shell because it provides a layer of protection between user space and the kernel. There are many different flavors of shells, but the most common is bash. Let's say hello to the Linux kernel by running
Bash
the
is a
GNU
shell.
shell utility
I thought bash was a
echo
language.
and providing a string argument to it.
Well,
This command takes
guess
our
it is to an
message
extent.
and prints it to the standard output. Pretty simple, but what actually happened under the hood is that a system call was made to the kernel, which checked permissions and managed drivers to turn those ones and zeros into pixels on the screen. As an end user though, I don't care. My friend told me about a cool command called touch, but I have no idea what it does. The cool thing about Linux is that you can pull up the manual for any command by hitting up my main man. It looks like this command is used to create a new file. Man, isn't that cool? Let's go ahead and try it out now
Good name,
by
these.
creating a new text file. It looks like nothing happened, but I promise it worked. I can prove it
What's
by
this
using
video?
the
1 year ago. No, actually quite recent. 5 minutes left.
ls command to list out the files in this directory. And there it is. And we can read the file contents with the cat command. But again, nothing happens because there's no data in this file.
Yeah.
However, there is a bunch of metadata like timestamps that we can access with the stat command. Stat rhymes with
Okay.
cat, and when we run it, we know this file's birth time, when it was modified, and when it was last accessed. That's useful, but we can also get more information from the ls command by appending flags to it, like the l flag to list more details, and the h flag to make them human readable. When we run that command, we can now see the exact size of every file, and we can also combine flags in Linux to make this command more concise. I don't want an empty file though, so I'm just going to remove it with the rm command. The cool thing about the Linux terminal is that it's really easy to combine commands. Like I can take echo and use this angle bracket to redirect its output to a new file. In addition, I can flip this angle bracket around to also redirect the input of a file.
For some reason, PowerShell doesn't allow this.
Pipes are even cooler. They allow you to take the output of one command and pass it off to another command. Like for example, if we have a log file of our broken code, we might first use cat to read that file, but then we could pipe the output to sort, which would sort it line by line, and then unique to remove any duplicates. There's so much more we could do just from the terminal, but if you find yourself doing the same thing over and over again, it might be time to write a bash script in its own dedicated file. But to create that file, we'll use an interactive text editor.
Emacs, NeoVim, Vim, VS Code, Notepad++. Is the Ito I don't recognize these other ones.
If you have a few years to spare, you could try learning Vim, or if you have no life at all, you could try Emacs, but I'm going to create this file with Nano, a minimal text editor built into most Linux distros. At the top of the file, we'll add a shebang that tells Linux to use the bash interpreter. Then we can add as much bash code as we want here. Like we might use echo, and then read to read a value from the standard input, and then echo to once again echo it back. And now if we save this file, we can execute it by simply entering the file path in the terminal. And that brings us to the halfway mark. Unfortunately, 100 topics is not nearly enough to cover the entire Linux ecosystem. If your goal is to become an Apex Alpha Linux GigaChad, check out my brand new full Linux course for Fireship Pro members. The course contains over 30 videos of hands-on Linux topics, along with quizzes for regular dopamine hits that will help you master the fundamentals of Linux quickly. But most importantly, it will teach you how to spin up your own virtual private server to self-host your own applications. But one major drawback of using Linux is that it might trigger an existential crisis, and you might ask yourself, who am I? When you enter that command, it's going to return your Linux username. In addition, every user has a unique UID that can be viewed with the ID command. My ID is 1000, but there is one special user with a UID of 0 called root, aka admin, super user, or daddy. Root has the highest level of privilege, and you can switch to the root user with the su command, or prefix any command with sudo to run it with elevated privilege. Any user can be granted sudo privilege, and you can check your privilege right now by running sudo flag L. In addition to users, Linux also has groups. Groups have group IDs and make it easier to manage permissions for multiple users. Before we talk about permissions though, let's explore the file system. By default, we're in our home directory, which is like a personal workspace for the user you're logged in as. We might make a new directory here using the makedir command, then use cd to change directories into it. Now run pwd to print the current working directory. But now let's venture outside of our home into the root of the file system by running cd/. If you hit ls here, you'll find a bunch of critical directories that you need to know about. Like boot contains the Linux kernel itself, dev contains external devices like hard drives, etc contains config files, and var contains log files. The most interesting directory here though is bin, which holds your binary.
For the record, I've used Linux a bit on my university servers, so I'm familiar with a fair amount of this stuff already.
And sbin for system binaries. You
Which is
see,
good, I
when
guess,
you run a command
if
like
I
ls,
get started.
Linux looks for an executable binary on your system to execute. The thing is, binaries not only live here, but also under the user system resources directory, and potentially anywhere you want on the file system. And that begs the question, how does Linux know where to find the right binary? Well, that's where path comes in. It's a special environment variable that contains paths to directories separated by colons. When you enter a command, Linux will search through the path for a matching binary in each directory and execute the first one it finds. Its value is set on the system by default, but it's common to customize it by using the export keyword, which will set the value for.
I wish it was just easier to edit your path on Windows as well. Like when I first installed C++, I had to do that to get a GCC as a command. Like it was so weird because like it was just something. It was just like a concept that was so foreign to me at the time.
An environment variable. The most common technique is to update the path for an individual user by customizing the bash rc file, which itself is a script that will run before every terminal session. And now that we're inside this file, we can also do things like customize the ps1 environment variable to change the terminal prompt to look more like a mega hardcore hacker when coding at Starbucks, which is a proven way to attract a mate as a Linux user.
Why is it called PS1? It's a PowerShell one or something.
But now it's time to talk about file permissions. Use ls flag L on any file to view permissions, and notice these cryptic 9 characters. These are called symbolic permissions.
I need
the
to know
first triplet
these.
represents the owner, the middle the group, and the last triplet is for everyone else. Each one contains a letter that represents read, write, and execute privileges. If the letter is present, it means access granted, but if there's a dash, it means permission denied. These can also be represented as numbers in octal notation. For example, 777 lets anybody do anything to a file. I know 777 is good on slot machines, but in Linux, it's generally a bad idea, because you want to always follow the principle of least privilege. Grant access to things only when necessary, and trust no one. Now, you can modify the permissions on a file with the chmod command, like necessary and trust no one.
This is like a bait.
Now, you can modify the permissions on a file with the chmod command. Like here, I'm using it to grant read access to a document for everybody. We can also change the owner of a file with chown, or assign groups with chgroup. And now that we know what all these things mean, permissions aren't so cryptic. Now, anytime you run a command or group. And now that we know what all these things mean, permissions aren't so cryptic. Now, anytime you run a command or execute a program, it creates a process on the CPU, which is managed by the Linux kernel. You can view these processes with the psst command, and notice how each one has a unique process ID, along with the user who created it. Or better yet, use htop to get an interactive breakdown of processes that can be filtered. Some of these are just system daemons that run in the background. We all have our daemons. In fact, if you have a long-running script, you can even create your own background process by adding an ampersand to the end of it. Or if you want a script to run on a specific schedule, like a reminder to do something at 4:20 p.m. today, you can accomplish that by adding your script to the cron tab. That's cool, but occasionally you'll have a bad process that needs to be killed. The kill command can do that by gracefully sending a sigterm signal to the process. If that doesn't do the trick though, use the 9 flag to forcefully kill it with sigkill. We've barely scratched the surface, but so far, everything we've looked at is pretty standard on most Linux machines. Other utilities you should know about include grep for searching through text, sed for modifying text, gzip for making files smaller, and tar for archiving directories. But the Linux experience varies wildly when talking about different distros. A Linux distribution is just a complete operating system built on the Linux.
Linux is a real thing. I saw it on that guy's USB, but I thought it was just like a niche joke. Like this is like an actual distro.
Distros. A Linux distribution is just a complete operating wildly when
What is Gentoo? What the hell is Gentoo doing? New sense. Mint, bruh. I'm very invested in this Gentoo user.
Talking about different distros. A Linux distribution is just a complete operating system built on the Linux kernel. And each distro has a highly opinionated set of default software for their target audience.
Eleutheromaniac. Claim for freedom. I see.
Distros can have different designed for beginners, a highly opinionated
Dogmas.
set of default software for their target audience. Some are designed for beginners, others for hardcore hackers, and everything in between. Distros can have different package managers to install new software, like apt, yum, and pacman, and they might also have different release schedules. Like some have a predictable fixed release date, while others have rolling releases that keep their software on the cutting edge at all times. And one thing we didn't even talk about is desktop environments. If using Linux as a PC,
as long as they're like
your distro will have a default desktop environment like GNOME or KDE Plasma, and that makes a huge difference in the experience. Some distro families you should know about include Slackware, the original gangster from the 90s, Debian, the most popular distro overall, famous for its open philosophy and ease of use, Red Hat, the distro of choice in enterprise for its long-term support plans, and finally, the Arch family. If someday you find yourself saying, "I use Arch by the way," unironically, it means you've embraced the paradox of complexity and simplicity, and your operating system is no longer just a tool, but a reflection of your own dominance and mastery over the digital world. Thanks for watching. Check out the full course if you want to go deeper, and I will see you in the next one.
Thank you, Fireship. Very insightful. So this should be done now. Nope. Lied to me. How's this? Did it finish eating? Oh, right, it's been stalled. Fair enough. Um, ignore the boys. This is the boys season 5 episode 4 fan fiction that I've torrented. Yep. Share ratio is still 0.02. Sick. So it's done nothing basically. Is this frozen? No. Okay. Let me revisit this PewDiePie video actually, briefly.
Oh, you little cat. Oh. Oh, you poor boy. You disgusting little thing. Oh, what happened to you? Oh, look at yourself. You're the blob from I Have No Mouth But I Must Scream. Oh, who did this to you? Was it Windows? Oh, Mac OS? Oh, don't worry. I can save you. Install Linux. What if I told you you can look like this? Anyway, let me start this off by saying, what if I told you you can look like this? Anyway, let me start this off
Justin
by
Bieber.
saying, I am not a tech guy. You saw my PC building video. Ah!
Looks all bent.
I'm surprised the whole thing hasn't exploded. It's like sitting next to a bomb every day. But what you did see was 0.5 seconds of the video where I installed Linux on the thing, and a lot of people just went, what? Some people seemed surprised and confused.
Something possessed him to put Linux on it.
Some people were excited. At the time, I didn't know the power that I had. I was like a baby with a rocket launcher. For years, I have been tortured by Windows. But now, alas, I am finally free. I escaped the Windows cave. I saw the sun. The shadows are gone. It blinded me for a moment. And now I'm speaking to you in the cave. Enough reference. Okay, so I'm gonna yap about Linux for as long as this video is, and you're gonna listen. I want to start off by going through the reasons why I switched to Linux. It's different for everybody. Number one is how backlit this shot is. Number one, Windows talks to me like I'm a baby. Now, mentally, I might be, but that does not warrant. You want Candy Crush? You want Candy Crush on your computer? You want to use Bing? Yes. Are you sure you want to delete that file? Are you super duper sure you want to delete that file? That's how it talks to me, and I don't like it. Linux, on the other hand, literally puts a gun in your hand and says, my first sort of aha moment when I installed Linux or started using it was, wait a minute, it does exactly what I wanted to do. And there's just a really powerful feeling about that. I do want to show you guys my setup as well. I will get into that. But first, reason number two. As an epic minimalist, the bloat. The bloat is real. It always bothered me. Anytime I install a new Windows, I spent like an hour trying to uninstall all the pre-packaged BS that I don't want. Windows is like, I know you paid $100 or whatever for me, but I'm still gonna put ads in here. Yes. Put a little AI in here. You want that, right? That doesn't benefit me. It's for you, the consumer.
Isn't even free.
Bing! It doesn't benefit me that you use me. It's for you, the consumer. Bing!
Bro.
It doesn't benefit me that you use Bing, but please use Bing. Microsoft is an annoying suite, apparently. With Linux, nothing. Serenity. Peace. Don't even get me started on the Windows taskbar. You control what's on your computer. Peace. Don't even get me.
His dad wasn't his biological father? No, not the master. This is like a master subplot, bro.
Started on the Windows taskbar. You control what's on your computer. Duh, it's obvious. How is this not a thing? Reason number three, customization. I discovered this afterwards. Customizing on Linux is a beautiful thing. On Windows, you can maybe change your wallpaper, change a little bit of colors, whoopity-doo. On Linux, you can change reality itself. Since Linux is built modular, you can swap out your GUI entirely. You don't even have to use one. You can cut off the head of Linux and it'll still be like, hey, I'm here, what's up? Customizing on Linux is called rising, and I got way too into it. I cooked hard. I can't wait to show you guys. Now, reason number 4, gaming. Gaming on Linux is finally real. I actually installed Linux 15 years ago. That's right, I'm old. And I uninstalled it after like a couple days, as a lot of people do, when they realize, oh, I can't use the things I need on Linux. And for me, that was gaming back then, because it's like, well, then what's the point? But now, gaming on Linux is real at last. So Valve came in like Gandalf's in Helm's Deep, riding a Steam Deck with Proton. So I think this is a perfect example how Linux benefits everyone. The fact that Valve as a company recognized maybe Microsoft has a bit too much power. If they wanted to and started being shady, locking things down, taking cuts, they absolutely could, and it's not like it would be uncharacteristics for them to do. So Valve started improving gaming on Linux, boosted driver support, and they built on what was already there from open source software like Wine. By doing this, Valve benefits, consumer benefits, ecosystem grows, win, win, win. It really feels like an alternate reality. This totally could not have been a thing. And it also makes me realize just how many things can be better if people just weren't so greedy. Can we just fix them? So thank you, Linux, and thank you, Base Gaben. Now I've gone through the reasons why I switched to Linux. Let me just explain why maybe not switching is a good idea. Because everything good comes with a sacrifice.
Well, we're done. Just took 25 minutes. So now my USB is formatted as a disk image thing. So it's been ejected. Okay, fine. Nope. How do I eject this? The case is broken. So now I just need to not break the USB, but still somehow get it out of my laptop. Okay, it's out. Right. So let's continue. Oh. Let's continue this video then.
Right about
So we are
Anyway, I'm excited to get started.
here.
In fact, let's take care of that right now.
I lied. We're here.
1st of January. However, that's okay because they're always creating new installation media, but you'll just download whatever one is the most current, even if it's different than the one that I'm downloading right now. Once you have it downloaded, what you'll do is use it to create bootable installation media for Arch Linux by writing the ISO image to your flash drive. Again, if you don't already know how to do that, you can check the links down in the description below because I have videos already on my channel that guide you through the entire process. Anyway, once you have that done, what you'll do is boot your computer by inserting the flash drive, obviously, and accessing your computer's boot menu and selecting the flash drive as your means of installation. You'll also want to make sure that Secure Boot is disabled. You will be able to use Secure Boot. You can enable it later, but for the installation, we definitely want to make sure that we disable this. Now, I want to be clear, I'm not advocating for disabling security measures on your system, but it's just temporary. We only need to disable the Secure Boot option in our BIOS for installing Arch Linux. After your installation is finished, you can check out the documentation on the Arch Linux wiki that'll teach you exactly how to do that. When it comes to how you go about setting up Secure Boot within Arch Linux, well, I'm going to use that as an opportunity to mention the Arch Wiki. The Arch Wiki is a great place, a goldmine actually, of Linux-related resources. And sure, it's specific to Arch Linux, but the information within that wiki is, well, it's very popular, even with people that use other distributions. So if you want to set up something like Secure Boot, then I'll leave an article link down in the description below that will outline that entire process. Anyway, let's get back to our installation. So what I'm going to do right now is just reboot my machine into the Arch Linux installation media, and I'll be right back. And I'm back. What you're seeing right now is a screen recording that's being captured directly from my laptop. Like I mentioned, I use only real hardware on this channel unless I let you know otherwise. Now the resolution might look a little wonky here. It's a disagreement between the Arch Linux installer and my screen recorder, so I had to blow...
Okay, how do I open this then? So I need to open it. I need to open my ThinkPad in boot mode, right? So I'm actually just gonna ask Claude. I've got Arch Linux on an ISO on my USB, stick, flash drive, formatted and all. How do I now use that to install Arch on my Lenovo ThinkPad? Right. Now we're getting real, chat. We're getting real. We're getting real. So let me get my ThinkPad. Sorry. I have noticed, by the way, the charger is on the left side, whereas my Lenovo Asus has the charger on the right side. So I can't wait for that to trip me up. I know the Mac also has it on the left side. And when I switched to this laptop, which has it on the right side, I liked it more. Why? I think it was just convenience, actually. Like you know, circumstantially, the right side was better. And for my case here, circumstantially, I think it is also the same. But the thing is, left is better if you are right-handed. Because what happens is I have my leads, right? I have this stuff. Sorry, this is so weird. I have this stuff here coming down and blocking my mouse. Not cool, right? I mean, you know, realistically, it doesn't actually do that. Like, it doesn't block me, but it is. It has a potential to, you know. Anyway, so. Let's get this set up. Right, I've got my ThinkPad here on my right. Obviously not in camera view right now, but okay. So let's read these instructions first. So plug the flash drive, power on the ThinkPad. So it's off right now. So okay, so it should be off. Okay, so I'm going to shut down my ThinkPad. Power shut down. Anyway, yep, shut down. Okay, press F12 at the Lenovo splash screen. Select your USB drive from the list. Choose Arch Linux install, and that's when I'll land at this screen. Oh, sick. Okay, so I don't know how I'm gonna do this. I don't know how I'm gonna show this. So let me get my camera. Maybe I can get like a good view somehow. This view. I mean, you can see my screen. Okay, let me put it here. Kinda. Dude, look. Oh my, dude, look at how cooked this is. Like even I can like see that with my own eyes, but like that's crazy. It's so smudged. Definitely needs like cleaning somehow. I know like I shouldn't use my finger either. Anyway, this glorious angle. So is there a way I can get this while having my face in it? No, you know what? Screw it. Okay, I'm put the camera here, and then I will turn it around if I need to. I will unplug it just so I don't have this charger in the way, because it's kind of annoying me right now. Right. Hello, chat. So Claude says to power on the device, and then when it's on, okay, no, so step one, right? Step one is to get my USB, which keeps falling out for some reason, but ya Allah, let's get this. Plug it in, right? So it's plugged in there, and then we need to boot it up, but press F12 at the Lenovo thing. So let's press the power button, and when it's on, give a second, F12. Okay. What the fuck? I press F12. Okay, I'm gonna try again, but like spam it, you know? So let's try restart. And again, spam F12. Let's give it a second. Right, I'm pressing it, although you can't see. My finger is going up and down on the F12 button. I am pressing FN as well, which in theory should do it. For some reason my FN lock is on. Okay, done. Right, so now it's entering the boot mode. I think it didn't work because I had FN lock on for some reason. Right, so it's entering the boot menu, as you can see there. Sick. So we've got a few options here. I didn't think that this would have an actual GUI. PXE boots, what's that? I don't know. My mouse is very jittery as well. Maybe I can use a G-spot to move instead. God, this is so weird. Okay, let me find USB HDD SMI USB disk. Is that it? That's probably it, right? This is a Windows, but let's go for the USB one. Arch Linux. Ooh, look at that, guys. Okay, it's beeping. It's a bit scary. Okay, so this one, right? Default, I guess. It's like a timed countdown. You know, I don't know what I'm doing. Anytime. Okay, so I should land at root.archiso thingy. By the way, like I could totally like hook this up to a screen recorder, but I guess I'm lazy. Waiting 10 seconds for device. Okay. Unfortunately, my camera quality, like for some reason, it just doesn't like. It's really bad at focusing on text, even though like my face seems to be decent, but yeah. So you can't really see whatever that's saying. So I guess I'll just read it out. It's computing rootfs images to RAM. ETA 1 minute. In the meantime, I don't know. Let's keep reading this. So Ethernet will work automatically. I don't have that, so I'll need to use IWCTL. Then find my interface and connect. Hopefully that actually works, but we'll see. Find your disk name. Okay. I mean, I assume from once I get like past, well, to the root dot at our KaiSo whatever, I can just go continue with the video, right? Because I should be on this thing, right?
Up the resolution a little bit here, but I will be solving this shortly right after we set up a network connection. In fact, let's take care of that right now.
Yeah, exactly. So this should take like 15 more seconds. It's saying on my screen. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. How exciting, guys! How exciting! Okay, running cleanup. Look, welcome to Arch Linux. Awesome. It's mounting a bunch of stuff. Looks very programmy. Whoa, guys, whoa. Can I get like a thumbnail face here? Okay, no, never mind. That's horrific. Okay. So again, you can't really see this, but it says Arch Linux. To install Arch Linux, follow the installation guide on the wiki for Wi-Fi, blah blah blah. Yeah, so there it is. So this does say root at whatever, even though you can't see that, but it's there. Let me take a picture with my phone. Top 10 moments. Whoa. Whoa. Okay. So I'm at root. Can I zoom? Well, I could try zooming in, but I kind of don't want to risk it. Yeah, okay, no, I can't zoom in, but I can type. I just typed hello. Awesome. So let's go out here. I'm gonna share my screen. Right, sorry. So let's see.
After all, we will need a network connection in order to download the required components for Arch Linux.
Very true.
If you have a network cable connected to your computer, you might
don't.
already have network connectivity. And one way that we could test that is to run the command IP-addr show.
I don't.
That should show us our IP address, if we have one. Now,
I'm gonna do that. I mean, I guess I can't really leak it because it's kind of invisible anyway. Also, my hand is like miraculously blocking the thing when I try to type. But IP adder show. Yeah. So my output looks very similar to his. Yeah. In fact, it should be the same because I don't think he has an Ethernet cable.
in my case, I don't. I'm using a laptop,
Exactly.
and I don't have a cable connected. I'm going to be using Wi-Fi. I figured it's better to show you the process of using Wi-Fi just in case you need that, but if you do have an IP address, you should be good to go. In my case, if I did have one and I had a wired connection, then it would be listed under number 2 for my wired connection, but the only thing I see here is my MAC address, so I know that I don't have an IP address, and I won't be able to access the internet, at least not right now. Now, another thing that we'll need is the interface name for our Wi-Fi adapter. In my case, it's WLAN 0, and it should be fairly obvious which one is your wireless interface, but we do need to know the name of our device, and in my case, it's WLAN 0. To find out the name of your Wi-Fi device, all you have to do is run this command, the command that I just ran, and you'll get that information. Once we have that, we could go ahead and start the process of setting up Wi-Fi.
Okay.
If you have no intention of using Wi-Fi, you can skip this step.
I do.
To set up Wi-Fi, what we'll do is run the iwctl command, and this will activate another command prompt, a secondary command prompt that's specific to Wi-Fi.
Okay. iwctl.
We could use this prompt to do things like scan the wireless networks that are available in our area, just get some information about our surroundings in terms of Wi-Fi, and then we could use that information to make the connection. So what we'll do is type the word station, and then we'll type the name of our Wi-Fi interface. In my case, it's WLAN 0.
Yeah, my same.
And then after that, get-networks. And what this should do is tell us which Wi-Fi networks are in our general vicinity. In my case, I have these 4 available right now.
Yep. So I can see mine. Sick. Awesome.
So what I'll do is connect to one of these networks. And to do that, I'll actually exit from this prompt, and that'll bring me back to the Arch Linux prompt, the one that we had before.
Exit, okay.
And then what we'll do is use the iwctl command to actually connect.
How did you just clear his terminal?
And then what we'll do is use the iwctl command to actually connect to the network that we've identified as nearest, the one that we want to connect to. So I'll type iwctl -- passphrase. And then here, what you'll do is type the passphrase for your Wi-Fi network. I'll put it in double quotes, and I'll have you do the same just in case you have special characters inside your passphrase.
What's the passphrase? The passwords? I don't know which one I want to connect to yet.
And then after the passphrase,
the name.
We'll type the word station, and then the interface name, WLAN 0 in my case, connect, and then after that, you'll type the name of the Wi-Fi network that you want to connect to. So I'll type in mine.
Okay, that's it. Okay, so password first and then the thing. Right, let me just remember what my password actually is. I mean, it doesn't really matter if I leak it in this case. I think it's quite arbitrary, but let me just find it. Properties. I'm on Glide resident. Okay. Wi-Fi password show. Awesome. I can just scan. Okay. So passphrase. Let's add that in. My thing's on a US keyboard right now, which is kind of annoying. So I need to remember what my things are manually. Thankfully, I have good muscle memory. If you can read this password, then that means you can sneak on my Wi-Fi if you ever come near me. So have fun with that. Okay. Then station WLAN 0 connect, and then Mine's Glide, resident. Enter. Please work.
Okay, well, I didn't get any errors, so let's see what happened. What I'll do is
Okay.
type IP ADDR show,
Okay.
and let's see if we have an IP address. And check it out. We do.
Um. I think I have one. I mean, I don't know. I don't know enough about IP addresses to know if that's the right IP address, but looks legit. Low-key leaking my IP right now, but that's okay. Okay. I mean, before it was, yeah. Before there was nothing, now there is. Okay, so it looks like it connected. Okay,
That's my IP address.
sick.
Now, what I'm going to do is switch over to SSH so I can
How do
show
you-
you the installation process with a
clear
higher
CLS?
resolution. But in order for me to use SSH, I have to enable it. And I figured I would show you the process as well in case you want to use
Okay.
SSH for your
So
installation.
it is actually Linux
The first
commands.
thing we'll do is see whether or not it's active already. And to do that, we could type systemctl and then status, and then we'll check the status of SSHD, just like that.
Okay.
In my case, it's active and running.
So systemcl. Oh my god, I can't type on this keyboard. I'm not used to it. Status SSHD. Incorrect. Correct system. Oh, cool. There's autocorrect. That's sick. Systemcl. Yeah. I definitely made a typo. Okay. Mine's active. That's nice.
So there's nothing I have to do when it comes to the SSH service itself. But if for some reason it's not showing as running on your end, what you could do is type systemctl start SSHD just like that, and that'll make sure that SSH is listening for connections.
Nice.
After we do that, what we'll do is set a root password.
I don't even know what SSH is, but
By default, SSH will not allow connections to root when root doesn't have a password. So let's take care of that right now. So we'll type passwd, and then we'll type the password that we want the root account to have. And this root password is just for the installer and will not be the root password of our root account in our installation. So what I'll do is type in the password that I want this root account to have.
does it matter?
And then I'll confirm it. And I've updated the password. So what I'll do now is switch over to another computer, and I'll use that.
I assume the password doesn't have. Can't speak. I assume the password doesn't have to be that secure. So I'll just do what I always have. Okay.
Computer to connect to this one via SSH to show you a higher resolution. It's just video editing stuff. Don't worry about it. I'll be right back, and the screen will look a lot better once I do. All right, so I bet this looks a
Wow.
lot better, doesn't it? What I've done is I've
It's a
used my
terminal window.
HP Dev 1 to SSH into my ThinkPad X1 Carbon, you know, the machine I'm installing Arch Linux onto, so that way you guys can see it better. Now that doesn't impact us for our project today, but I
Cool.
figured I'd mention that in case somebody was curious. Anyway,
Cool.
now that we have network connectivity,
Fair
what we
enough.
could do is type arch install, and what that's going to do is launch the Arch Linux installer. Now what
Okay.
we're going to do is go
So I'm going to skip this part and go straight to the manual install method. So installing via manual method.
So let's dive in. Like I mentioned, we'll be installing Arch Linux in this section using the manual method. This is the older method before we had the Arch install method. However, this method gives you more control over your installation. Now the first thing we'll need, just like last time, is a network connection. So we'll type IP ADDR show. We need to find out if we have an IP address. And I do. As you can see, I have an IP address right here, so
I just did this, so I'll do it again. Yeah. I can't zoom in, which is kind of annoying. But okay, whatever. Let me just move my camera back. Because like at this point, what happens on my screen will be the same as what happens on his screen, more or less. Just know that I'm typing stuff. Oops.
I'm ready to go. If you don't have an IP address on your side, you will need a network connection, so either connect a cable or connect via wireless. If you want to connect via Wi-Fi, then check the time codes down below, because I did that in an earlier section in this video. Anyway, I'm good to go, so let's go ahead and get this started. Now, what we'll need to know is the device identifier for the hard drive that we want to install Arch Linux onto. To find that out, we could type lsblk, and once we do that, we'll get a list of storage volumes attached to our computer. Now for me, SDA is going to be my flash drive, so I don't want to use that. I don't want to install Arch Linux on the flash drive. That's what I'm using to install Arch Linux in the first place.
Yeah.
However, I have device NVMe 0N1, and that is the device that I need to use.
Okay. I have the exact same thing. And that's the one with 475 gigs. Cool. He has the exact same storage as me, actually. Well, kind of. I think his is partitioned a bit differently.
If you have any doubts as far as which of these devices is the one that you should target, then pay attention to the size column. That should give you a close enough approximation of the size of the volume, but should match the theoretical size of the volume. So the 476.9 gigabytes I have on this device, that is pretty much a close match to what it's supposed to be, so that must be the right one. Now that we know which one we want to target, what we'll do is type fdisk. This is going to allow us to set up partitions on our system. And before anyone leaves a comment asking why I didn't use insert name of partition utility here, well, there's a bunch of them and it really doesn't matter so much. You could use whatever you want to use, but if you want to follow along with me and have a greater chance at having this succeed the first time, then I recommend that you just do it the way that I'm doing it, because I've tested this process repeatedly before recording this video. Anyway, what we want to do is target the device identifier that we've identified as our hard drive. So we'll type /dev, and then in my case, /NVMe 0N1. From this point forward, be sure to change NVMe 0N1 on your side to the appropriate device name.
That's the same.
If your device name for your hard drive doesn't match mine, then the commands won't work. So anytime you see me type the device identifier for my hard drive, make sure you're typing in the one for your hard drive. Anyway, this is the command right here that I want to run. Before I continue, I just want to mention I did not choose a partition. So for example, this would be partition 1. This would be partition 2, and so on.
In my room.
I'm actually going to choose the device itself. I just wanted to make that clear in case anybody was confused. If your device identifier matches mine, just leave out the P1, P2, or whatever it is at the end, and you should be good to go. If your device identifier is something like dev SDA, then you're not going to type SDA1, SDA2, just SDA. Anyway, I'll press enter.
Yeah.
And that brings us into the fdisk utility here, which we're going to use again to set up partitions.
Same as me.
What I'll do right now is type P. That'll print the current partition layout that I have here on my hard drive. It's the same one I used to install Arch Linux via the Arch install method earlier in this video.
Okay.
So what you're seeing right here is
I have
the
3
partition
partitions.
layout from that section of the video.
Sorry, he has
you
3,
might
I
see
have
something
4.
completely different on your end.
His is EFI Linux, mine is EFI, Microsoft Reserved, Microsoft Basic Data, and Windows Recovery Environment. Interesting. Very cool. What'd you know?
It doesn't really matter because we are going to be wiping the hard drive, so it doesn't matter which partitions we have. What we're going to do is type G, and what that's going to do is give us an empty partition table.
Okay.
And if I type P again...
How's he clearing? Like Control C or something? No, I don't want to quit. Escape? Tab? No. Enter is just empty. Control... You know, let me just not even risk it. C, unknown command. Great. I have no idea how to clear. I can't scroll. Control Enter? No. Let's just continue.
And if I type P again, we no longer have any partitions on our system.
True.
But that's not completely true. I didn't write the changes yet. I didn't finalize anything.
Oh.
If I wanted to, I could abort the process right now.
Is that simple to just erase it?
Lose anything. But what I'll do is continue. Just wanted to mention that. You still have a bit of time left if you want to back out. After we write the changes to the hard drive, then that's it.
No.
We have fully
Goodbye,
committed
Windows.
to installing Arch Linux at that point. Continuing, what we're going to do is create
Whoops.
a new partition, and we could do that by pressing N just like this. So I'll
Okay.
press enter. For the partition number, we're going to leave the default of 1.
Okay.
For the first sector, we're going to leave that at its default as well.
Okay.
For the last sector, what we're going to do is type +1 and then capital G, because we want to create a partition that is 1 gigabyte. We really shouldn't need more than that. I mean, if you want to
I
be
see.
super safe, you could probably make this 2 gigabytes, but I think at that point, you're probably wasting hard drive space.
That's crazy.
Now on my end, it's telling me that partition 1 already contains a Linux file system. Remember, I mentioned earlier that we didn't wipe anything yet. Even though we've created a brand new partition table, we didn't finalize anything. Anyway,
Yeah.
let's confirm this.
Yes. Okay.
Next, what we'll do is create our second partition. The first partition will be used for the boot partition.
What are these partitions? So I mean, I know that a partition is like a separation of storage, right? So is that what we're doing? Just like specifying how much storage each part
And
gets.
the
Each part
second will be
gets.
used
Each
for
part
EFI.
gets. Jesus Christ.
So again, we'll type N for new.
Okay.
We'll accept the default partition number
2,
of
yeah.
2. It's the second partition. It works out for me anyway.
Probably
For the
default.
first sector, we'll press enter, whatever it is. We'll just leave
Yeah.
it at its default. And for the last sector, again, we'll type +1 and then capital G to create yet another partition
I'll do +10p for 10 petabytes.
that is 1 gigabyte
Petabytes.
in size.
Okay. Again.
Now, if I check out the partition layout that we have so far, we have these 2 partitions here, but we need
P.
another one because we need something to install Linux into.
Nice.
And we're going to set up LVM, which is going to be a great way to do this.
LVM.
And
Okay.
because we're going to be using LVM, I'll go ahead and create a partition for that right now.
Sure.
So again, N for new.
And for new.
Partition 3 is the appropriate
3.
partition number. First sector, again, enter.
Okay.
Now for the last sector, we'll press enter here, which is going to ensure that the entirety of the hard drive is dedicated for our cause today. This will make sure that you have all the available space on your drive. So I'll press enter.
For the main thing.
And there we
okay.
go. Next, what I'll do is type T for type.
47.4. Yeah.
We want to work with
47.4.9 gigs.
partition number 3. We're going to set the type for that
T.
partition. And we're going to set this to 44.
Sorry, what?
Is type T for type.
Type.
We want to work with partition number 3. We're going to set the type for that
Okay.
partition. And we're going to set this to 44. If you're
Okay.
curious, you could type capital L right here to list all the partition types. But I already know from rehearsing this video before recording it that this is the number that I want.
So what does that correspond to then? So if I do L, 44 is the next LVM. Okay, well, there you go then. You have EFI system, BIOS boot. This is cool. So this is how you do like EFI and BIOS stuff. There's this guy on YouTube I watch. You might have heard of him. He does videos like coding stuff in assembly on like BIOS or whatever, or like coding the games without an operating system. So yeah, this is kind of cool. But yeah, so we're doing 44. Okay, let me just go down. Okay, how do I exit? Escape? Right? L? 44? Okay, now I'm lucky stuck. Control C. Nope, C. Escape doesn't do anything. Enter doesn't do anything. Okay, I'm listing them, but I don't know how to exit the list. Is he going to do it?
And that's going to give us
Nope. Chat, I am stuck. Arrow keys? Okay, that does create like a page kind of thing, but doesn't really help me. Backspace, delete, home. Okay, home goes to the top, end goes to the end. Oh, cool. That's why that button says end. Ooh, can I use that for my terminal usually? I should check that. Insert. What? Hold on. If I do that on my terminal. Echo 5. Like let's say like I don't know. I do that, right? If I do home, so let's do numlock No. No. I mean, pressing end works. Pressing home doesn't go to the top though. Probably because it's not a list. If it was one command, maybe it would work. But okay, good to know. Jesus Christ, I hate how when if I try to swipe it, sometimes just geeks out. By the way, my ratio is now 0.03. Huge. I'm still stuck. I'm stuck on the screen. I don't know what to do. Q. Okay, Q worked. But now I've exited, which is not what I wanted to do. So Q did exit, but not in the way I intended. Maybe E was the right call. Okay, so let me go back then. Gotta do this again. I don't know if I save my
Go ahead
changes.
and finalize.
I can only hope.
You're going to choose the device itself, your device ID utility.
Right, so fdisk. It did save the command. P to print. Yeah, it didn't save anything
here, which Arch Linux via the Arch install method earlier in this video. So what you're seeing right here, different on your end. Yeah.
M for
We're
help.
going to
Okay.
And if I type
so G
P again, I didn't write now if a bit of time needed to installation, and we can for the partition number at its device 1 and then capital G.
Right, so N 1 first sector default, last sector plus 1 gig. Okay.
G because we have hard drive space. So we've created a partition. We'll be using, it works out for me to create.
See one then N. Oh shit. Do you want to remove the signature? Oh, I said no. Okay, that's not correct. Let's try again. P. It was created. But I didn't do it correctly. Okay, let me quit. Try again. So it was fdisk G for new one, right? Then new one default plus 1G. Then yes. Then another new one. 2 default, and then plus 1G again. And then it was another new one with 3. First sector is also default, right?
Layout that we have so far. And because we're going to be using a partition number,
yeah,
this will make sure that you have work with.
Yeah, so just defaults all the way. Okay.
Partition number 3, we're going to
then
set
T,
the type for
3,
that partition.
44.
And we're going to set this to 44. If
Okay,
you're curious, you could type capital L
now if
right
I print,
here to list all the partitions.
Yeah, if I print, it shows that my third partition is now Linux LVM as opposed to Linux file system.
Exactly what we need. Now what we're going
So
to
if he
do
prints,
is
you'll see it.
finalize our partition layout. Again, we'll just double check it, P and then enter.
Yeah.
You
So
should
mine
have
does
3
say
partitions just like I
LVM.
have here, 2 1 gig partitions, and then 1 that's the remainder of your hard drive. So far so good. So to
save.
finalize it, I'll type W.
W is
and
right.
when we enter W here, there's no going back. Once we do that, we have fully committed to installing Arch Linux because everything on your drive will be completely wiped out.
Let's go.
I'm good to go, so I'll press enter. Sorry to interrupt myself.
Okay, so I typed W. That's it. Okay, that was fast.
But I just wanted to let you know that I really enjoy making this content for you guys. I have a ton of fun. If you enjoy the content that I produce, then please consider supporting Learn Linux TV. The thing is, producing content like this isn't cheap. So by giving back to the channel, you can help me make even more content.
What videos does he usually make? Like he has over 1 million subscribers. I can't speak. He has over 1 million subscribers, which is quite unusual for a tutorial channel. 999 videos too. Like he has almost as many videos as Ken, and has roughly the same amount of subscribers, maybe like 200,000 less. But like that's as a tutorial channel, whereas Ken is like a gaming channel. That's crazy. Yeah, like why would you sub to this? Why would 1 million people sub to this? I'm very curious.
for you guys. And to find out more about how you can support Learn Linux TV, what you could do is go to support.learnlinux.tv, and there you'll find some of the ways that you can help support the channel. Anyway, let's get back to the video. The next step is to format some partitions. And what we'll do is format the very first partition that we created. To do that, I'll type mkfs.fat. We're going to create a fat partition.
Okay.
Specifically a FAT32 partition. And we're
Okay.
going to use /dev, in my case, NVMe 0 and 1. And this time we do want to select a partition. And we're going to choose partition 1. And this is the command. So we are formatting the first partition. Next, what we'll do is format our second partition. This one we're going to format a bit differently than the previous one.
Same version.
So what I'll do is type mkfs, and this time we are going to create an extended 4 partition.
Okay.
/dev NVMe 0 and 1 p2. I want to format the second partition as extended 4. And done. That's all there is to it.
That works
Next,
as well.
what we're going to do is set up the third partition, but we're not going to format it just yet. What we're going to do is encrypt it, because this partition is where all of our data is going to be stored.
Right.
And especially if it's a mobile computer, we definitely want to make sure that it's encrypted.
Right.
So let's encrypt partition number 3. To do that, we'll type crypt setup, and then lux in lowercase,
LUKS,
format with a capital F,
format
/dev /NVMe 0 and 1 p3. In my case, we are encrypting our third partition. It's going to ask us to confirm this, and to do that, we'll type yes in capital letters. Even though we wiped out our hard drive, it's still confirming that we want to indeed encrypt that partition.
Right.
So I typed yes in all caps, and I'll press enter. Next, what we're going to do is type a passphrase. This is the passphrase we'll use to unlock our computer every single time we boot it. So you definitely don't want to forget this password.
No.
I'll type in mine right now.
Okay, it's mine.
I'll type it again. And that's it. We have encrypted our third partition. It's empty, but it is encrypted. So now if we do save something on that partition, it's going to be encrypted along with the rest of it.
What the hell? My fan's so loud right now. Like, literally, what is happening? Yo, my share ratio for The Boys fan fiction is literally 5.3. That's awesome. So basically, I've been a very good seeder. Okay, well, I'm gonna stop seeding this. But I see myself the file, right? Yeah. And then maybe hopefully that can like give more resources to this one. That's cool though. I didn't realize I'd already reached so many. Right.
The next step will be to set up LVM within that encrypted partition, but we need to open the encrypted partition in order for us to start working with it. So here's how we'll do that. We'll again type crypt setup.
Okay.
This time we're going to open an encrypted volume instead of creating one. The type is lux, all in lowercase here. We'll target our third partition.
/dev /NVMe.
And we're going to give it a name. I'll just call it LVM. This name is not final.
No, 0.
This name is how we want to refer to this encrypted volume going forward. But it's just an arbitrary name. Doesn't really matter. I'll just call it LVM. Simple enough. And I'll press enter. Now it's going to ask us for the passphrase for the volume, the one that you just created.
Yeah. Let's look at that worked.
And now we have successfully opened our encrypted
for some reason, my CPU here says 139%. Don't know what that means, but okay.
Partition. Next, what we're going to do is create a physical volume for LVM. Now, this isn't physical in the normal sense, because you could run this command against a virtual hard drive as well.
By the way, so far, I'm glad I chose to do the manual installation, because I've learned enough in my class, in my lectures about operating systems, to like vaguely know like about partitions and stuff. So this is quite useful revision as well.
It doesn't really matter. This is an LVM term. I have an entire video that covers LVM if you want to learn more about it. So I'm not going to go into too much detail about that here.
I thought that was like a virtual machine thing.
But what we'll do is type the...
Okay, first of all, what is LVM? Volume Manager. Okay.
PV create command to create a physical volume, which
PV
refers to a volume
create.
that we will be using with LVM. And we're going to target /dev/mapper/LVM. Now you remember that we named our encrypted volume LVM when we opened it.
Yes.
Now we are referring to it, and this is how you do that.
It's
It's saved in /dev/mapper/LVM, and
Cool.
anything we do with this particular volume here is going to be done against the third partition.
Okay.
Anyway, I'll press enter, and now the physical volume has been created.
Indeed it has.
The next step is to create a volume group. To do that, we'll type VG create, and then we'll create vol group 0.
Vol group 0.
And what we'll do is target that same partition that we targeted last time. We're going to create that volume group within our LVM config. So I'll press enter.
LVM.
And now volume group, vol group 0 has been created. Next, we need to create a logical volume. You could think of a logical volume as a partition in the usual sense. It's what we're going to format and use for various purposes, much in the same way we would with any other file system. We'll type -uppercase L.
Uppercase L.
And we will create a logical volume that is 30 gigabytes in size.
Okay.
This will be for our root file system.
Okay.
We are going to create this within vol group 0.
Okay.
We're going to give it a name, so -n for that.
Okay.
That's what that allows us to do. And I'm going to call it LV_root, just like that.
Okay.
So our first logical volume has been created, but we're not done yet. We have another one that we'll need to create. So again, LV create.
So again,
and I'll set this to
the LVM is a manager for these logical volumes, but like what is a logical volume, and why is it 30 gigs?
around 250 gigabytes. You can set yours to whatever you want. I'm just deciding not to choose the entirety of the hard drive because I want some unpartitioned or unclaimed space that I could use for some other purpose. But if you want to, you can set this to something else, maybe a higher number if you have a bigger hard drive than the one that I have in this computer.
How do I just say use all the storage? I mean, I guess I'll do 250 for now, and then if I can, I'll expand it later.
We're going to create this logical volume also inside of volume group 0. We'll give it a name as well. And this one will be LV_home. This is going to be for our home partition where all of our files are going to end up.
Right, and home is the...
So now we have the logical volumes created.
Use it right. Okay.
To verify everything, here's what we can do.
Why is it 30 gigs though?
Type VG display.
How big is Linux? How big is Arch? Linux. Up to 2 gigs of space. So then what is in this logical volume of roots? Logical volume is a flexible virtualized storage partition in Linux. Okay, so it's a Linux specific term. A pool of storage rather than being tied to a specific hard drive. Besides, create it later on the fly. Okay. I guess this is worth looking. Well, I guess this is worth looking more into. Okay.
Display, and this will display our volume groups.
display.
We have vol group 0, as you can see.
Yep.
And then we could run LV display.
Mine looks to be.
And this will tell us which logical volumes we have within our LVM. And you should have the ones that we've created.
I have root and home.
Here I have LV root and I have LV home. So you need both of these in order to continue.
I do.
Next, we'll type mod probe. We're going to insert a kernel module.
Mod probe.
DM_mod. Beyond the scope of the video for me to explain this right here. Arch Linux installation is already a complicated enough process as it is, so we'll continue. Then we'll type VG scan. We want to scan for available volume groups. And it found volume group 0, so that's a good sign so far. And then we'll type VG change. We want to activate all volume groups.
Okay.
Next, what we'll do is format the logical volume that we'll be using for the root file system.
Okay.
Similar to how we did this before, we're going to type mkfs.ext4. And we're going to run that against /dev, vol group 0, LV_root, just like that. Cool.
Okay.
Now that one's done. Next, I'll press the up arrow to recall the previous command.
Yep.
And what we're going to do is change this over to the home logical volume. We're going to format that with extended 4 as well.
Okay.
And now that's done.
Done.
So to continue, we're going to start mounting some of these partitions. So we'll type mount, then again, /dev/follow_group0
/dev/follow_0
LV_root, and we're going to mount that to
roots
/mnt here on the system. So
/mnt.
I'll press enter.
That's it.
So far so good. And we're going to make a new directory. We're going
New
to create it
directory.
within /mnt.
/mnt.
Basically, we are creating a new directory that we're going to
boot.
use to mount the boot partition.
Okay.
Next, what we'll do is mount our second partition,
Mount
/dev/nvme 0
/dev
and
NVMe
1p2 in my case.
0 and 1p2.
And yes, I do realize that we're mounting the second partition and we have not mounted the first one yet. This is intentional. Yes, we are mounting the second one right now.
Sure.
So we'll just go ahead and go along with it. Anyway,
I
where
don't
we're going
understand
to mount
anyway,
this
so.
to is /mnt/boot, the directory that we've just created.
Right.
At this point, we have the logical volume for the root file system mounted, and we also have the boot partition mounted.
Okay.
Next, what we'll do is mount the home partition, but before we do that, we need a directory for that as well. So let's create it. What we'll do is create /mnt/home. So I'll press enter.
So mount.
And with that done, what we could do is type the word mount. We're going to mount the logical volume for home. So /dev, follow_group0, LV_home. And we will mount that to /mnt/home, just like that. So far, so good.
Oh. Yeah. No. What? Okay. Oh, okay. No, I understand. Okay.
Next, what we'll do is install some of the required packages for Arch Linux. This
Right.
might take a while for some of you out there that have internet connections that aren't all that great.
Oh no.
So if that's you, you might want to grab a coffee. But what
Mine's
we'll do
decent.
is type the word packstrap -I and then
Packstrap.
/mnt,
So Pacman's
and then
the
we'll type base, just like that.
package manager. Base. Okay.
We'll go ahead and press enter.
Enter
And
a
I'll let
number.
this finish. I'll be right back as soon
Oh.
as and we'll type base, just like that.
Mine says to enter a number. There are two providers: IP tables legacy. Okay, I'll just default then. Proceed with installation. Yeah.
We'll go ahead and press enter. And I'll let this finish. I'll be right back as soon as this is done.
Oh boy.
And in my case,
Oh,
it's
that
already
actually takes
done.
long.
That was pretty quick.
Okay, let's see how long mine takes then. 1, 2, 3 out of 1, 3, 6. Never mind, that was just one process. Okay, now it's done.
Next,
Nice.
what we'll do is generate the fstab file. This is actually required for mounting partitions at boot time, so we definitely want to make sure that you don't miss this step. To do it, we'll type gen fstab
Gen
-uppercase U and then -p
U
/mnt
P
2 greater than sign,
MNT.
and then we'll type /mnt
Okay, direct.
/etc
I guess slash
and then fstab
MNT
just like that.
slash etc.
There it is. And let's see what that looks like. Why not? Now this is a good status check for those of you that are following along with me, because you should
Okay.
have 3 partitions listed right here. If you don't, you might have missed a step earlier, and if that's the case, you'll want
I
to go
do.
back and make sure that you find out what you've missed. Your output should look almost exactly the same as mine. The UUIDs will be completely different, so you don't want to worry about that. And the device identifier will be different, of course, but other than that, you should have 3 partitions just like I do right here. Now what
Nice.
we're going to do is log into our in-progress Arch Linux installation. We don't want to reboot yet. It's not done.
I can already use the ls command to list what stuff there is, which is kind of cool. So I can see like the bin folder, boot, dev, home folder, MNT is there as well. Yeah, cool.
Enough to where it's self-sustainable, but it is done enough to where we could use a chroot environment to access.
Wait, am I on Linux right now? Like obviously this is the Arch Linux installer, but like am I on Linux right now? Like this, is this shell Linux? Because it seems to be very similar to, again, like the Linux farm servers we have in my university. Like I can use all the same commands. I could probably create files. I doubt there's like Vim. Oh yeah, there is Vim as well. Yeah, it has Vim installed. That's so cool. I can quit. There's no NeoVim. Nope. Cool.
Access the partition we're installing Arch Linux onto and run
Echo.
some commands against it.
I
To
can
do
echo.
that, I'll type arch chroot, just like that, and
Okay.
we'll run that against /mnt.
Okay.
You'll notice that the command prompt changed here. We don't have colorized output in my case anymore.
Nope.
But now the command prompt that we're using is a command prompt from our in-progress installation. So just keep in mind that any commands that you run right here will be executed against your installation. Now, a lot of these steps don't need to be done in any order, but I'm following a logical order. And one thing we can knock out real quick is setting the root password.
Okay.
Now, you might have done this already when you enabled SSH if that's something that you did do, but this is the root password for the root user inside your installation, not inside your installation environment. So you definitely want to make sure that this user
this one
has a
matters.
great password. It's very important. So pass WD and then enter.
How important? Like, is it just to enter your computer? I assume I can also change this if I want to. So I'll just do the same one I've done for my other laptop for now. So,
I've typed in my password. I'll type it in again.
okay, done.
And there we go. Since we created a root user password, we may as well create a user for ourselves as well.
Okay.
To do that, we'll type user add,
User
then
add
-m. We'll also add
-m.
-g. We're going to add our user to the users group. This will be their primary group.
Sure.
The secondary group that I'll add my user to is the wheel group. This will give us access to sudo, which we'll probably need at some point.
Sudo.
And then
Okay.
finally, we'll create a name for our user account. I'll name mine Jay, just like you see here. So far, so
Kojo
good.
slave.
Next, we'll create a password for the user, and we'll do
Okay.
that with the passwd command as well. But this time, we're going to target the user that we've just created. If you don't target a username, then it assumes you want to change root's password. But if you do target a user,
okay.
well, it's going to let you change the password for that user.
I should I can use the same password.
Type it in again,
Okay.
and there we go. That's all set.
Yeah.
Next up, we need to install some additional packages. What we'll do is type pacman. That's the package manager we'll be working with when it comes to Arch Linux. I have an entire video that covers pacman. I'll leave a card for that video right about here. If you want to learn more about the package manager within Arch Linux, that's a great video to watch if I do say so myself. Anyway, pacman -S, and we're going to type a number of packages here. You could just copy these from the official blog post for this video if you want to, but I'm going to go ahead and type them out right now. We'll first install base devil. I always end up needing this, so that's why I'm having you guys install it.
Don't know what that is.
At some point, it'll come in handy, I'm sure. DOS FS tools.
DOS FS
We'll install the
tools.
grub boot manager.
Grub.
The EFI boot manager package.
EFI boot.
It's abbreviated.
Mugger.
I'm going to install GNOME.
GNOME
tweaks. That'll give us the GNOME desktop.
GNOME tweaks.
LVM2. We need this
LVM2.
package for our system to understand how to access LVM setups.
I mean, I don't know what any of these are, so I'm just assuming they're good. If I follow their installation guide. The default console key map is US. Okay. So I guess I could have done this then. Okay, I'll just finish what this is saying first.
So we need to make sure we add that. We'll add mtools.
mtools.
Nano, or any other text editor if Nano isn't your cup of tea. Doesn't really matter. We just need a text editor. We'll use it
Vim.
eventually.
Hopefully
We also
that
need
works.
Network Manager.
Network Manager.
OpenSSH is optional. If you want to access your system via SSH, you'll need this. If not, then go ahead and omit it.
I'll quit it.
OS Prober, just in case you set up a dual boot later.
I'll get Nano
We'll
too.
also add sudo, so
just
that
for
way
fun.
we could have administrative access to our system as well.
Yeah. See
Anyway,
that?
I'll press enter and let's get these installed.
Okay.
Press enter here for the default. This is just asking us which of these packages we want to install for the GNOME desktop. I'll just install this particular collection.
Okay.
We'll press enter for this as well.
Okay.
Enter again.
Okay.
And enter yet again. Now these packages are now installing, so I'll let this finish and then I'll be right back.
Okay. So I'll take this time to look through here in the meantime. Very zoomed in here. Let me just zoom out. Okay. Okay. So we got connect to the internet. That's what he showed us, right? And then you could ping it. Cool. Update the system clock. Partition the disks. That's what we did here, right? Format and mount them. Then you got configuring stuff. Okay. I don't know. I mean, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I'm just a guy following the video. I'll probably learn how all this works in the future. But for now, I'll just follow along and pray. Very cool that this video exists, though, I must say. It makes things a lot easier. It is only like 2 years old as well. So if I had started this 2 years earlier, well, I mean, he had other videos, but it would not have been this one. Okay. I've got a bunch of stuff installing over here on my computer. Can have a look. Okay, it finished as soon as I showed it. I guess I can't complain. So let's continue.
All right, so now that's done.
Wait, so can I just use NeoVim now? Let's test it. I can. Awesome, guys. I got NeoVim working. That proves that it installs correctly. Just show that off. That's the NeoVim start page. It looks different than it does on Windows. I will say that. I don't know why that is. I assume I can also use Nano. It's interesting that Vim was there by default, I must say. Control Shift X to exit nano mode. Let me change my keyboard layout. I do want to do that. So I think I had it here. Is this the right way? Yeah. Jesus. Here. So local ectal list key maps. Jesus, that's a lot. Like Dvorak and all that. I don't know why you do. I mean, I know Dvorak is good, but like I don't have a Dvorak keyboard, unfortunately. So I will be using UK, which I assume is just UK. A B C D E F G H I J K L M N O P Q R S T U K. Okay, so okay, so loads keys UK. So now if I press nice £, let's go. It works, chat. It works. Alt Ger, Shift. How do I get the euro sign? That's like underneath 4. Because like 4 is that. Shift 4 is a $sign. So how do I get like the euro sign? It's not Alt 4. It's not Alt Shift 4 either. Nor is this Alt Ger 4. So I don't know. Doesn't matter. Anyway, that worked. That was awesome. Let's go back.
And then next, if you decided to install OpenSSH, we
I
may
did.
as well enable it. That way,
Okay.
it'll start when our system starts.
Okay.
If you want to do that, this is completely optional.
System.
You type systemctl and then
CTL.
enable
Enable.
And we're going to enable SSHD.
Okay. Done.
Next up, we are missing one very critical component of our Arch Linux installation. We
Neovim.
are literally missing Linux. Yes, we are missing Linux itself. We have
What?
no Linux in this installation at all.
Wait, so what
But
am I using
thankfully,
right now?
that's very easy to rectify. What we'll do is type pacman-S,
No way, bro.
and then we'll type the word Linux. We want to install Linux. I'm not
We're
kidding. We're
pacmaning
going to
Linux.
literally install Linux. Since Linux is a kernel, not an operating system, Arch Linux is the closest equivalent to an operating system.
Wait, so
We're
what
going to
am I
install
using
the
right now
Linux
then?
kernel by installing the Linux package.
Okay,
In addition to that, we're going to install Linux headers.
sure.
Quite a few people will need this anyway, and it doesn't take up much space, so we may as well install it. This will give us the Linux kernel, but I'm not done yet. The next two packages are completely optional, but
Okay.
I'm going to give you these package names just in case you want to install these as well. Linux LTS is the long-term supported version of the Linux kernel, so we are installing a second kernel, and the reason why I'm doing that is because I always want a backup kernel in case my primary one doesn't boot for whatever reason. It's rare, but if there's an issue with the Linux kernel in Arch Linux where it won't boot on your system, then you'll be able to boot from the other kernel. It's
Okay.
just a failsafe. But maybe you'll actually prefer the LTS kernel. I'll leave that up to you. Since we
I'll
installed the
just
headers
leave that for
for
now.
the Linux kernel, we'll do the same with the LTS kernel.
Okay. LTS is interesting.
So
I
on
don't
my
know.
end,
I don't know what changes Linux gets in general. I assume it's just like hardware updates, right?
I'm going to install these 4 packages.
But I doubt the ThinkPad would have face
I'll press
issues
enter to accept the default here.
of all systems.
Enter
right?
again. And there we go.
Yeah.
Now this package is completely optional, but I
Gotta
do
move these
recommend
bottles,
that you
man. They're taking up space on my desk. I do collect glass bottles of stuff I drink. Non-alcoholic, by the way. I got like kombucha and ginger beer. I don't know why. I just like the bottles.
install it. The Linux firmware package contains firmware for the Linux kernel. You might need
Mine's just still installing. Sorry. So the Linux kernel is like what? 204? Damn. Like gigs. Megabytes, sorry. Cool. Okay, Pacman S Linux firmware.
something like this for proprietary hardware. I'm not going to get into all of that. It's just something that you might need. Many of you will need it. You may as well install it. Again, I'll leave that up to you, but I'm going to do it. So I'll press enter. Enter again.
I don't understand the consequences of my actions.
And that's
the
all set.
implications.
Now, the next thing I'm going to have you guys do is set up a driver for your video card. Since
Okay.
each of you will have a different video card, it's important that we understand which one we do have so we know what to install.
Okay.
In order to find out, we can get some clues by typing lspci. And what this command does, if you didn't already know, is list your PCI devices.
Well, I don't know what PCI is, but okay. Right. Mine's still installing Linux firmware. Should be almost done. What? Running build hook KMS. Alright, bro. So, was it? I forgot what it was already.
Didn't
And
already
that's
know, is
PCI.
list your PCI devices.
Okay.
You'll probably have a lot of output here, but essentially what you're looking for is something that'll give you a clue as far as which kind of GPU you have. So if I scroll up here, we have VGA, that's a good clue. In my case, I have an Intel GPU. So now I know which one I have.
I already knew this, but yeah, mine's VGA, Intel as well. In fact, mine is the exact same as his.
You might have AMD or NVIDIA or something like that.
If only.
But depending on which one you do have, that'll determine which package you need to install.
Okay.
Now, if you have an Intel or AMD GPU, then what you'll need to do is install the Mesa package.
Okay.
And since I have an Intel GPU, that's what I'll install.
Okay.
In my
Is that it?
case, it's already installed, it shows reinstalling right there. So there's actually nothing that I need to do. I'm just going to cancel this. I don't need to reinstall it.
It's very quick
But
though
we
for
do
me.
need to
That's
make
fine.
sure that we have it if we have an Intel or AMD system when it comes to the GPU. So what this tells me is I
I've
have
reinstalled
what
it
I
as
need
well.
on my end.
Yeah, why not?
Now, if you're one of those that have an NVIDIA GPU, then you'll probably need the proprietary driver in order to take full advantage of hardware acceleration, basically to be able to play PC games.
Yeah.
So for NVIDIA
I don't have
users,
that,
here's
so
what you'll do. Pacman-S
skip this part.
NVIDIA-utils, just like that. Now, if you've installed
Do
the
the optimal
LTS
angle here.
kernel, then you'll also install the NVIDIA LTS kernel, and NVIDIA LTS is
Long-term
for the
support.
Linux LTS kernel.
Okay.
These
All right.
commands. Those of you that have an Intel GPU, we're not quite done yet.
Okay.
What we'll need to do is install a package to enable hardware decoding.
Oh, Pacman is package manager.
So what you'll need to know is how new your chipset
like
is.
pack for
For
package.
example, if
I
you
thought
have
it
a
was a
Broadwell
joke.
or a
I mean, it
newer
is a joke,
chipset,
but
here's the package you'll install.
hold on. Pac-Man was an American football player, Adam Jones. Paku Paku Taberu. Bro.
Intel Media Driver.
Pac-Man S Intel Media Driver.
So again, if you have Broadwell or newer, this is the package that you'll need to enable hardware decoding if you have an Intel GPU.
I do.
Now, for those of you that have an AMD GPU, you'll need to install a different package for hardware decoding. So
AMD
for you
Media
guys,
Driver.
what you'll do is install libva -mesa-driver. And in case you're curious, NVIDIA already has what you need inside the driver, so that's why we're not doing anything for video decoding in regard to NVIDIA.
Okay.
All right, with that done, let's go ahead and continue. Just make sure you've installed all the packages that you need for your GPU before you continue.
Done.
Next, what we'll do is edit a special config file.
Okay.
So we'll type nano /etc
No.
then
Neovim.
mkinit cpio.conf, just like that.
mkinitcpio.com.
And what we'll do is scroll down a bit here.
Okay.
Need to find the hooks line, and here it is, right here. So what we'll do is add a few things to this right here.
Hooks. Okay, I see it. God damn, so smooth. Neovim, bruh. Okay, my keybinds are a bit different here. Okay, let's not delete the line. What's center? Is it Control D? Yeah.
We'll go in between block and file systems.
Okay.
And we're going to add the word encrypt. And we'll also add LVM2. Basically, we want to make sure we have encrypt and LVM2 right here within our hooks, because if we don't, well, the kernel won't know how to deal with an encrypted file system or LVM. Well, it kind of does, kind of doesn't. Long LVM2. And we're going to add the word encrypt. And we'll also add LVM2. Basically, we want to make sure we have encrypt and LVM2 right here within our hooks, because if we don't, well, the kernel won't know how to deal with an encrypted file system or LVM. Well, it kind of does, kind of doesn't. Long story. Basically, you need those verbs here within this line for everything to work as we intend it to. Just make sure you've added everything exactly as I have it here.
I believe I have.
Anyway, we'll save the file.
Okay.
And then we'll exit out.
Okay.
Next up, what we're going to do is generate a few things for our Linux kernel, or Linux kernels if you have two. What we'll do is type mkinit cpio
mk-p cpio
and then Linux. This is for those of you that installed the Linux kernel.
Okay.
Now notice how encrypt and LVM2 are listed right there. You want to make sure that you see those in the output like we see right here.
I see
now,
encrypt.
if you're like me and you installed the LTS kernel, then we need to run that command again, but this time we're going to run it against the LTS kernel itself. Okay. Basically, what you'll do is run this command for every kernel that you have installed.
Getting close to the end here.
Now this will take another moment.
This isn't an hour video. It's not very quick, I must say.
And now that's done.
Very, very good.
All right, let's go ahead and continue with a few remaining steps here. What we'll do right now is set the locale information for our installation here.
Okay. So etc.
We're going to edit this file,
locale.gen.
/etc/locale.gen.
Okay.
And what you're going to do here is look for your locale. I will have a link in the description down below if yours is something different than mine and you need to figure out what it is. In my case, it's going to be English US. So what I'll do is just keep scrolling down until I see EN.
Okay. I want a Ukrainian. So, well, the FN key being swapped is actually tripping me up. Okay, EN. Actually, I just search, can I? EN UK. Sorry, ENGB rather. I have 2, which is normal. There's UTF-8 and also ISO.
And in my case, I'm looking for this one right here, English US UTF-8. I'm going to uncomment that.
You know how difficult it is to like set up this properly on Windows? Like to switch your system to use British English is actually such a ineffective process. It's crazy.
And then I'll save the file.
Okay, so just the UTF-8. Okay, save the file.
Now, once you've uncommented your locale, we can continue to generate the locale itself. And we'll do that by typing locale-gen. So locale-gen. And now that's done.
Oh, I misspelled locale, that's why. Okay, done. ENGB.
Next
UTF-8.
up, we're going to use the Nano text editor yet again. And we're going to edit /etc/default/grub.
Default/grub.
We're going to find this line right here, grub command line Linux default.
Okay.
I like to add it before quiet, just a personal preference here. We're going to add crypt device. And we're going to set that to /dev NVMe 0 and 1 P3 in my case. So for this, you'll add the device identifier that represents the third partition, your LVM partition, and then colon, and then the name of the volume group, which we called vol group 0. Looks like I have an extra space here. Get rid of that. And now we have the completed line. Just make sure that you have everything here exactly.
Crypt device equals /dev NVMe 0 N1P3 vol group 0. I must say I've not made a single typo so far in this process, which just goes to show that my typos are not my fault. They're my other computer's fault for having terrible keys.
As you need it. For example, make sure the device identifier here matches your actual hard drive device identifier.
Yeah.
If anything is wrong here, it's not going to boot. So you definitely want to pay special attention to this right here. Anyway, let's save the file.
Saved.
And then we'll exit out.
Okay.
And what we'll do next is set up the EFI partition. If you'll remember, there was a partition that we didn't set up. We skipped it earlier. Well, we're going to take care of that partition right now.
Oh yeah, that's right.
We'll make a directory where we're going to mount that partition. We're going to create a new directory under /boot/EFI.
EFI.
And now we can actually mount the very first partition that we created. We've ignored it completely up until now, but now it's time to give it some attention.
Why is that?
So what we'll do is mount it. In my case, it's /dev/NVMe 0 and 1, and then it's partition number 1. And what we'll do is mount that under the directory that we've just created.
He doesn't mention that you can tab to autocomplete.
Next, what we'll do is install the grub bootloader. Next, what we'll do.
Okay, it's interesting. Mine gave me a hint. It says your fstab has been modified, but systemd still uses the old version. I guess it doesn't matter. Maybe it does.
Partition number 1. And what we'll do is mount that under the directory that we've just created.
Interesting. I guess I'll reload. Because, I mean, it's a hint. So I assume I should. Hopefully it doesn't just reverse everything I just did. Running in chroot, ignoring command. Okay, so I couldn't even do it. Fine, never mind then.
Next, what we'll do is install the grub bootloader that's going to allow us to boot our system in the first place. To do that, we'll type grub-install
grub
-- target We are going to set that equal to x86 underscore 64, then hyphen EFI. EFI is in lowercase this time, dash dash bootloader, hyphen ID,
Okay.
grub underscore UEFI,
Grub
dash dash
underscore
recheck.
EFI dash dash
So
recheck.
just take a moment and make sure that you've entered the command exactly as I have it here, and we'll press enter.
Okay. Installing.
And it's installed. No error reported. We should be good to go.
Same.
Now we're almost done, but we have a few things left that we'll need to do. We're going to copy a file into our boot directory.
Copy. Okay.
And that's user share, locale.
Share, locale.
And you can grab this command from the blog post.
/en /.
It'll be linked down below.
It's actually good that I use this keyboard too. I like this laptop because my laptops in the exam will use a British keyboard, but I'm used to the American one, unfortunately. So that's quite useful.
Oh, if you need it.
LC messages.
And we're going to save that underneath /boot, /grub, locale, en.mo, just like that.
/locale /
Then we'll generate a config file for the grub bootloader.
Hold on. CP cannot stat no such file or directory. Did I make a typo? I mean, I'm using a different locale. Share locale en /@ quat /lc messages. Okay, that might be the issue. Okay, now it worked.
And the output file, we'll save that
I
at
finally made a typo.
/grub /grub.cfg.
/boot /grub.
Well, so far so good.
Whoa. /grub /grub.config. Okay. Generating. Okay, just checking for other typos. He got a lot of output.
Well, so far so good.
I got less than that.
Now the next thing we're going to do is enable GD.
Fullback. Yeah, I don't have the fullback stuff.
Well, so far so good. Now the next thing we're going to do is enable GDM. This is going to give us a login screen when we first boot our system. To do that, we'll type systemctl. Type enable. And what we'll do is enable GDM, the GNOME Display Manager. Now, I'd also like network support as well. We did install Network Manager, so let's enable that next. So again, systemctl, enable, and then Network Manager with a capital N and a capital M. So now we have that enabled. And actually, we are almost completely finished. In fact, we're going to exit the chroot environment right now. We're going to unmount everything that we've mounted so far.
Oh yeah, I forgot we were literally in that the whole time.
You can ignore any errors that you see here. Totally far.
You mount all.
You can ignore any errors that you see here. Totally fine. And then what we're going to do is reboot. And if all goes well, what we'll have when we do reboot is a brand new Arch Linux installation. Let's see what happens.
Oh, why is there a sound effect at the end? I just realized.
And take a look at that. Here we have a brand new Arch Linux.
Okay, mine's rebooting. Oh. I was going to get my phone out, but I can just do this. All right. So I have options here that you can't see. Oh, okay. I guess it just defaulted to Arch Linux. Loading Linux, it says. Loading whatever. Loading initial RAM disk, it says. I guess it's loading then. I was showing my screen, right? I want to have like portions of this video where I just forgot to show my screen, and it's just me just staring at a screen. But oh well. as long as I document most of it. No. Okay, still loading the initial RAM disk. I don't know what that means, but it says initial, so I assume that's usually not something that takes a long time. But fine, let's see what usually happens.
Installation, and I have a desktop environment. I was able to log into GNOME, so on my end, it's working out just fine.
Why GNOME?
We get a little tour
Why
right
not
here that
use a
we
different
can
one?
use to check out what's new in this version of GNOME. Nothing that's really going to stand out here, but it's welcome all the same, pun intended.
Is GNOME the best for Arch? Highly regarded, popular choice. Why? What even is GNOME? I don't know. Okay. Timed out waiting for device. Dependency failed. Cannot open access to console. The root account is locked. You're in emergency mode. What? Press enter to continue. Okay. Reloading, starting init rd.target. I mean, it seems like all these steps so far worked. So I'll just let it do its thing. So now it's starting init rd.target. Just wait again.
And we're good. Now, before you get started with your Arch Linux install and get to using it, there's a few things that I recommend that you do. First of all, just make sure you have access to Wi-Fi if that's something that you do want access to. If you see Wi-Fi networks here, you're good to go. Another thing we want to do is click here where it shows a gear icon to go to settings. And what we'll do is scroll down
So
a
there are
bit.
GUI settings.
We're going to look for region and language. And what we want to do is make sure that we fix this right here. If it says unspecified, then this is going to create some problems for us. Some applications won't even open. So that's why I'm having you check that right now. So what we'll do is click on it, and we'll click on our language here. Then we'll click this button right here to select that. And it's telling us that this won't take effect until we log out. I recommend that you do that, and then you can log right back in. From that point on, we shouldn't have the issue where some apps don't start because we set.
Okay. Well, I need to wait for this to start first. I don't know how that works. Cannot open access to console. The root account is locked. Okay. I'll just continue again. Press enter to continue. Is this stuck trying to do the same thing? I'm very confused right now. It's now starting a knitted rd.target again. So let me do some Google searching here. I've just finished following an Arch Linux setup tutorial, and I'm not sure if I'm now okay, and finished with reboot. However, now I seem to be getting issues. I got a few dependency failed errors for init rd root device /sys root init rd root file system and file system.k on /dev/mapper/fault group 0 -lv _root. Then when okay, and now I'm stuck in and now I'm seemingly stuck in a loop where it tries to start init rd.target fails and prompts me to press enter to try again. Right, let's see what's going on here. But what's this error I keep getting? Okay. Yes, I use UKS. Let me read this. The device path means your root partition lives in the LVM. They need to activate this LVM module volumes before trying to mount root. If either is missing, you get this loop. But I did add the LVM2 and encrypt hooks. When you created the group logo, did you install it to the disk itself? Or was a step possibly skipped? When I configured the bootloader, I don't know. MKinit CPO, what preset did you use? Not sure, to be honest. I think just all presets, but not sure. I did this already, no? Okay. So I guess I'll just follow these steps then. So power off. So working. How do I turn the computer off? I literally don't have the option right now. Power off. I can't do that. I can't type anything because it's prompting me to press enter to continue. But it won't because it's just going to trap me again. What's going on right now? Oh boy. It's weird though, because I thought I did follow these steps, no? Okay. Yeah, I can't get into it though because I'm stuck on this enter loop. It keeps saying press enter to continue, but I can't type anything else. It's like I'm literally stuck. Control C, Control Q, FN F4. Like literally, I don't know what to do. I'm still stuck on this press enter to continue loop. It tries to start init id.target, then enters emergency mode. But then asks me to press enter to continue again before I can enter anything. Huh? System. It's after pressing enter, it says reloading system manager configuration starting in but like what, why do I get these issues, better? Why can't I have a smooth process? It's unusual, is it? Well, I thought I could just hold the power button, but it's not doing anything. Oh, okay, that worked. Let's try again then, and I'll try boot from my Arch USB. So I want to turn it on. It's going to F unlock for some reason. The hell? I must just spam F12. Okay. Oh, it's F unlock by default. So when you enter, you just press the button without having to press FN. Makes sense. Okay. So back to the USB. Arch Linux. Man, it's 11:30 p.m. I do want to go to bed soon. I've been streaming for 5 hours. The longest video I've recorded so far is like the 7-hour Obsidian setup tutorial. So it'd be quite impressive if the Arch Linux video takes less time than setting up Obsidian, an Obsidian knowledge base. Okay, this one's take a while. It's copying stuff to RAM from the USB. So hopefully it saves what I did, because otherwise I have to do everything all over again. It should have saved, because like it's been changed on the device, on the system level, right? All right, the ISO is booting. It takes about a minute just because it's slow, I guess. I guess I could just also use Arch install, but what fun would that be? Let's see what the forums are up to. Newbie corner. Ooh. Can I filter by popularity? Actually, who cares? Who cares? 3, 2, 1, 0. Welcome to Arch Linux. Okay, starting a bunch of things. So let's try this again then. My share ratio is at 0.07. Huge. Massive even. Okay, so now I'm back where I was. Let's go back to Claude here. I hope this works because I don't want to have to launch it again, bro. Yeah, so boot the Arch ISO. Okay, so crypt setup. Open the crypt. Type lux /dev /nm nope n nvm e0 n1p3 lvm. Enter passphrase. Okay, mod probe dm mod vg scan vg change -ay. Looks good. And then mount. I guess I'll just run these again. So vol, oh my god, vol group 0 lb root 2/mnt. It's possible I made a typo somewhere and that's why it's not working, but I don't know, bro. nvm 0 n1p2 /mnt /boot. And make directory, watch already exist, /mnt /boot /efi. Yep, it already exists. So mount dev, whoops, mount dev /nvme 0 n1p1 /mnt /boot /efi. Okay. And also mount /dev /vol group 0 /lv home to /mount mnt /home. Okay. Then ch. Okay, so this one I didn't do this. The ch routing in to mnt, but it works. Oh no, maybe I did. Then fix. Yeah, I thought I did this. So nvim /etc /mk init cpio.config. Right. Find the hooks line. Let's not comment it out. Base system. Okay, he's got udev as well. So that one's a bit different for whatever reason. But what I do have is between block and file systems, I have encrypt and LVM2. So they are there. Okay, then I quit. Then I need to run this. So mk init cpio -p Linux. Right? Which I did. Yeah, okay, I did do this. Okay. Then also edit grub command line Linux default log level equals 3 okay, I don't know if quiet. Okay, that's at the end. Crypt device. So crypt device equals /dev /nvme 0 n1 p3 vol group 0. That is correct. Okay. and then I'll do grub install, which I did that actually. I did do that. Remember, so grub install target equals again x86 64 dash EFI boots loader ID equals grub underscore UEFI. Recheck. Installing. No error reported. Then grub mk config -o boot grub.config. Warning: OS probe will not be executed to detect other people partitions. I guess that's fine. Then exit and reboot. Okay, so I just went through all the steps, but I'm pretty sure I actually did initially. Anything else that could be causing the issue before I exit and reboot again? Just since booting up the ISO takes some time. Okay, verify the hooks are saved correctly. So what says grep hooks? Nice, that should find a line hopefully. Init cpio dot config. Yep. So yep, I see encryption LVM2 there. Check the grub one. Rep device /boot /grub dot cfg. Yep, crypt device equals. I actually have 2 of those, and they're both the right one from what I can say, from what I can tell. Check the EFI entry was actually created. So EFI boot mugger. You should see a grub UEFI entry. I should probably grab this if anything, but yep, grub UEFI, I see it. Verify fstab looks sane. So I'll try fstab. I have 3 partitions. Well, okay, I have the roots, then N1P2, then LVM home. So root is in the root, partition 2 is in boot, and then the home is in home, right? Okay. They all look good. The 3 paths given from fstab are dev /mapper /vol group 0 lv underscore roots dev nvme0 and 1p2 dev /mapper /vol group lv underscore home. I mean, seems good. If it has a 5th column for pass, one, not 0. Yeah, 0, 1, 0, 2, 0, 2. Okay. And I unplug the USB on reboot. Okay, so exit, then you mount all, which I did do, and then reboot. Okay, that's black, so I'll unplug the USB, which is easier said than done because the case is not working properly. Okay. So we've got Arch Linux, advanced options for Arch Linux. It's booting Arch Linux by default. I didn't press anything, I just did it. Loading initial RAM disk. Okay. I'll document what happens next. Booting Arch Linux. Loading Linux. Loading initial RAM disk. The RAM disk loading takes a bit. Takes a bit time. Yep. Yeah. I do hope this works, although I'm really not sure what mistake I would have made for it to not work, other than a typo, but I thought I was careful. Oh, is this supposed to be like glued in, and that's why it's coming out? Yeah, yeah, there's glue inside, so it's kind of hopeless because I don't have anything else. Oh well. Um, okay, so I get time, timed out, waiting for device, /dev/mapper /vol group 0 lv root. Would be nice if I could just copy paste this all, but whatever. Dependency veiled or file system .k on /dev/mapper/vol group 0 lv root. /sys root init rd root file system mount points configured in. I mean, these are different things at least, whatever they mean. Init rd root device. You are in emergency mode after logging in. Type blah blah blah. Cannot open access to console. The root account is locked. Oh, okay, so I can't use a console. CSU login 8 man page for more details. Press enter to continue. Alright, let's see what it says here. No, I don't want to do it again. Set a root password. I did though. Check what's in the grub command line right now. Well, Okay. Shutting down. Before I start it up again, I'll just enter the same error into Google search, just in case Claude is literally just oblivious. Okay. Boot again, edit the group but options, add a knit bin dash to enter the kernel command line. You can then remount as slashes RW and enter your fstab. What? I don't see a link here. Hmm. And this is not just for Arch. It seems to be a general issue. When I boot my computer normally, I see a few options, yes. It automatically proceeds before I have time to really read all the options properly. Okay, so let me just launch it now. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Lenovo. Okay, I'm pressing arrow keys now. So I got Arch Linux, advanced options for Arch Linux, and UEFI firmware settings. Yep, and I'm in Grub. So it says GNU Grub version 2.141, and the options are Arch Linux, advanced options for Arch Linux, UEFI firmware settings. Okay, I can see for command line. I didn't install Linux LTS, by the way. It was optional. It goes straight to the timeout errors. Okay, so let me just do the advanced options first. Yep, Arch Linux with Linux. Those are the only two options I have, and that doesn't work. So I guess I'll have to boot back into the ISO yet again. So that'll take a second. And yeah. Okay, well, I mean, I'm gonna keep recording because I don't want to miss anything, but while I wait, I might as well just watch the video. So shout out Fry 'em up. I'm not gonna watch it on the video recording because that's just a bit mean. So you can instead stare at my beautiful face while I wait for this.
What's going on, everybody? This is Fry. So today we reached 100,000 subscribers on the Fry 'em Up Gaming.
By the way, Fry 'em up just reached 100,000 subscribers on the Fry 'em Up Gaming channel, so very cool. As I've been a long time fan. I mean, I say a long time fan, maybe like 3 years, but like, you know, that's quite long. I was here before 100K. I'm actually surprised he's grown. I mean, obviously 100K is like a massive amount, but like it's quite good. Yeah. So I love how I love how FryMap's comments are full of Ken style comments now. Looks like there's a overlap between Ken fans and FryMap fans, which it makes sense. I mean, I'm literally one of them. So okay, I'm gonna reboot this now. Shut it down. PewDiePie made a new video. Never been this disappointed, it says.
By the way. A huge discount if
Launching now. F12. Enter boot menu.
Channel. First of all, thank you to everybody who has subscribed
USB.
and has turned this channel into what it is. This is the second time having a channel going to 100K, and I really appreciate each and every one of you for subscribing, for coming and watching the videos. And honestly, hand on heart, I'm not just saying this. We have one of the most awesome, wholesome, nice, intelligent communities on the entire internet. And certainly on YouTube. So thank you guys so much for being part of this. To celebrate, I am going to do a challenge that a lot of people in the YouTube comments have been suggesting that I bring back.
No. Okay, it's restarting. It's going to take a while though. Every time, bro. Every time it's going to do this ETA thing, man. I'm gonna go actually do my dishes. Yeah. Right. So I need to do what? I need to cat, etc. default grub and pipe on keyboard. Okay, my keyboard switched back apparently. Yikes. Yeah, I don't remember what my keys are now. I mean, I could change the keyboard, but I think it's here or here. Maybe it's just not. Maybe it's not even on the keyboard. No, it's here. Yeah. Okay. Pipe. Grep. Command line. CMD line. What? So it's missing the stuff. The extra commands. Huh. It's so grub, command line, Linux, but I edited the file, so that's weird. Log level equals 3, quiet, and then grub command line Linux equals blank. But I could have sworn I literally edited it. That's really weird. NeoVim. I doubt it's anything to do with NeoVim. Like it is a text editor at the end of the day. Grub. Correct NeoVim to Vim. What? What? But what? NeoVim was working before. Hold on, what's going on here? What? Boot from USB to my positions. LS, BLK. Yeah, so my partitions were still there. Okay, let me chroot into it. Chroot / MNT. MNT is not a mount point. This may have undesirable side effects. Oh, what? Why is it suddenly not working? Crypt setup open /dev /sda2 crypt LVM. Not a valid LUKS device. This is very strange. So now it's just different. Nothing's working. Oh, wait, those are the wrong commands. Yeah, sorry, wrong commands. Crypt setup open height LUKS /dev NVMe 0 and 1p3. Okay, that works. And enter my passphrase. Okay. So am I in now? Can I arch chroot? No, I can't. What? Mod probe DM mod? Whatever that does. Still no access to NeoVim. That's weird, because I installed NeoVim. It should be on my device. I was able to use NeoVim before since I installed it, but suddenly I can't. You're in the chroot on the live ISO environment. Okay. Fine. So clear. So nano slash etc slash default slash scrub. Well, actually, I mean, I can use Vim as well. Same thing as near Vim really, in this case. Okay. Wow, with some funky syntax highlighting. Yeah. So change the first line. Log level equals 3. Quiet. What the hell? Get crypt device equals /dev /nvme0 n1 p3 vol group 0. Every time I type this, there's like a chance of I make a typo. /dev nvme 0 n1 p3 vol group 0. Okay. Then quit. Okay, regenerate, so grub, make config -o /boot /grub dot config. Fail to get canonical path of air root fs. I tried to run grub mkconfig, but got the error /user /bin /grub probe error failed to get canonical path of air root fs. Oh, okay, so I need to mount these first. /dev /nvme 0 n1p1 /boot /efi. It doesn't exist. It says that mount point does exist. Oh my god. Okay, so I need to mount everything again, basically. But no. That's so weird. But why wasn't it there already? Something very fishy is going on. Okay. So make directory boot /efi. I have no idea what I'm doing. Nope. The exact same. Go install targets. I don't like putting myself at the mercy of AI, given how unreliable it can be. But like, Jesus Christ, bro, I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. ID equals grub UEFI. We check. Error on grub install as well. Same one. That has to be okay. I can't really paste the output because I can't copy it from one laptop to another. Part specifically matters. Man. Yes to P1. No to yes to P1. P2 is not mounted to anything. LV root doesn't exist. Oh no, LV root does exist. Okay. So exit. The hell? You unmount all of them. Okay. So after this whole process, so crypt setup, open type luks/dev/nvme 0n1p3 lvm, enter my passphrase. Cannot use device, which is in use, already mapped or mounted. Okay, I guess that's a good thing. And mod probe, but I thought I just demounted everything. Fine, I can mod probe fine. VG scan, VG change AY, mount/dev/vol group 0/LV root onto MNT. I thought that worked. Mount/dev/nvme 0 and 1p2 2/mount boot. That worked. Make a directory p for mnt/boot/efi and mount/dev/nvme 01 and 1p1 to this one. Make sure my chairs do not break my back. Mount/dev, so that's again vol group 0, lv home /mnt/home. Okay, then art ch root mnt. Okay, I'm in. Then check lsblk. Yeah. Go install. Installs with no errors. No, but I do get this warning. So it says, warning, OS prober will not be executed to detect other bootable partitions. Systems on them will not be added to the grub boot configuration. Check grub disable OS prober documentation entry. Hopefully not relevant, but okay. Rept device /boot/grub/grub.config. Yep, and they contain the crypt device equals. just like they did the last time I booted this ISO. No, no, it did run last time. Rep hooks. Yep, it encrypts LVM2 lslh /boots/init run fs linux star 1036 it says. When's the last time I ran mkinit cpio? Okay, mkinit cpio -p linux. Right. But I ran this quite recently, which is weird. Oh, my time's off. It thinks I'm an hour behind for some reason as well. But okay, it did update. But no, it runs a build hook for encryption LVM, so. Wait, running build hook SDV console. By the way, I do get an error during mkinit cpio for SDV console. File not found. Okay, what happens last time? I run a certain command. What the hell? It remembers some really old commands I did. It's interesting. Before doing that, Can I just verify that my command line has the right flags? Hold on, so cat slash etc slash default slash grep grep command line. No such file or directory. Default no such file or directory error. Arch ch root slash mnt command not found. Bruh, close tweaking though. Okay. Still no such file or directory. What we did ask right now, bruh. They aren't. They don't say MNT, but they are mounted. Like NVMe 0 and 1P1. Mount point is slash boot slash EFI. But I did that. What? Was I mean, like, how did it? Like, I suspected it, but how did it not know that? Like, we did ask. Okay, fine. You can't trust AI, man. So cat slash etc slash default. Bro, Claude is a fucking disappointment. Grep CMD line. Still not such file or directory. Just really weird. Ah, that makes sense. Yeah, sort of. Okay. Okay. What am I meant to see here? Because I can't scroll up. Page up. Nope. Okay. Um. I should see group. No, default. No. Yes. Etc. slash default. It's there. What? So why is it not recognized? Such as okay. So did I make a typo or what? MNT etc. Oh, I was doing grep instead of grub. Oh my god, bruh. Okay, fine. Right. So mk init cpio dash p linux. If this doesn't work, I'm gonna cry, bruh. Genuinely. Oh, must be readable. Okay. Error, invalid. Option K. Slash boot slash VM linux dash linux must be readable. AFI and grub. Mount. Okay. Bro. No, I got another error. I mean, like, can you not keep track of this, bro? Arch chroot slash mnt mk init cpio dash p linux cat etc slash default slash grub pipe grep CMG line. Looks good. If I exit and do the same command, same thing. So it should be working. Then exit. Okay. And that's BLK to list my things. Okay, they're still mounted. So I'll do one last check just to make sure. It's there. It is there. All right then. Here you go again. Unmount A and yes. And reboot. God, it doesn't work. It'd be tragic. Tragedy, bro. Unplug my USB. Lenovo. Hello. Arch Linux. Imagine it's like an issue with the kernel. And like I just happen to have really bad luck. And then maybe I should have had the backup one actually. That would be horrific. But it should be really rare, so my god, it's already midnight. Loading RAM disk. I wanna play some Clash in the meantime, bro. Actually so done. I'm quite damaged lead. Loser. Balloon on my tower. Playing one balloon, bro. Okay, it fails to log in again. So I don't know what to do. Genuinely, what do I do? I don't understand why it's not working. Nothing could have prepared me for this. And it is, and according to the AI, it's a very rare error. So like, why would I be getting it? I just cycled like an idiot. I shouldn't have cycled that. I'm hoping he plays his balloon. He's not. Okay, now he has. So I can use that. Never mind. Kill the. How do you not kill the princess? Okay, princess is gonna mess up my barrel now. For like free. Okay, the good news is I can kind of take out his tower now. Yeah, I'm just gonna fireball the witch now. You can go in with Lumberloon, but okay, he's kind of throwing actually. He has Inferno Tower that he only shows now for some reason. Mega Knight as well. What the hell? What is happening? Big Knight on my tower. Let's go. Wait, if he has like one spell, I just lose. Like straight up. Somehow he doesn't have any spells? Right, because he's running like Mega Knight for no reason. Did I just win this game? Okay. I won the game with 70 HP in my tower. That's why you gotta run spells. Okay, so this isn't working. Well, still have the same errors as last time. Oh, I felt close to wasting my time, bro. I can't paste the full output. I mean, that was successful. And I rebooted. And I have the same errors. I'm not pushing the ISO again, bro. No. ArchWiki. Grub enable crypto disk. He goes, why? Is anyone else having issues on this video? It works for this. For following the manual instruction, it needs to be adjusted. You need SD encrypt to encrypt. What the hell? Okay, I guess I'll do this then. Like, where in the guide does it say this? Like this was also 3 weeks ago, so I don't even know if that's up to date. What? This is like additional, optional. Okay, let me just search for this line. I found this comment under the YouTube video. No idea if it's actually what I need. I guess I'll try it. Won't I? So again, we're going to shut down again. This is the issue with following the manual method, I guess. Like, is like I don't really understand how you're meant to know this without just reading reading the documentation. Maybe the blog post is up to date actually as well. Though I don't think so because the AI should have read it. Okay. I've lost my tower. Ah, I misclick. You know, just absolutely concede. Okay. Yeah, no. So this is outdated apparently. It's annoying. So let me boot up again with the ISO. Each time it's like 10 minutes to do it, so it's actually really annoying. But such is the life of a manual operating system setup, I guess. Should I be booting Grub or USB HDD? I assume USB HDD. Go, Larry. I can't tell if this guy's given up or not. This guy just gave up immediately. Oh yeah, okay. For anyone that types L and finds themselves stuck in the list, type Q to quit the list. Ah, really should be mentioned in the tutorial. Like genuinely, like if for the Arch guide here, does it not specify stuff like that? Like, which one would I use to get installed? Like, he says get an image, okay. Yeah, boot it. Can set the font. Okay, I won't do that. Go to the internet, hit the clock, partition the disks. Done that already. Format them, done. Is it mount everything again? Please no. rchroot / mnt. Not a mount point because I haven't mounted anything yet. Great. Okay, what did Claude say? Yep. So I need to do all this stuff again, all the mounting again. Maybe save by commands? Nope. So I need to, again, crypt, setup, open, type, luks /dev /nvme, crn1p3, lvm. If this fails, I'll probably just go for the Arch install. Mod probe, dm mod, bg scan, bg change. Like, obviously, like, it's nice to learn all this stuff, but like with this debugging for something I'm completely unaware of, like, it's just tedious. Mounts /dev /nvme p2 /nt /boot p nt boot efi nvme 01 0 and 1 p1 nt /boot. Okay, now I'm in it. Okay, so the crypt device is there. It's just wrong. So let's see if I can edit it. Where is it? Okay, so I need the UUID. Okay. So I need to run blkid or blkid /dev /nvme 0 and 1p3. Grow. How do I copy this? Like I can't use my mouse or anything. Oh, did ask. Oh. Okay, fine. Guess I'll have to do by hand. (996) DE7C1. Bro, at this point, I don't think I'm making it to lectures tomorrow. 1C66 41 4F B 64F. Can I really not like use my mouse or something? No, there's no trackpad, so it's pure text. Is there? How can I copy it? The UUID to my clipboard. Okay, so I'll just do this then. So this command and redirect it. Okay, there it is. So I'll just select everything inside the quotes, copy it, go up. Okay. So rd dot luks dot name equals paste k equals vol group 0. Okay. Then delete the old one, I guess. Save. Copy the UID equals without the quotes. So I should be writing something like rd.luks.name equals 1234 abcd equals vol group 0. Okay, looks good. All right, then. MK init CPO Linux. Okay, and what would I do if this once again doesn't work? I'm not liking how I'm pretty much completely in the dark to deviations, to changes made to the process. since this tutorial was published. Grub mk config-o /boot /grub/grub. Maybe it's my fault for watching a video instead of just looking at the official documentation, but I don't know. Yeah, so it is RD dot. Fuck, man. I just need SD encrypt. So I just need to edit this then. Hold on. Okay, so for the hooks, I need keyboard, which I have, key map, which I have, and it should be SD encrypt, not encrypt. Okay. Wait. If using a BusyBods box-based intermif, instead use encrypt. Oh. Ah, screw it then. Okay, never mind then. I'll just leave that. I mean, I could have both to be fair, but I don't know. I don't know, man. I really just don't know what to do here. So, okay, why isn't this working? What can I grub mk config? I can't grab make config because dev slash nvme01 mp3 is not a directory. But I mounted them already, didn't I? I guess I missed one. NVMe. No, stop it. What's what? Okay, now I'm stuck in some other thing. Hello? Okay, I don't know what just done, but I've just trapped myself in something that I can't seem to exit. Control C, bro. Not FN, for Christ's sake. Mount/dev/nvme n1p1/boot/EFI. Same error. Bro, it's what it sounds like. No such file or directory. Oh, that's right. Damn it. I should move it. Okay. So exit, unmount, umount, all, reboot, and pray, bro. If this doesn't work, it's over. Okay. Unplug the USB once yet again. All right. Rebooting now. This will take a second. More Clash Royale. It's now 1 a.m. Spare me. Great. Let me see if I can position this. Never mind. Hog Rider. What the hell? Royal Giants, Firecracker, Hog Rider, bro. Like I can't, I can't defend this shit, bro. With my cards. Okay, I lost a tower. Awesome. This has got a Valk and Bar Barrel. I mean, like, okay. Any other counters? Tragedy rare. And it failed, by the way. It's gonna. Yeah, well, maybe not. No, no, it definitely did. It didn't ask you for a password or anything. I mean, a comeback is possible, just very unlikely at this point. Nah, bro. And it's got mini P.E.K.K.A 2. Just didn't use it yet. For arrows and bar barrel, I can't with this. I lose. I lose. Bro, everything here just screwed me over. Okay. What? And same issue. Use ST encrypt, not encrypt. But the wiki didn't. I couldn't tell which one to use from looking at the wiki alone. Oh, I just closed the video. Nothing is going right.
Here we have an Arch Linux system. In fact, this is the exact same installation we'll be building in today's
Bro, I was so optimistic that this would work. Okay, so I need to use SD encrypts then. Fine, I'll do that. I didn't read it properly. I'll do that, and if that doesn't work, I give up. But this should work. I just forgot to replace the hooks line. So that's gonna take another half an hour to do, but whatever. At least it will happen. I just got what? I just unlocked Goblin Giant Evo. Sick. Kind of useless because I don't use it at all, but and I already had shards for it as well, so that also got wasted. Yippee! Okay. This time's gonna work, guys. This time's gonna work. Gonna work this time. I need help, someone said in the comments. Gotta be more specific than that, though, bro. I'm playing against someone with level 12 princess towers, which either means they're cracked or oh, they probably are cracked. Okay, it's just playing Hog Cycle. I'm gonna be a bit more strategic about it this time. So Evo Wizard is over. I literally can't. Okay. The good thing is you just use that, so now I can use my Skeleton Barrel because you can't Evo Wizard it. Watch him have like Princess. Okay, he's running Princess and Firecracker. Very goofy deck. And he's got Hog Rider. But Firecracker can just piss off. Okay, he's wasting his Evo Wizard for some reason, which is fine by me. Get to my log. His princess is in range. He has log as well. Okay, my freaking thing doesn't even kill the princess. I do have Evo Valk for his Hog Rider. If and when he chooses to play it. I'll play my Ice Golem first as a deterrent. Okay, so wait, the firecracker. I'm just gonna fireball it. He's wait, Eva Wizard. I'm just gonna log it. He's flying, so it's gonna miss. Okay, whatever. He's also got Mega Knight for some reason. Fucking awesome. This is why we clash. This guy's overwhelming me with his dick. He's gonna win. Okay, sick. Okay, you know what? I'm done with this game, bro. I'm done with this game. Ooh. Sorry, give me a win. Give me a win, bro. I need a win right now. Okay, how do I... Okay, again. Crib setup. Open. Type. LUKS. Oh, this is actually cancerous. Like, I'm definitely using Arch Install next time and just like freaking going from there, you know, like deep loading from there as opposed to just setting it up from default because like this process is quite annoying. And I don't see why doing it manually offers any benefit. I definitely like to do this automatically. I would do it manually one time. Just one time's enough. Vault group. No. No typo. Okay. Okay. Okay, so my command line thing is correct, but then there's the other thing. I need to edit the hooks. Okay. So it should be SD encrypt. Okay, is that it? For this one, in the hooks line, you need SD encrypt instead of encrypt. Done. For the grub, you need this instead of this. Okay. Right. Quit. Clear. Can I check this now? Rep hooks or etc. slash mk init. Yeah, but it's SD encrypt, right? ls lh. Okay. Then again, grub mkconfig -o /boot /grub dot config. Okay, done. That it then? Oh, an mk init cpio -p linux. Okay, it's done sd encrypt. Then I do grub mkconfig. Okay, then I'll just check this thing. Okay, then I'll exit. I will unmount all, and I will reboot. All right, last time. Better work this time. On God, bruh. On God. Okay, it's rebooting. It will take. It will take a hot second though to reboot. Arch Linux. In the meantime, check this out. Whoa, Stealable Run. It finally dropped. It dropped like 2 days ago in the UK, so I got it from Worlds Apart, which is a Forbidden Planet related thing. Oh, please enter the passphrase. Okay. For Samsung MZ. Okay. Oh my God, it works. Chat, we are so back, chat. Wait to that. Okay, hold on. Let me take a picture of this shit, bro. This is so unreal. Well, anyway, yeah. This is volume 6. I was waiting for it to come out because the cover is just the best cover. I love the cover so much that when I went to Malaysia, I also got this one, the Japanese volume, and now it's out in English. Now, this camera is doing a lot of work because the colors on this in real life are actually kind of shit, especially because of the spine. But anyway, I'm just glad, bro. I'm just glad. I love this cover. Best cover of all time, straight up. Like any manga, let alone JoJo. Right. Have a look at my screen. Guys, we have made it. Arch Linux. I'm going to message my friends about this because, like, this is crazy. They're going to roll their eyes at me, because first I switched it to NeoVim, then I started learning Rust, and now I've installed Arch Linux. So, where do we even go from here? You know what I'm saying? How long has it been, by the way? 6 hours. Okay. Still less than the Obsidian video, despite all the waiting. I'm almost going to put this on my Instagram and see how many people find this amusing. It's cool too because I got the because it's on a ThinkPad, so it's like performative final boss. I got the ThinkPad with Arch Linux with NeoVim installed, and I'm gonna be coding in Rust. Features now. What music would be fitting?
Working on a weekend like usual.
Wait, this isn't wait, no. This music is only copyrighted. Let me just put my thing here so you can see my screen. All right. Of course, my friend Jake is awake at 1:20 a.m. This is uni life, guys. This is peak uni life. I can't wait for my other friends to make fun of me for it. All right, let's go then. So we're on Arch Linux. My mouse works. Trackpad is not. I mean, well, I'm not using the trackpad, but it's not as fast I'd want it to be anyway. The battery's getting a bit low. Throughout this entire process, I didn't consider the fact that it could just die on me as well. But luckily it didn't. I will unplug my USB. Should be okay. All right. We're going to open Kojo. Sick. Enter my password, of course. Yep. Here we go. Welcome to Arch Linux, is what it says. Okay. Okay, so let's take the tour then. Remember the key features in Arch Linux. The overview shows all your apps. Oh wait, it is touchscreen. No way. That's sick. Okay, the overview shows all your apps and windows. Press this. So first of all, already the touchscreen works flawlessly, so that's really good. The overview shows all your apps and windows. Press the Super Windows key to open it. Okay. Okay. So it shows everything. Oh, sick. So I've got two desktops here. I've got these different apps here. I can search for stuff. And cool. Okay. Powerful search. So typing in the overview. You can use search to launch apps, find files for more calculations and more. Okay. So, well, yeah. Okay, fine. So we're going to the workspaces. Yeah. So the workspaces are, first of all, is there like a motion? I wonder. Uh, Probably not. I can also do on my trackpad though. The four up does open the view, but I'll rather press the window key anyway. So these are workspaces. Okay. Swipe up and down. Yeah. Okay, so it's three fingers. I use four just out of habit, but same difference. You can also switch between workspaces, of course. Um, it's a bit unresponsive though. Is there another way I can do it? So can I do control, like, can I do Windows left or control Windows left? Control left, FN Windows left. Like, if there's a shortcut to switch between them, that'd be really cool. Windows 1. Okay, no, that opens my. Okay, so that opens my browser. Good to know. Okay then. That's it. Sick. Okay. Well, this is it then. Here I got my stuff. I should be connected to the Wi-Fi already. No. Okay, I clicked off. So I need to get the password up. Again. Because step one, go to internet, right? Once again, if you can figure out my password from what I just did, then that means you can, oh, no, that's fast. Then it means that you can get access to my internet. Okay, so then let's keyboard brightness. So let me get my mouse hooked up to this as well. I mean, I do need it for my VivoBook, but screw it. I don't want to use my trackpad. So let's go to this one off. Okay, and then let's turn on Bluetooth. Put my thing on Discovery. Okay, it's searching. I can't seem to turn on Bluetooth. It's stuck loading. Okay. So we got our first problem already, which is that Bluetooth isn't working. My Wi-Fi is working though. Yeah. Low-key leaking all my details right now. Wait, no. Okay, no, you can't really see it. Security. Cool, got the password there. Yeah, why is Bluetooth not working? That's weird. But okay. So now what? Right? Just put my mouse back.
Video. But isn't our recommend that you do that and then you can log right back?
Oh, that's right. So I need to go to my region and language settings. Where are settings? If they're here. Yep. Okay, the scrolling is really unresponsive. I don't know if that's ouch, if that's the arch or the computer, but where are we? Okay, first of all, let me actually adjust the mouse pad, the touchpad. So pointer speed a bit faster, please. Like a lot faster even. Why is it not doing anything? Oh, wait, that's mouse. Hold on. Touchpad. Okay. Yeah, I don't know why it's so like jittery. I probably should have looked at it on Windows as well, because I don't know if this is again like an Arch thing or just a Windows my computer, but oh well. Yeah, it's really not work. Like my touchpad works a lot better. Like my finger works a lot better. Okay, let me. It's just bigger. Like this works fine, but using my mouse is really dodgy. Okay, pointing stick. I mean, it's also this, I guess, but like, what? Who's using that? Keyboard, not English US, English UK. Removing English US, please. Oh, write out for alternate characters. I thought that's what I was doing. Okay. Compose key, shortcuts. Okay. Graphics tablets, tablet mode. Nice. Okay, so we need to go to languages somewhere. Where was it? Regional language. Has it been moved? Yeah, I think it's been moved. Um, system, regional language, English, United Kingdom. Okay, log out. Just takes me out. That's fine. Okay. Back to settings. Can I Bluetooth now? No. Okay, I don't know why the Bluetooth isn't working on this right now. I'm not blocking my. No, I'm not. Okay, that connects automatically. I'll see if I can troubleshoot this later. These are all my apps apparently. There are default apps that come in here. I do have Neovim. Sick. Parental controls. Okay. So there is an app store. I assume these are all open source apps, but like GNU, whatever. Can I uninstall some of these? I don't know. Anyway, accessibility. Right. So then there's also like appearance, dark, default. I do like dark mode, obviously. Pink accent color, background. I guess I can choose. I can choose a local picture. So let's go test this out. Let's go my web. Right. Gyro wallpaper. Let's go to use DuckDuckGo. Just have Google Images. I'm looking for this one. Perfect. Let's view image in new tab. Okay, 1080p. That's good enough. Let's save it to my pictures. Just save it there. Close the web browser. Add picture. There it is. Open it and select it. All right. Multitasking. Power. Increased battery longevity, maintaining lower charge levels. Yeah, I'd rather preserve the battery health. Power button behavior. Suspend. Power off. Nothing. Show battery percentage. Yes. Sound. Okay, so I wonder how do I rice this is what I'm wondering right now, because this is actually a lot more than I expected than I expected it to give you. Obviously, I'm grateful because makes it a lot easier to work with. Okay, so this is zoomed out. I guess 125 isn't too bad. 100 is like proper like big desktop thing, but like the text is small, which might not be good for my eyes. I don't know. I'll just keep it by default for now. Um, okay. So again, let's go to the web. What else do I have? Calendar, files, software, text editor, text editor. Okay, very simple. And files. Yeah, I should have nothing right now. Don't know what that is about. Home. Okay. Good terminal. Strangely enough. There's console here though. Okay, so this is Linux. New tab, main menu. Okay, I can do that. So echo. Hello. Um, yep, okay, I can get the euro sign. Thank God. I got screenshots as well. Cool. Okay, that's LS. I see. Neovim. There it is. Cool. Oops. So, interesting. This browser is interesting. Very like Safari-esque. So, what do I do then? Like, I guess I just get started in it. Like what do I do in Arch Linux? Like, obviously I can just, use this like I would use a Windows computer, but I'm wondering what I can like set up on it to make it particularly interesting. Definitely want to get like Neovim set up first and all that, and like Obsidian and all like. Well, I need like Obsidian and stuff. Like ricing. How do I go about ricing? I'm obviously very curious. Okay, I need to change my date and time. So, Janet system, date and time, automatic. Yeah, go on. If it works, that is. Time zone as well. Yes, please. Okay, it's still wrong. Time zone? Well, yeah, I'm in the UK. There's only one time zone, so it knows what the time zone is. It's just not updating. So let me change this manually real quick. Okay. And then do automatic. It changed back. That's weird. I'm UTC, but that's not what the time is right now. London. Okay, BST. Okay, okay. That's correct. 24 hours. Yep. I like how that's actually the default. That's so based. Do you know how hard it is to get 24-hour clock, by the way, on Windows? It's actually so annoying. First day of the week, Monday. Weekday? Monday. Oh yeah, do show the weekday. Date. Seconds. Don't care. Week number? Don't care. Nah, it's fine. Can I change the format though? For the date formats? It seems like I can't. At least not through these settings. Accessibility. Yeah. Okay. Looks good. Okay, got my apps here. Music. Okay. I mean, I do like the default apps you have going on here. What's this? Okay, that opens that. This is my settings. Screenshot? Probably. Lock screen probably locks to orientation. Or does it lock me out? It locks me out. Okay. Then I know, yeah, cool. Okay, good. You know my password. Power off button. I can suspend, restart, power off. Fair play, fair play. Okay. So yeah, I guess I'll just look up how to start with this. I could use this laptop, but I'm gonna use my main laptop here since it's the one recording in this case. So that makes sense. Let me get my camera back. Yeah. Okay. So scene. Let's have a look. So Arch Linux setup. Setup. I mean, okay, how about this? Arch Linux Rising. How do I get started?
Yo, what's up guys, welcome back to another video. Today I want to give you guys a general overview of how to get into Arch Rising, because I know a lot of my viewers, you guys are new into Linux and you're probably looking for some kind of way to get into Rising. You see maybe my setup or other people's setups and you're like, whoa, that looks so cool, but like you don't even know where to begin. Maybe you haven't even heard of the term Rising, and I think it comes from just like car customization. I think they also say Rising like to make like a car look cool or whatever. But yeah, it's all to do with customization, just custom and what kind of bars you have. Like if I want to open up an application like Brave.
Okay, so this is his computer. He does actually have a very similar layout so far.
Then okay, you know,
I can only assume he did also start on the same like GUI thingy.
In that menu, and it brings up this where I can just like type in whatever command. Let's say like you know webcam or like OBS or like whatever.
That's cool.
All of this is including in Rice. Even like the terminal, like how your terminal looks. NeoFetch Classic just It's just a classic staple for any kind of rice. So it's all to do with visuals. There's no real, and that's exactly what ricing is. So maybe you've heard of this subreddit called Unix porn, r/Unix porn, and this is where basically all the Unix rices get posted, and you can see like you just
browser's he on? Brave.
Scroll and you'll see like people with their cool setups. Like this person's got like Spotify, and you know they're showing off like the cool bars they have, and you know all this like. So you can see like here, like if I open up a couple windows, it'll kind of sort it where
That's
it's like
Teamux,
using
right?
the screen as efficiently as possible, and I can like change how it's like divided and all this. So that's kind of a window manager. Whereas a floating like a desktop environment would be more like GNOME. So GNOME here, even though it seems like, I believe like this is not exactly like a like, even though it looks like it, it's like Windows and Mac, how like you open up a window and it's like this, like you open up a window and it's like floating, and you can like, you have to drag it around, and maybe you'll like full screen it, which like kind of looks like this, you know, you'll full screen that window, and then you can like close it and whatever. That's basically so like certain environments will let you customize different things compared to other ones, and overall they'll give you a different kind of look and feel. So for example, I'm using DWM. DWM is kind of notorious as like very hard, because if we take a look at the source code, it's like DWM, its source code is very like this, like whoa, because it's just C, like it's just a raw C. It's not a config file in the like standard, like it is, you can change it and all that, but it's not what you might expect. And because of that, it leads it being to be like very hard, but there is so much like freedom on what you choose. You can customize every single thing, because you're literally you're given access to the bare bones of the like the.
Okay, hold on. I've set up Arch Linux with GNOME, and I'm wondering how to rice my OS to make it look awesome like other people. Step 1, uninstall GNOME. GTK theme. Okay. GTK. So what's this guy saying?
Look and feel. So, for example, I'm using DWM.
DWM. Oops. Dynamic Window Manager. Okay. Does it work with for Xorg? What's Xorg? I don't know what's going on. Xorg is the XOR Foundation, X Windows system. Okay. Wait, so Xorg versus GNOME, is it different? Both suck. Can I get Tmux to work with it? Okay. Okay. This is very interesting.
Is kind of notorious as like very hard, because the bare bones to a lot of other DWM setups, and that gives you a lot of freedom, but also it gives you, it's more difficult. Like DWM is probably more of an advanced level, like you kind of need to know your stuff. So that's one thing to
use C
compared to
I do that.
other setups. Let's say i3 is a lot more like, I guess, kind. It's a lot more easy, I guess, to use, but
they all know. I'm very confused.
It also leads you, like, again, like it's each to their own. It's like whatever you prefer. i3 a little bit easier to kind of see what like tickles your fancy the most. Let's say it's like, oh, KDE Plasma, look into it, install it, and then go from there, start customizing. And even
And what is GNOME? Are there other options?
then, like, there's so much you can do with KDE, let's say, because I used to be on KDE. That was the first like desktop environment I used, the first like window manager and all that. And there's a lot you can do. So
I assume GNOME as a desktop environment is like the apps are the same, right? Like they're not special to that one thing specifically. KG Plasma. Switching is a Pac-Man SOA. Okay, as I can just do it without having to boot again. I just want to avoid that, please. Um, okay. So which one is the most customizable? That's what I care about. I want to take full control over this, over how this computer looks and feels. Hyperland. Okay. Yeah. Screen sharing, clipboard, analog screen. So is Hyperland the best? Hyperland Arch. Visually written C++. Okay. I mean, yeah, whatever. As long as it's a systems programming language, that also preferably isn't C. um, is Hyperland the best? Okay, well, yeah, let's see what Unix point says. Pro, sexy, beautiful, sexy animations, sexy. You can configure from everything, programming language, sexy. Like with Hyperland. Cons, I don't see. Maybe proprietary NVIDIA driver. Okay. Oh, you can. Okay, so you can configure it from different languages. That's cool. Dual monitor doesn't work with NVIDIA proprietary, but whatever. Stick to i3. Okay. Really unpolished. Apps are not well supported. Okay. My God, my ears are actually so clogged, bro. I know they're like sticking my finger in my ears doesn't help it, but like. Uh, I don't know, bro. How do I choose? Like, I know I should be experimenting with stuff, but regardless, okay. Um, okay. And if I do, okay, if I do switch, what's it called? If I do switch desktop environments, do I need, does it affect my app/files at all? No. Okay. So yeah, so the appearance will be different. Qt have their own theming layer. Okay. Default apps. You can have both installed. Okay. I'll definitely experiment with this. I've now got Arch Linux installed. How should I go about installing apps? I want stuff like VLC, Obsidian, Claude, Vivaldi browser, NordVPN. Well, yeah, I do have NordVPN. I hope I can log into it. I might need to ask my mum for the password again. Okay. Okay, yay is standard choice. How can I know in advance which apps can be installed via yay and how? Sudo pacman. Why can't I just yay VLC? Oh, okay, it says here. I'm fucking blind. Okay. So let's get on this again. Whoa. Okay, no, it's this fan. Jesus Christ. Right. So, okay. What the hell? So, Jesus. Okay, right, my bad. Let's open the console then. How do I just like open an application? Is there like a quick command? Okay, so Windows S is the settings. Windows Q E R D A. Okay, A shows everything. How do I search? I thought it'd be Windows space. It's not though. Oh, L. Okay, so L Windows L locks. That's good to know. M for date. Okay. Arch gnome. Open app shortcut. I don't know. Okay. I'll just have to search for now. Console. Okay, so what's needed? So sudo pacman. I mean, can I pacman without sudo? Maybe. So sudo pacman makes it like system-wide, I guess. S needed git base devel. We trust you have received the usual lecture from the local system administrator. Respect the privacy of others. Thank you for your type. With great power comes great responsibility. Is this an Arch thing? I hope so. And not like my bloody internet. Kojo is not in the sudoers file. What? What's that mean? I don't know what that means. Let me try again. I tried installing via sudo pacman, but get the error. Kojo is not in the sudoers file. Use SU to become root first. I thought I did add myself to the wheel group. That's weird. Password. Okay. So user mod dash a capital G wheel Kojo. Then uncomment in the sudoers file. But where? What sudoers file? This is bash. Editor equals, so is this editing assistant variable? Nvim visudo. I see, okay. Add to wheel group, uncomments. Okay. Let's see if we can find it. Wheel. Okay. Save. Okay. Exit. Clear. Okay. Try again then. So sudo pacman blah, blah, blah. The password. Proceed. Yep. Seem to work. The git clone https aur.archlinux.org/yay.git. Then change directory yay and make package-si. Okay. Don't know what that means. Password again. Yes. Proceed with installation. Go. No. Please don't like install the entire Go language right now, bro. In the meantime, let's check my files. Can I see how much storage I have? Cool. Okay, I can see all my folders. I should really get OBS on this as soon as possible, just so I can use it for this, right? Okay. Um. So say I want to get, okay, so yay ss obsidian, for instance. I search for it. Um. Interestingly, it lists a lot of things, but I don't really see obsidian in it. I mean, it probably is there, but they're not in alphabetical order. Okay, yeah, I see obsidian there. Maybe, okay, hold on. So let's say I want to install obsidian then. Yes. It's installing. Okay. So now can I just like launch obsidian? No search file or directory. Okay, well if I search for it. Yep, okay, I have obsidian. Again, you can't see it, but there, obsidian. Okay. So I'm gonna just leave it for now. Leave it up for later. But I'm gonna prioritize getting a screen recorder here. Let me search for VLC though. Yeah, VLC is there. Okay, well, I'll skip that for now. So, okay, let me do a search for, what's it again? Yay. So let me search for Streamlabs. Nothing. OBS. OBS Studio. Obsidian. Okay, that's funny. How about Streamlabs OBS? Nothing. Really interesting. Okay, so let's have a look in my browser on this computer. So Streamlabs OBS. It thinks I'm on Windows 10. Let's download Streamlabs. Is it on Linux? Oh, maybe that's why I can't download it, because it's not on Linux. Control T. Is Streamlabs on Linux? No. Okay, so I have to use OBS Studio. Well, as long as it's functional, I don't care. So yay, let's install OBS. No package found for OBS. Okay, OBS Studio then. Yep. Okay, now I'll launch the app. Optimize for recording. I'll not be streaming. Use the base canvas. Yeah. Now this laptop doesn't have a GPU, so I don't know how good it'll be at recording, but let me change the output settings to 1080. I mean to 1280, 720p. So output, advanced settings, recording. Change the path as well to videos. Video output scale resolution 1280, size 720, common FPS values 30 FPS. Apply. Okay. Add a new source. Yeah. Sorry, you guys can't see anything right now, but screen capture Pipewire. Okay. Window display. Share. Okay, my display is sharing. Cool. Yeah, cool. Oh, I just froze it. How do I unfreeze it? Okay, I don't know what I just did. I just disabled my recording somehow, and now I don't know how to get it back. Okay. That's weird, to say the least. Damn. Literally, what do I do now? Just remove it, I guess. Delete. Make a new one. Okay. You have no idea how to not mess that up. Also, yeah, my buttons do work on the actual keyboard as well. I don't know why the output's called dummy output, because I'll find out later. Screen share button doesn't work, but the other buttons do, so that's good. Yeah, okay. So OBS is there. So cool. I'm gonna end this recording now at 7 hours 30 minutes. This was successful. I mean, it works. I got Linux working. Very awesome. Well, I'll see if I wake up for lectures tomorrow, but I will go to the later ones at least in the afternoon, and I will test out. Well, yeah, I'll use this computer here, the ThinkPad instead. So to do that, I need to set up Obsidian and stuff. So I'll also do that. But anyway, I will end the recording on this laptop now. Its purpose has been fulfilled.